Come here. Come here. Okay. Mom and child eating at the. I didn't see her out there this time. Where's she? Up in the house? How's your day going? Yeah, she's chowing down right now. Lap. Couldn't eat until I came in here and put her on my lap. She's crying up a storm, trying to jump in my lap while I was standing up. And now she's chowing down like she hadn't eaten all night or something. So I got her in the lap. There you go. Sorry. All right. Fire stays away from you. 8 miles, pretty far, I guess. It's not coming your way, is it? Oh, it really? Dang. She's so hungry right now. Accidentally slept through the 11 o'clock alarm last night. So she didn't get fed until like 2:40 in the morning. I got up and gave her a full meal then at 2:40. It's all gone. I got up, she's almost eaten all of her breakfast. That hungry. But I got up. I got up at 2:40. Got it to her though. Better late than never, my sweetie. Come here. Oh, my stomach hurts a little bit today. Just a tad. My stomach ain't quite right. Oh, but the Pellegrino makes it better. So that's about 130 grams of right there. About 2/3 of a can of tuna and then 30 grams of Simon's food, and then I put a half a thing of churro treat on top of it. That's the first time she's had that food. Hey, she's got two. Oh my gosh! I wish she would stop playing in the fucking. Stop playing in the litter box. What are you doing? Here. Here. Oh, very good. I need a vacuum. You gonna eat any more? Handful. She wants the door open is why she's playing in the litter box. Trying to get it. Okay, she done. All right. All right. Why are you a fucking troublemaker? Hey, went on toilet paper. Threw my pepper spray in here on the floor to get her away from the gate, and she chased it and it bounced off the carpet and bumped her, bopped her. Thank Copter, little baby girl. I think she was gonna be that fast. Pretty much met it on the ground when it landed. Come here, I didn't mean baby. Okay, now I need a vacuum. RNC start. Already started. Man, this is the first time I've gotten to like kind of relax for a second. 2 hours. 2 hours every morning I'm full throttle, I guess. Full throttle? I mean, there is a shower in there, but everything else is kitty. Medications, feedings, litter boxes. I get exhausted by the time it's 7:30. Oh, Biden's going to be at the NAACP National Convention today, talking about how we help, got to help the black community out more. Where does DNC press conference? What is this? Washington? That's in Milwaukee, where the RNC is taking place, holds press conference on Project 2025. It doesn't start until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it looks like. Kenya, look at this shit. Kenya was popping off. Hey, Collard came in, guy. Hardly ever eat. Oh, what's so skittish? Oh, how somebody got a collar on her. See how the flies are going after the food that's already been eaten? You can see the fly on the left. I swear there's some, it's the enzymes breaking down the food for them, so they go after that first. Like the saliva enzymes from the cat must be breaking the food down for them. They always go for the food that's been eaten first. I separated it in hopes that they would just like leave the new food alone, maybe. Yeah, collared ones, the neighbors across the street, so that's the, yeah.
That, in my view, is a proper way for us to be able to move forward. Who are hurting, yes, healing the wounds of those who are in hospitals, and government also needs to come up and say, there is a positive. We want to do nothing about it. In terms of diaspora confidence, and the money that you in the Republic of Kenya is going out to certain service areas, government, and to the failure to force in action of the finances across the county of Nakuru.
Interesting. Outside Bangkok Hotel, where 6 Vietnamese nationals were found dead. Oh, pretty nice hotel, man. Yeah, man. Kind of a big deal, I guess. Six Vietnamese nationals were reportedly found dead at this hotel. That's interesting. I wonder what happened. Did they suicide or something? Oh. I'm not supposed to say that word. I'm on a YouTube ban list now, probably. Ah. Oh, not anything from that, are we? Trump's Project 2025. Oh, that's what they're talking about. Trump's Project 2025. I mean, I guess that could be content. Alright. That's what they're. I thought it was there. I don't give a shit what they're doing in 2025. I don't think they're going to be there. Like, I don't think Biden's going to be there. Yeah, I'm gonna make the audio better for this. I gotta switch over other output. I'm gonna put my headphones on. It's only 78 degrees in here, so I can take the heat. Oops, something that's alright. Yeah, same here. So I figure we're all learn together now. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody come together. Try to love one another right now. Fuck, is that working? All right. There we go.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Yesterday, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and their extreme MAGA Republican friends kicked off their convention. What was the theme yesterday? Make America wealthy again. But by America, they mean rich people. Sure, they pretended to mean not just the super wealthy and corporations. They pretended to mean everyone. They pretended that they are pro-worker, pro-union party. But the America saw right through their act. Last night's audience certainly did not show a lot of enthusiasm during the primetime remarks about standing up for America's workers. The response could have been described as lukewarm at best. Some tepid applause here and there, a forced smile from former President Trump when he would realize that the camera was panned on him. But that's hardly surprising, because Donald Trump's Republican Party will always choose big, greedy, anti-union extremists over the working men and women of America. So if they want to talk about the economy, let's do that. Trump's disastrous job record is just the beginning of his long list of economic failures. He offshored tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs, including jobs that could have stayed or been created right here in the state of Wisconsin. His tax schemes gave incentive to companies to ship jobs overseas rather than keep them here in America. He promised a manufacturing boom. He promised an infrastructure week. He promised the revitalization of an auto industry. And he delivered on none of it. And who paid the price for his failures? Hardworking Americans. If given the chance, he won't just do this all again. He'll do much, much worse. Trump was one of the most anti-union presidents, too. He has openly insulted labor leaders.
If that's the case, why aren't the unions coming out and saying that? You know?
Disparaged union workers as dues-sucking people, and said that he wants to get rid of organized labor. If given the chance now, he's desperately trying to cover for his record to win those same voters. But Trump is kidding himself if he thinks hardworking Americans will be fooled by these lies. Let's be clear. Donald Trump will side with Wall Street over Main Street every single day of the week. President Biden is the most pro-union, pro-worker president this nation has ever seen. He's the first sitting president to ever walk a picket line. He's had workers back time and time again. Major unions across this country have endorsed President Biden because they believe in his vision of building an economy that works for everyone. President Biden knows that when an economy is pro-union and pro-labor, everyone gets ahead. President Biden is the jobs president. He's created nearly 16 million jobs. We've seen the lowest unemployment rate in over 50 years, including record low black unemployment. President Biden didn't just deliver an infrastructure week, he's ushered in the start of an infrastructure decade. While Trump broke promise after promise, President Biden is delivering a great economic comeback and a historic manufacturing boom. We haven't just had a bounce back from the economic effects of the pandemic. We've witnessed the greatest economic recovery that this nation has ever seen. And that's all thanks to the hard work of President Biden. Donald Trump called Milwaukee horrible, but the reality is there is nothing more horrible than his vision for America. There's only one ticket with the most pro-union, pro-worker president that this country has ever seen, and that is the Democratic ticket, with President Biden and Vice President Harris. And with the American people's support, this November, the Biden-Harris administration will continue to fight for hardworking families for 4 more years. And with that, it is my pleasure to turn it over to Chair Wickler.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fulks. And thanks everyone for being here today. Welcome to a wonderful city, the city of Milwaukee. On behalf of the entire Democratic Party of Wisconsin, I want to welcome everyone to spend a lot of time in this great state, the state that tipped the Electoral College for President Biden and Vice President Harris in 2020, a state that is so excited next month to travel to our neighboring state of Chicago and join Democrats from across the country in lifting up and celebrating our nominee, Joe Biden, and our nominee for Vice President, Kamala Harris. But at this moment, when the Republican Party convention, when the MAGA acolytes have descended on the city of Milwaukee and on the state of Wisconsin, we want to be very clear that we know that what Trump and Vance are promising for this country and for this state is a continuation of their record of economic failure and betrayal of workers. During this Republican convention, even as Democratic activists across the state and across the country are knocking on doors to support President Biden and Vice President Harris, it's incumbent on us to call out what we see from the stage and what we know that Trump and Vance are proposing for America. It's all written down in Project 2025, which J.D. Vance proudly said was full of good ideas. But we know that these ideas aren't just bad, they're dangerous. They're dangerous for our country. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want to ransack the public treasury to hand out massive tax cuts to billionaires and stick working Americans with the bill. We know that they want to strip Americans of their basic freedoms, like access to reproductive health care, even threatening access to forms of contraception. We know that they not only want to leave working families behind, they want to kick them off the ladder of opportunity and pull up the ladder behind them. We know this not just because of what they and their allies and their staff have laid out in plain ink in their Project 2025 plans, but because of what they did last time Donald Trump had power. Here in Wisconsin, we had a front row seat to an iconic Donald Trump failure. It was the Foxconn plant. Donald Trump came to Wisconsin. He promised the 8th wonder of the world. He broke ground with a golden shovel. And for a project that would have been the biggest giveaway in history to a foreign corporation, Scott Walker and Donald Trump bulldozed 100 homes and businesses. They spent more than $500 million in taxpayer money to pave the way for a massive facility that never appeared. Donald Trump famously was the first president since Herbert Hoover to leave office with fewer American jobs than when he entered. 13,000 of the jobs that never took place were at that Foxconn facility. What we saw from Donald Trump was broken promises and empty rhetoric, and then leaving us in his dust.
Maybe
if we get 4 more years in
hold
office of Donald Trump.
But was it Congress or the Senate that was holding that up? Like, did he want to do it, but they're like, they weren't passing it? They weren't giving him the go-ahead on completing or something? What's the real story?
Now with...
Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing back there? Why do I have to watch you? constantly. Huh? What are you doing?
His friend, MAGA extremist in chief, J.D. Vance.
Come here.
We can expect much more of the same thing. And frankly,
Hang
Wisconsinites
out.
cannot afford it. Wisconsinites can't afford the inflation bomb that former President Trump and J.D. Vance are proposing, and we can't afford more broken promises to Wisconsin workers. What we need is the people who actually deliver for our state. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. President Biden was here in Wisconsin, in Racine County, this May, at the very place where Donald Trump's promise went up in smoke. President Biden and AFL-CIO President Schuler and Microsoft President Brad Smith came together and laid out the plan for a $3.3 billion Microsoft data center. Thousands of union jobs creating this data center, the work already underway. That's what progress looks like. And you can see it all over Wisconsin. You can see it with the orange traffic cones, with the cranes. You can see it with the workers hard at work every day building up America in a country and in a state where Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually kept their word and more. President Biden is building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. President Biden is taking on corporate greed and fighting to bring down costs. He faced down the biggest, most arrogant special interest in the country, the big pharmaceutical companies, and brought down the price of insulin to $35 a month for people on Medicare. Now he wants to do the same for every American. That contrast is clear as day. We need a president who fights for working people, not for the ultra-billionaires. A president who's already expanded overtime protections, who's banned non-compete agreements, who's consistently fought and advocated for workers' rights. A president fighting to lower healthcare costs and expanding the Affordable Care Act. The last thing we need is a president who spent 4 years in office putting corporations first and the rest of us last, getting back into office to repeat the process on steroids. It's simple. If we want to keep creating jobs, if we want to keep expanding opportunities, if we want to keep strengthening unions and the working families who believe and know that unions are a key path to the middle class, we have got to support Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that's exactly what Wisconsinites are doing. Across the state, Democratic volunteers, activists, thousands of them, are knocking on doors, are making phone calls, are talking to voters every day about the stakes. And what we hear at the doors is that no one wants the Project 2025 agenda. No one wants a $5 trillion tax cut for the ultra-wealthy. What they want is a president and vice president who will invest in them. And that's exactly what we're going to do. That's exactly what we're going to elect and re-elect when we go to the ballot this November. And with that, I want to introduce my friend, Senator Cory Booker. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good morning, everybody. It is really good for me to be in Milwaukee. I have to say, as a former mayor of a great American city, that so many people like Donald Trump like to demean and degrade our urban spaces. It's incredible to see a city like this that is doing so much to help people, to empower its residents, to do what a lot of cities are doing and trying to tell their truth, create jobs and expand opportunity. It is really a shame when you have leaders in high positions punching down on people and saying such awful things like Donald Trump did about this incredible, diverse community. I'm a guy from Jersey and entered politics in nonpartisan races. When I was mayor of the city of Newark, it wasn't about right or left, it was about what was the best thing to move forward. And I made a reputation for myself about bringing people together from across the aisle to do good things, to empower people to succeed. I'm here obviously speaking on behalf of the Democratic Party, but I am really interested in speaking about the clear choice that Americans have before them right now, and to remind folks that despite the pomp and circumstance I'm seeing in the RNC convention, what the truth is, using Donald Trump's own words and what he did in his first term. People should understand that in the Senate, I've been there for 10 years, and Congress, I have worked with Democrats constantly to fight against Republican attempts to strip away health care from Americans, to undermine people's reproductive rights. to try to fight to secure people's retirement securities. And again, last night, which had me really curious, to be the party that consistently stands up for labor. Joe Biden is the most pro-labor president in my lifetime, and 4 years of Donald Trump, what he did with the NRLB, the National Labor Relations Board, what he did with OSHA, is he tried to undermine consistently union rights and workers' rights. And so let me make this clear, especially when you see frightening documents like Project 2025, when you see what this president did when he was in office, let me make some things clear. Donald Trump is trying to end the Affordable Care Act, widely popular amongst Republicans, independents, and Democrats. Americans should understand what that means. Remember, we stopped Donald Trump in the Senate. Democrats, unified with a few Republicans, stopped him from doing what he said he would do time and time again. What Congress people on the Republican side voted dozens, if not hundreds of times to repeal the Affordable Care Act. What Donald Trump and J.D. Vance say they want to do. What would that mean for you as Americans? It would mean that people with pre-existing conditions, again, would not be able to get health care. It means that health care costs would go up remarkably because millions of Americans rely on the discounts in the exchanges. It would mean young people would be kicked off insurance again, as opposed to being able to stay on their parents' insurance until they're 26. It would mean people with complicated, difficult diseases would not be able to find the care they need. Medicaid and Medicare, something that, again, Republicans in Congress and their policy groups constantly say they want to privatize, they want to limit. Things like 2025, Project 2025 say they want to cap, infecting millions of Americans. We Senate Democrats, we House Democrats, President Biden, we want to fight to make sure that Medicaid and Medicare is not just secure, but we continue to drive down the cost of health coverage and prescription drugs. You saw 4 years of Donald Trump. Prescription drug costs were continuing to go up under that president. President Biden, however, capped out-of-pocket expenses for our seniors to $2,000. President Biden and Senate Democrats and House Democrats were able to lower the cost of insulin to $35. And reproductive care, abortion care is health care. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have said awful things about criminalizing people who seek abortion care. They have attacked Planned Parenthood time and time again, trying to defund it. They put us in this dystopian world where we criminalize women or doctors that try to save women's lives. If you support Roe v. Wade, this is a clear choice between a president who brags about ending Roe v. Wade and the president and vice president who are some of the most powerful voices for reestablishing Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. And Social Security, God bless America. When you have worked all your life and paid into Social Security and you hear what Republicans are trying to do from their policy groups in Congress, all the way to what you've heard and read in Project 2025. Folks that want to limit benefits, they want to raise the retirement age, do the kind of things that strip away security and resources from hardworking Americans who've paid into Social Security, understanding the bargain and the deal all their lives. They want to upend that. I've seen this and heard this and watched this for 10 years in the Senate, people trying to shake that fundamental bargain and end Social Security as we know it. We're at a crossroads here, and it couldn't be more stark. We have a pro-union president in office right now. We have a party that fights and protects unions. We have a party that protects women's rights to choose. We have a party that's proven they can lower healthcare costs, lower prescription drug costs, expand health coverage. Heck, for black people in America, we now are at the point where never before in history have we had this many black people covered by health insurance. And the party that wants to end all of that. I want to end by saying that this is a tough political season. I serve in the Senate with a lot of folks, and like Tammy Baldwin, who's my friend here in Wisconsin, who has done so much to create jobs here. She's a leader of Buy America. Tammy Baldwin is this incredible woman who is one of those workhorses in the Senate, not a show horse at all. And what I love about Tammy Baldwin is she's the part of us in the Senate that really works across the aisle. And we were talking yesterday about this choice of one of our colleagues to be Trump's vice president. And we both wish him well, pray for his family. It's not easy to put yourself out there, especially on a presidential ticket. I saw the attacks, the unfair, unjust attacks on Kamala Harris, one of our colleagues, good American. But the choice of J.D. Vance worries me because of this. It presents this stark contrast in our country, stark contrast, not between Republicans and Democrats, but between President Trump's first vice president, between President Trump's first vice president, Pence, and his current vice president. What is the stark difference between the two? What is the stark difference between Donald Trump's first vice president and why he says he chose his second vice presidential choice? It's the same thing we see with so many people from Donald Trump's original circle, his former chief of staff, his former secretary of defense, who have all come out and say they don't support Donald Trump's presidency. Because when Donald Trump made a move on our democracy and our elections and spread the worst lie I've ever seen that caused one of the lowest, most shameful moments in American history on January 6th, where people stormed into our Capitol, where we literally had a trial in the United States Senate, where both Republicans and Democrats voted to convict Donald Trump. Vice President Pence did the right thing for our democracy. Vice President Pence moved to certify an election that Donald Trump's chief election officer said was fair. And now he's chosen a vice president who said that he would not have done that. If he was the vice president then, he would have lurched our country perhaps into its worst constitutional crisis in my lifetime and generations before. This is a stark choice, folks, between having health care and not, between having reproductive rights and not, between having affordable prescription drugs and not, between having retirement security and not. But when it comes to the sacred American democracy, between our elections and preserving who we are, we now know that there is a team that believes the only way we will support the outcome of this election is if we win. And if we lose, we will use every bit of resources and power we do to subvert the ultimate will of the people, and that is unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, I now bring up an extraordinary person, a leader of one of our greatest unions there are. In fact, this is a woman who is the first woman to lead a union of 12 million Americans. I want to mention this because I think it's one of the most special things. It's a person that leads with love. She talks about the urgency of kindness and that we should have an America that works for everybody. In many ways, she is not just the leader in the right place at the right time in an America that President Biden and Vice President Harris are trying to make an economy that works for everybody, but she's actually in the trenches fighting for the rights of so many people, but understands that how you lead is so important. At a time that there's too much divisiveness and hate, Liz Shuler is one of those people who is a light worker and someone that I have come to respect a lot, and I bring her to the microphone now. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Well, that was nice. Good morning, everyone.
I heard a smattering of applause.
I think it needs to be louder.
Somebody from the press felt like they wanted to applaud, then they remembered their job.
we do represent journalists as well. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Liz Schuler, AFL-CIO president, and I'm here on behalf of 12.5 million workers in unions all over this country, including, Senator, 6.5 million women in the labor movement. A lot of people don't see us as the largest organization of working women in the country. Someone can tweet that. And I'm here actually proudly supporting the most pro-union president in history, Joe Biden. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who have a track record of standing up for workers and fighting for them every single day. I'm here to talk about the facts and the best path for working Americans. And both parties in this country used to know. You know, we're talking about bipartisanship here. The senator was just referring to it. It used to be that both parties knew that when workers did well, the entire country did well. And in fact, I just uncovered some photos from our building dedication in 1956 at the AFL-CIO headquarters in Washington, D.C. We are right across from the White House. Dwight D. Eisenhower was the president. He walked across the lawn to dedicate our building. That's where we were. We were in a bipartisan place. As I speak today, there are Republicans in Congress who actually have voted for pro-worker legislation. Not enough of them. But we know that this can be done, like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, right? And that is bringing opportunity for workers all over this country. But Trump and J.D. Vance's agenda, this Project 2025 agenda, does the exact opposite. It is not make America wealthy again. It is make the richest people in this country even richer. We are here in Milwaukee during the Republican National Convention, and as workers all over this country decide who they will support in November, there's going to be a lot of rhetoric. We saw the start of it last night over these next few days. But if you're a working person out there and you're considering this question of who do I vote for, I think you should ask yourself, does this Project 2025 agenda make my life better? If it were to become law, would it make my life better? Would my life be better when these Project 2025 extremists eliminate my union? Will my life be better when they take away my ability to bargain a fair contract or go on strike? You've seen workers. They're rising up all across this country because they're fed up, right? Will my life be better when Trump lets my company force me to work overtime without overtime pay? People don't think it's possible in the year 2024, but it is, according to Project 2025. And will my life be better when they gut the Affordable Care Act and rip away affordable health care? When they end Social Security and Medicare as we know it, programs that workers have earned and paid into their entire lives. Programs that Trump's new running mate, J.D. Vance, calls the biggest roadblocks to fiscal sanity. Will my life be better when Trump, J.D. Vance, and these extremists hand even more power to billionaires like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, who are more interested in going to space on rocket ships than they are helping working people? Because those are the things that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are telling you to believe. It's right there. That's what the Republican Party is telling us openly that they want to do. People want facts these days. Those are the facts. And those are the stakes for working people. And I believe when working people have the facts and they see the stark choices that we've been talking about this morning, we are going to invest in ourselves, we are going to invest in our future, and we are going to support Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who have a clear record and stand with working people. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Quentin.
Thank you, Chair Wickler. Thank you, Liz. President Schuler. Thank you, Senator Booker. I think we're going to open it up to some questions. This is my favorite part. Amar?
How has the rhetoric changed? Fox News.
Have you guys heard of that?
How has the rhetoric changed in light of the assassination attempt with being here at the RNC and representing the DNC and Biden-Harris administration?
It hasn't changed. I would say that we've been focused on talking about the issues, reproductive freedom, workers' rights, Social Security, Medicare, the economy, a fair tax code. The president and the vice president have been very clear on their vision when it comes to the agenda that they want to put forward for Americans. Our campaign has been talking about that for months since the re-election was announced. And we're going to continue to do so. As the president said, this is how democracy works. We're going to continue to have a candid conversation about the stark contrast. I think Senator Booker laid it out very, very well, that there are two very, very different visions for this country. And I think it is absolutely surmised at the very tip top of that with the vice presidential picks of Donald Trump. We see that. But underneath that, Americans at home are worried about their mortgages. They're worried about their rent. They're worried about health care. They're worried about child care. They're worried about how they're going to continue to put gas in their tanks. President Biden and Vice President Harris are focused on doubling down and continue to do the work for the American people. And we're going to continue to draw the contrast of what that work actually means and what it means for the lives of those American people. And it's either that, President Biden and Vice President Harris's agenda, or, as President Schuler said, the vision of Project 2025. And we know what that would do to workers' rights and people's rights across this country.
Ken?
I wanted to ask you about the virtual roll call process for the party. Do you think that is necessary now, just given that Ohio is no longer the impediment that you thought it once was? And do you think that the party should really have the opportunity to talk about this at the convention in Chicago, and not go through with a virtual process weeks beforehand?
Look, so for anybody that couldn't hear, I think that the question was about Ohio's virtual roll call and the DNC moving forward with a virtual roll call. I think the answer here is very simple, is the fact that, there have been virtual roll calls in previous presidential elections. Ohio Republicans decided to play games. We have an obligation to make sure, as we have said, to stand by fair and free elections and make sure that the process runs as smoothly as possible. They tried to do a rule change. It is our obligation as a campaign to make sure that President Biden is on the ballot, as well as Donald Trump, for anybody who is trying to play those games, and any candidates who compete the process, turn in their signatures to get on the ballot and have ballot access. But we're not going to leave it up to Ohio Republicans to have President Biden not be on the ballot in every single state. He has deserved that right. He's earned that right. And so we're going to continue with that path. And not play games about who is on this ballot, to make sure that there is an election where candidates from both major parties are on the ballot, as well as any third-party candidates who have qualified and met the signature requirements to be on the ballot.
But wasn't that issue essentially resolved in Ohio? Was it really necessary?
And if we stop the process and then they unresolve it? But no, I didn't dodge the question. It's the fact that they solved it with a legislative fix. We've moved forward. We instituted this before they had a fix, and we're going to continue on that path because we're not going to leave it up to them to change the rules again.
So there have been a number of billboards that have gone up around Milwaukee today. Can you talk a little bit about the messaging behind those?
Which billboards? From ours or from Donald Trump?
Your guys's that have gone up today.
Look, I think that, one, Donald Trump is here trying to say that he loves Milwaukee. I think Chair Wickler, if he wants to chime in, can talk about how Donald Trump actually feels about Milwaukee. But from us, it's very simple. The agenda and the vision here are very different. Project 2025 and what Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans want to do in this country, gutting checks and balances, giving Donald Trump more power to serve as a dictator on top of the immunity that a Supreme Court that he largely appointed has given him, the ability to stop workers from being able to go on strike, getting paid overtime for work that they do, getting rid of things like the Department of Education. That is what's at stake, and so our campaign is highlighting that to make sure, one, the voters know the contrast in that, and that, two, everyone's very, very aware of how Donald Trump feels about Milwaukee, despite what his billboards are saying, and also what Project 2025 would do for average Americans around this country. So I don't know, Chair, if you want to add anything.
Former President Trump didn't just say Milwaukee was horrible. He oversaw an administration that failed Milwaukee. You can tell whether someone loves a place by what they do to lift it up. And Donald Trump's administration was bad for Milwaukeeans. Republican Tom Tiffany is a congressman from Wisconsin. He wrote recently that Republicans have used Milwaukee as a punching bag for years. We've seen a Republican Party that has really turned its back on cities like Milwaukee and cities across the country. And we know that Milwaukee is a wonderful place. We know that Wisconsin is stronger because Milwaukee is such a wonderful city. And as a state, in every part of our state, we all do better when we all do better. And so we want to make sure that voters know not just what people say, but whose side these candidates are on. President Biden has been a tremendous success delivering infrastructure investments, delivering expansions of healthcare, delivering expansions in jobs and small business creation, passing the bipartisan infrastructure law to replace every lead lateral pipe in Milwaukee. Donald Trump said he would do all kinds of things like that and then completely failed to show up when it mattered most. So we want to make sure that voters here in Milwaukee and across Wisconsin are voting based on what these people will actually do in the next 4 years. And we think that Donald Trump, in this case, would be as good as his word.
Thank you. Andrew Feinberg here with The Independent. You talked a bit about Project 2025 and reproductive health care, Social Security, medical care, but there are a lot of fringe ideas out there that aren't necessarily in Project 2025 that both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance subscribe to. One is devaluing American currency. A little esoteric, but something that could really put inflation into hyperdrive. Is that something that you guys are going to be talking to?
Yeah, look, I think that we're going to combat every single issue that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance put forward. They've tried to distance themselves from Project 2025, but at the end of the day, a number of his staff, cabinet officials, and people closest to him have been involved in that. It's a plan that is written for him to be his second-term agenda, and that's what we're going off of. I think over the next several days, we're going to continue to see Trump and MAGA Republicans double down on that. But it's no surprise to us that Donald Trump has ideas that are going to drive up inflation. It's what he did when he left office. As you heard President Schuler say, he's the first president to leave office with fewer jobs than when he came in. He was disastrous for the American economy. It was on the brink of collapse when President Biden and Vice President Harris took office. We continue to see job reports that inflation is coming down because of the work of the Biden-Harris administration. And so we're absolutely going to draw that contrast. I think the economy and inflation is at the heart and the core of the issues when we talk about what is facing Americans across this country. Inflation and the economy and how they're going to continue to provide goods and services into their households is paramount among that. Look, money for me as an operative, it's obviously important. It's an important factor in politics and campaigns today. That is just the way it is. But I'm more focused on what we are doing with the money. Our campaign is using every dollar that we are raising from grassroots fundraising and major donor fundraising to invest on the ground to be able to talk to voters. We see none of that from Donald Trump. We are inching towards having 1,500 coordinated staff on the ground, 300 field offices across the battleground states. You have to use this money to campaign. We're in a very fragmented media environment. All of that money going on TV. There's obviously also a saturation point. Our campaign has been making sure that we are going to have that money invested on the ground to communicate building a volunteer base, because we've got to get the message out about the stark differences and the contrast. And so we can't control where Elon Musk or anyone else wants to put their money, but what we can focus on is what we are doing with ours and the infrastructure that our campaign has been building since day one.
Laura Gersoni here for USA Today. Some people are reading J.D. Vance's nomination as a sign that the center of gravity is shifting in the GOP on economic issues. You know, he visited a UAW picket line. He has signaled he might support antitrust legislation. I mean, is the GOP pivoting at all from the record that you've spent this press conference criticizing?
Look, I think that the GOP is trying to pull the wool over Americans' eyes about what they actually stand for. I do not think that J.D. Vance by any means makes the Republican Party or the MAGA extremist party under Donald Trump any more pro-union or pro-labor than it was before. We've seen the records and where they stand for when it comes to American wages. We've seen where they stand when it comes to the cost of prescription drugs and continuing to be on the side of Big Pharma. We see where they stand on overtime. We see where they stand on strikes. So absolutely not. President Biden's work speaks for itself. He's interested in the work of saving pensions. Where was Donald Trump? He has not done any of that. Donald Trump went to Michigan, and instead of going to a labor plant, he went to a non-labor plant and forced non-union workers to hold pro-labor signs. They are lying, but their record speaks for itself, and if he gets anywhere near the White House again, it will be disastrous for American workers.
Yeah, and I'll just say it is spin. It's talking points. We have seen what this Biden administration has done for workers. Protected, as we've said, our pensions. That was huge when the American Rescue Plan not only saved our country from disastrous effects of the pandemic, but to have investments in retirement security for workers that we never thought possible. It was because of Joe Biden and this administration. Joe Biden, yes, he was the first sitting American president to walk a union picket line. J.D. Vance showed up for the first time ever, as you said, and it was basically in preparation for his political career, right? He doesn't have a history for standing with workers, and workers will not be fooled. Joe Biden walks a picket line. Donald Trump crosses picket lines. We actually have a photograph of him crossing an IATSE picket line.
The issue of J.D. Vance was personal to a lot of Wisconsinites because Wisconsin is a state where Donald Trump's threat to democracy has never faded. We came within one vote of our state Supreme Court to overturning the presidential election in 2020. And after Dobbs fell for 451 days, Wisconsinites could not access abortion care in our state. J.D. Vance represents a clear signal by Donald Trump that he is doubling down on his attacks on democracy and his commitment to ripping away reproductive freedom from Americans. J.D. Vance said he would not have certified the election. He supports an abortion ban without exceptions for rape and incest. That's who Donald Trump wants a heartbeat away from the presidency.
Hi, I'm Oriana with Notice. So yesterday, Republicans approved the RNC platform that took out federal bans and most anti-abortion rhetoric from the text. And I wanted to get your thoughts on what do you think it says that the GOP national agenda seems less restrictive on abortion?
It seems that they are continuing to lie. I just answered a question about them lying on workers' rights. Now they're trying to lie about women's rights. I don't care about what text they put on paper. I care about the actions of the people. Donald Trump has said numerous times there needs to be punishment for women. He's talked about monitoring pregnancies, criminalizing women, criminalizing doctors. That is what the Republican platform is, what is coming out of their candidate's mouth and their nominee's mouth. And I think we've seen time and again where Donald Trump stands, not just on reproductive rights, but on IVF, on family planning. He's continuing to double down on that. And so there is no amount of text on paper or websites that they can approve or plan out that is going to detract from the fact that Donald Trump and his opponent, J.D. Vance, you just heard Ben Wickler or his nominee for VP, J.D. Vance. You just heard Chair Wickler talk about the fact that J.D. Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right when he's asked about cases of rape and incest and women getting abortion from that. That is the Republican Party platform when it comes to reproductive freedoms and abortion rights in this country. Can you repeat the question? Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely a political strategy, but again, it comes to the fact that the Republican Party understands that they are on the wrong side of these issues and are trying to moderate themselves, but the American people have seen where they really stand on these issues.
Okay, Sean O'Brien has said he's not going to endorse this year, said to be hedging his bets in case of a Trump victory. If Trump ends up winning, what do you think, Ms. Schuler, what do you think are the chances that the Teamsters and Sean O'Brien would be able to influence a Trump administration to move away from the Republican historic opposition to policies that benefit unionization and union workers?
What we're focused on right now is drawing the contrast between these two candidates. The track record is clear that in Trump's first term, we've seen this movie before. We gave him a chance. In fact, when he first got elected, the labor movement said, we're going to call balls and strikes. We're going to see how this plays out. And fast forward 4 years later, the record is very, very clear. It speaks for itself. And you've heard it all today about, gutting the National Labor Relations Board. That's the board that actually adjudicates when workers rise up and take a risk and try to form a union.
Oh, shoot, I missed it.
That board decides whether they get to do that and whether it's stacked with people who actually can see clearly and stand on the side of workers or stand on the side of corporations. Our labor laws are badly broken in this country. They're tilted toward corporations. And so now we're in a position where we have a Biden NLRB who is actually giving workers a fighting chance when they take those risks to form their union and who is actually giving heard. So we've seen the track record of we've seen this movie before, 4 years of Donald Trump, and now we see what it's like to actually have a president who will stand up and fight for working people. The fact that these investments alone have had labor standards attached to them, that taxpayer dollars are investing in things like infrastructure and bringing whole new industries to this country like semiconductors, that they have to actually be good, high-wage, high-road jobs, because that's what we deserve as a country. We deserve for people to actually make a decent living, to have health care security, to have retirement security. And that's what the policies of this administration have done.
I just, again, and I respect the questions and I respect the journalists who are here, but it doesn't take much to see that you had 4 years of Donald Trump. And so whatever they're going to say right now, they're belying the facts of what they've done. Again, whatever they're writing in a platform on women's reproductive rights is so undermined by what Donald Trump did. He put 3 Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court who, after generations of Roe v. Wade, ripped it down and cast us into a world where in states like mine, we are raising money literally for all of the women who can afford to come from states where you can't get an abortion, where you can't get reproductive rights, where you are literally in need of care to save your life because your child can't come to term, but you can't get the care in your state. We're raising money for women, and women in my state are terrified because they've heard what Donald Trump and other congressional Republicans have said about a national abortion ban. It doesn't take much to just simply look at the 4 years of Donald Trump and see what you got. An erosion of women's rights, an erosion of reproductive rights, an erosion of abortion rights, a destruction and attack on Planned Parenthoods. And so I don't care what they say, you have evidence. This labor confusion should not be there. We have clarity. He picked for his Secretary of Labor somebody that was avowedly anti-union. Joe Biden's Department of Labor is doing so much great work to protect workers, to fight for workers' rights. We're having the worst heat wave right now in America. It's stunning what's happening. Joe Biden is working to do everything he can to get laws and actions through OSHA to protect workers and give them things like, Madam President, like crazy things like rest breaks. What a concept. What a concept. And what did Trump's OSHA do? What did Trump's NLRB do, National Labor Relations Board? I mean, I saw what they did during the pandemic with meatpacking plants where people were dying in unsafe work conditions. They actually supported measures to speed up lines. and get around protections for labor. This is a clear contrast, America. We have the president and vice president, the most pro-union, pro-women's rights, pro-healthcare president in my lifetime. And it's not rhetoric, there are receipts for all of this. And you have a president whose 4 years was an attack on unions, an attack on organizing, attack on labor protections. And when it comes to actually creating jobs, this is the stunning thing. You have two different presidencies to compare. Let's look at the numbers. Who created the most jobs on their watch? Donald Trump, who is with Herbert Hoover on the least amount of created jobs, in fact, lost total jobs? Or perhaps one of the greatest job creators in the modern presidency? Let's go to manufacturing jobs. A president whose rhetoric, who ran around this country saying he was going to create manufacturing jobs, but didn't, versus the president that has created the biggest boom in manufacturing jobs in decades. Let's talk about union jobs. We have a president that bragged that he was going to do infrastructure for America. There was an infrastructure month, I think. There was an infrastructure week, I think. I think he had infrastructure days, but never produced an infrastructure bill. And then we have a president in Joe Biden who, along with congressional Democrats, was able to bring about a bipartisan infrastructure bill, which is the biggest investment in infrastructure ever, and then said, stop, wait, we're going to make sure those are union jobs. There are kids in cities like Milwaukee and Camden that are getting apprenticeships in unions right now because of Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. This isn't complicated. You don't need a PhD. You don't need to be Woodward and Bernstein and have an investigative crew to simply lay two presidencies side by side and see who has the best record on job creation, union jobs, manufacturing jobs, women's protections, safety and security at the workplace. We know what we have. And so all of our jobs is to simply tell the truth, to look at the numbers, look at the data. I'm a man of faith, in God we trust, but in politics, show me the numbers. And the last 4 years, under the worst of circumstances, a global recession, globally, I travel around the world and see other countries struggling. The #1 economy in the world is the United States of America. The strongest manufacturing sector in the world is the United States of America under this president and Democrats in Congress. It's not complicated, folks. And the last thing, I'm sorry, I was sitting back there trying to be patient. let these experts speak. I have a simple test when I support a leader or not. Simple test. You cannot lead the people if you don't love the people. Not just the people who vote for you. Do you love the people? I think the way people talk about other folks in America is more of a reflection of who you are than who the person you're talking about is. I've listened to Donald Trump. I've known him for years, way before he was a politician. And I listen to the demeaning and degrading ways he talks about people and places. The way he talks about women who don't support him. The way he talks about people in his own party. God, the disgusting things he said about my former governor, Chris Christie. The way he attacks people's weaknesses or disabilities. I've heard how he talks about people. It does not connote anybody to believe that he loves folk. And then there's Joe Biden. I ran against him in a primary. My mother to this day teases me about how I just started really loving the guy. because I got to see him behind the scenes when nobody was watching. I believe another saying, simple truth, someone who's nice to you but not nice to the waiter is not a nice person. Look at folks when nobody is watching and how they act. America, you have a lot of choices on policy, on facts. I believe the Democratic Party has done so much to attack rising costs, to attack rising prescription drugs, to fight through a globally bad economy and produce more jobs and more opportunity and better health care and greater coverage. I believe all of those things that really matter to households, but I want America to think about something also. At a time where people are talking about tamping down political rhetoric, that is not enough. We have a problem in this country that we hate each other just because of how we vote. Fox News watchers, MSNBC watchers, they're told by these 24-hour stations to hate each other. Caricatures are being produced of Democrats and Republicans that are so far from the truth. I see it in the Senate. Nobody wants to talk about our bipartisan bills. Everybody wants to talk about our disagreement. This is a vote on policy. America, choose who's going to be best for the bottom line of your family. But God, in this time, look for leaders that lead with love. Look for people that don't just say tamp down the rhetoric, rise up the community, the beloved community that our country has to be. Support the people that know that even though you don't vote for me, you're not my enemy. In this moment in our democracy, please vote for decency and kindness and empathy and grace. Those are the best American values and the best American virtues. Listen to how candidates talk about the other side, about Democrats if they're a Republican or about Republicans if they're a Democrat. That will show you whether they're a leader that really can bring us together. And the last thing I'll say is this world is in a wretchedly difficult place. From Haiti to Sudan, we're at a point in human history with the most food insecure people. We are called in this country to be a light unto all nations. Choose who you want in the White House to be the nation that the world needs. Are they a president that talks about, excuse my language, shithole countries? Or are they a president that sees every nation with its people having dignity and potential and possibility and knows that America alone, yeah, America first, America alone, we are the strongest nation on the planet. But America with other nations in partnership for human rights and human dignity, we are invincible. This is an election about what's best for your family. I know the Democrats, Joe Biden, are going to fight for your health care, fight for good paying jobs, fight for your retirement security. But the thing we really need in this country right now is patriotism. And patriotism is love of country, and you cannot love your country unless you truly love your countrymen and women, all of them.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end than that. So I want to thank you all for coming. I think we have some more of these this week, and I look forward to seeing you all at those. Thank you.
Mm. back. Different food there. That's tuna. The last one was salmon mixed with the little Simon's food. Hopefully she's not having too many different kinds of food in one day. Yeah, it probably just has worms though. Eating the worms. There you go, make breakfast fast. Trying to find something to put on for about 10 minutes. What the hell? Tenacious D, the band led by actor Jack Black, is calling off its tour and putting all future creative plans on hold after band member Kyle Gass made a joke about Saturday's assassination attempt on former President Trump. Gass joked, "Don't miss Trump next time," on stage during a show on the Australian leg of their tour in Sydney. Black said on Instagram Tuesday morning he was blindsided by what was said at the show on Sunday. What the F, dude? What a dumbass. Wow, what the... Dude, I've seen him live too, the Kyle Gass band. He has his own band too. They opened for Jeff Bridges and the Abiders. Jeff Bridges has his own band too. They were headlining for the Lebowski Fest. Crazy, man. So Jack Black is a Trumper, or was he just not having it? Because it was wrong no matter who it was about. My goodness, she ate almost all that. Sheesh. I know she's alright. She is putting back a crazy amount of food. Kind of make that plate look a little better. I'll be back. Oh wait, I need to put some on breakfast. I'm hungry. Perfect. Perfect.
Doing all right. Sweat like crazy yesterday, man. I lost 10 pounds running around. So, I'm sorry. So are we. We're at the high place. Yeah. Same kind of deal. It's about 50 years old. Well, there you go. No one's going to shoot up the Lexington again.
Sunday was the best day because we ate right out here.
Right behind the camera?
Yes, right behind you.
Hello, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
What do you do for lunch here?
We can get off at 1 o'clock.
Yana. You're doing it early morning.
We went out to a diner down by our hotel.
Gotcha. Because the food in the convention center was so. And that'll be You guys have a Wisconsin base?
No, he's from Atlanta.
I'm trying to find some notable Republicans to stick around. Saw Senator Johnson. Saw others. It's like
There were a couple of them walked by that are not mine.
Yes, indeed.
policy failed. So we decided to go out here on our own line deal. Wow.
So they're doing the whole, okay, they're doing the state roll call. All right. Okay, don't you think that Ross, like you and I mentioned on Saturday night, I think on Saturday night, anyway, so really we just wait. Let's not waste it.
Oh, yeah.
Just because Saturday should be firing people who maybe were apathetic about this election, maybe they feel safe, but now the outrage of seeing a political candidate be shot on TV has brought them into awareness that maybe they can get out and do something. So I hope that's the case. That will not go on as well. So I waste attention, other candidates like anything else. Who did King's right? Well, we have him on the show later. More interesting, yes. Yes, hey Ross, it is starting to rain, and I've got to do do some stuff outside. So let me go. We will talk to you again tomorrow. All right. I'll talk to you.
Oh, what the fuck? There's an animal control services truck outside my house. Hopefully someone isn't like reporting the guys and trying to get them picked up or some shit. What's going on out there? Why is it? I don't like seeing that out there. Yeah, I think it has. It's first time they've been in a while. First time I've seen it. Dude, it is just parked out there. There's a dog pound truck outside. The Animal Control Services. Oh. He's just sitting in his truck right now. It's right out front of my place. I've never seen it parked out there before like that.
Good morning, everyone. This is Royce Miller coming back at you with yet another Let's Try. We're trying a new angle today.
Eating, get out of here.
I got a new phone stand, or a new, like, a tripod, I guess you call it. And
This is from today.
Dirty. It's a combination tripod selfie stick, because I wanted to do a video outdoors, but it would require me to have kind of a steady cam thing going with my just holding my phone in front of me like a typical stupid influencer. So yeah, trying a nice little new thing with it first, because it's also a tripod. It also has this thing, which should allow me to start the recording by myself, or without touching the thing. But you need to apply it to, it's a weird thing. Anyway, today on the docket, we're going to the Roman goddess of war and wisdom, Minerva's. Ba-ba-da-ba. So what is Minerva's? Minerva's is, as far as I know, a chain that's only in Iowa. It's in Okoboji, Des Moines, and Sioux City. And yes, I did have to drive a long way to go there. I'm not going to say which location I went to, but considering one of them is 5 hours away, I'm gonna let you guess. So anyway, Okoboji, or Minerva's.
Why do you say that?
Has started doing a
Who
breakfast
would do it
menu.
for him? He probably
And
does
so
it.
I thought I'd try something from their breakfast menu. Presenting.
It's done like every day. There's no way somebody shaves his head for him every day.
The Crab Benny.
Right.
Crab
Crazy.
cakes topped with hollandaise sauce.
He takes a shower with his
poached
mom.
eggs, cilantro, paprika, etc., etc. As well as these breakfast potatoes, roasted red potatoes. That's good. Now, let's try to get a bite of everything. We have a very well made, oh man, look at that. Like, here, let me try to get that egg bleed on camera for you. We have a perfect Eggs Benedict right here. It's perfectly goopy. We have crab cake, we have avocado, or no. Yes? Maybe. Oh shoot, the crab cake fell off too. Well, I got a little bit of crab cake on here, so here we go.
I wonder if a cat died, dude, and that's why he's here. I wonder if Calico died.
I love seafood, man. I love shellfish. I like crab. Oh, and also some roasted red
I wish I could
peppers.
find out without having to go ask him.
Ooh. Cooked sweet. It's very juicy. Almost tastes like a tomato, but it's not acidic enough for a tomato.
Come on.
Man, this is so much better than when I went the first time. So the first time I went to try the breakfast menu, I was just going there to kind of scout out the place.
Did I go ask him? Or should we just not know? Or we won't be
crab
sad.
cake and the egg yolk really do work very well together. Anyway. So the first time I went, I had the sirloin, I was craving meat, so I ordered the sirloin steak and eggs. Because it's Minerva's, they're a fancy food place. They normally do really good, you know, they should be able to do a steak. My waiter was absolutely clueless. Poor kid didn't know what he was doing. Let me sit that down for a second.
I'm gonna go ask him real fast before the cat died around here.
Fancy food requires a fancy beverage.
I gotta do some shit so the cat doesn't try to steal my food.
It took them forever to get my order. They were not busy. Like, it took them forever just to give me my water. Because, you know, I never order a drink when I'm eating out. I always get water at a sit-down restaurant. I'm not paying $3 for a cup of watered-down Diet Pepsi. Or Diet Coke. Anyway. So it took him forever to get there. And then, when he did finally bring me my food, I was starving. The steak was overcooked. It was all gray. He didn't even ask me how I wanted it prepared. Such an awful thing. Which, you know, I know it's kind of like, yeah, like, I think he was new. But still, overcooked steak. Awful. Just awful. This is so much better too. Oh, a raw scallion. I also love crab cakes. Walmart used to have some pretty decent crab cakes that they just have on the bistro, and I just buy them cold and eat them in the car. Back before they pared down the bistro menu during COVID. Let's try the. It's not an English muffin, it looks like a biscuit.
Okay, so it's not a cat. Apparently, they're servicing a call for an aggressive dog. I wonder if somebody called on my neighbor for letting his dog use the restroom all the time, unleashed, like literally every time. What it is? He's just posted out there like he's waiting, just so he can see it or something. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, it's definitely an English, or it's definitely a biscuit.
Should I go back out and ask if it's an unleashed dog complaint?
Oh, that's spinach. Even better. I love
It's
spinach.
gotta be, dude. There hasn't been any other aggressive, like there's not any aggressive dogs around here that I noticed. And he's literally every day, multiple times a day, he just lets it go out and use the restroom. And I've told him that shit was illegal. Interesting.
Here's a question for y'all. What was the worst seafood experience you ever had?
Hey, Joe, great morning.
If you have to specify, shellfish. Because this puts me in mind of the worst experience I ever had, which was at a Joe's Crab Shack. I ordered a crab broil. The crab was undercooked. It was slimy. It was juicy. And like, you know, and I mean like in a way that crab bakes normally aren't. Like, y'all know what a crab bake is like. This was the opposite of that. Human. Oh, that is a tomato, I think. It's just cooked, so it's kind of sweet.
Right in. Finished her up. Food.
Marvelous, marvelous, simply marvelous.
Medication time for Simon.
And then, of course, I saved the rest of the crab cakes for last, just to kind of dissect them and rate them on my personal scale of crab cakes. Very well done, very crispy, but a little bland. Which makes a little bit of sense. It's kind of the, you know, it's supposed to go with everything else. That said, I do prefer a spicier crab cake, you know, one that's more herbaceous. Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. So if you find yourself in the area of a Minerva's, honestly, give it a try. It's not bad for the price. It was only $15, which I'm pretty sure that's how much most places charge for a normal Eggs Benedict these days. They did ask me if I wanted a double, and I said yes. And that changed the price from 12 to 15. It was really good, though. Highly recommend. Much better than their steak.
I kind of wish I'd have asked if they got the dog.
Whenever you ever gone
They
to a
found
place
the
where
dog.
the steak was worse than
Dang
the
it! Then I
seafood,
would have known whether or not it was for the neighbor or not.
boggles the mind. Anyway, y'all have a good one. This is Royce Miller. I'm outie.
Dang it! Asked him that. Now I don't know. Because he was just posted up right there. Like he was just waiting to see something. Because how else did they get... Like... Let me look at the Long Beach app and see how it...
Good morning, everyone. This
Long Beach, so... Animal Care Services. Report animal-related issues as dog off-leash or illegal breeding. Barking dog, cruelty, neglect, dog off-leash, illegal breeding, other. You can report those things. Interesting. Oh, it's upper cat. Yeah, that's better. At least we know that much. I don't really need to know about his dog issues. The neighbors, if they're having people call the cops on him or whatever, because it could be, dude, because people around here, like, dude, most people that have houses around here around me have been here longer than I have. And he's the first neighbor I've ever seen that just lets his dog do that every day, multiple times a day. It's like he's not from Long Beach or something. He doesn't understand the law. Like, it's more than just protection for other people. It's to protect his dog too. Protect his dog from somebody else's dog if he runs up on it. The fact that they don't even care about like what other people think, much less the dog. They don't care about either of them. I don't know if it was for him or not. I just like. Might not even be for him. I never saw a dog, and he was out there in front of our place for like 30 minutes. Hey, Mark, welcome back, man. Yo, you being in D-Live yesterday helped me tremendously, man. I'm like, I moved up. I moved up a lot. Like, right now, I'm 90th, bro. Freaking 90th. So it looks like I'm in the top 100 now, at least. So, they're really knocking me out. Hey, man, where have you built the best at, man? You definitely did something. It gave me points other than the draw. Like I moved up without even drawing this morning. They like it. That's the perk on D-Live. You can say whatever you want and it's not going to get blocked by anything. This is the same hospital that we used to watch from the ground. It's a very cool perspective of it. Okay. Now I've even eaten. All the cats. I don't think Trident got very much to eat today, though. Hopefully she got some somewhere else. Do you remember yesterday he apologized? My neighbor was apologizing to somebody about his dog doing something. He's like, sorry about that. So it could have been that person that called. I don't know why he's not getting it through his thick fucking skull that unleashed dogs in Long Beach is illegal. Why the, like, is he retarded? Is he a little retarded? Kitty, kitty. I swear, Sweet Pea is the softest cat in the world. It's that high quality food. Alright, now I got breakfast in. I'm getting fatter because I didn't do any working out or anything. I'm just eating fatty foods and getting fatter. Alright, good job. I'm curious though. What is he out there for my neighbor's dog? Talk to him. What would they have done? How does that even work? They have to witness it probably, don't they? That's why he would be sitting out there to witness it. I didn't hear any dogs inside of his truck. That's the only dog I could think of that would have been complained about around here. Hey, come on, y'all. Why the fuck do you have to play the game? Y'all trying to piss me off. We got this guy cooking.
For sure. Definitely professional. They definitely won't know why there's so many of them. And they're very popular.
But see, now Brooke said it's different from how what they did in Alabama.
Yeah, she said that it's now it's
counter,
yeah, now it's all counter service. Makes sense for them.
But it did take a long time, so.
Ultra-Orthodox men are protesting in Israel. This could be interesting. Running and stuff. Oh, they're blocking the road. Ultra-Orthodox Jews look like they're mafia or something. When they're all grouped up like this. Gangsters. You gangsters. Kids. Those are youngsters. Yes. I don't even think my neighbors are home today. It's like the one day that that dude showed up, I don't even think that they've let the dog out once today. I haven't seen it. I showed up on the wrong day, man. Whoa. This bubble. This guy have bags on his shoes. The hell? He doesn't want to mess his shoe. He doesn't want to get his shoes messed up, so he wore bags on his feet. I don't want to get my shoes dirty, Ishmael. We'd be walking on the interstate.
לפחות יש לך עוזר, לי כאילו אין לי מי שיעזור לי היום. יאללה, נלך, מה נעשה?
I don't always put bags over my shoes on my feet. When I do, I'm an Orthodox Jew. It's unorthodox to not have the bags. These people are doing it wrong. The other ones, he's the only one doing it right. It's when they were leaving Egypt. That's when it started. They don't want to get their shoes messed up walking through the desert, so they put bags over their feet. It's way back. This kid wants to get ran over or what? Fucking stupid. Look, they're just as stupid in Israel as they are here. Why is he ducking? Like, that's gonna help his situation if he gets ran over. Like, why not just stand up? It's not like ducking's gonna help you roll under the car or something. Fuck out of the way. Yeah, they'll smack the shit out of them. That's why they're running off. In America, they won't hit them like they will in Israel. They don't want to get hit. I'm gonna want to go out. Okay.
אמריקה. אמריקה.
מה האינטרס שלך?
AC.
מה זה, מסוכר באמריקה?
Dude, these cops smoking cigarettes on their horses. What the hell? Yo, what's going on back there? Dude, cops in Israel will run your ass over. Better get out of the road. And grabbing them up and ripping them out of the way. Can this guy fucking focus on the action? What a dumbass. What is he focusing on the fucking fins for? The Associated Press kind of sucks ass, dude. What's he doing so far away from the action? We can't see anything. Dude, Dude, it's like 90% children. Like, not even like high schooler age. We're talking about elementary school kids are out there protesting. What in the actual F, dude? They are mean. Orthodox Jewish people are mean. If you're not Orthodox Jew, you're like, for a lot of them, they're like Muslims, dude. Where it's like, you're going straight to hell. Okay? You're the infidel. It's interesting to me that they believe in technology, but they also believe that hat that they wear does something. Dude, there's so many kids. Hey, that's people all the way back there, man. This is huge. Hey, thanks for the follow. Four. Numbers, what's going on? Yo, you just bumped me into ranking 89 by following. Thank you. I moved up a slot. You're awesome, man.
יכול להיות שזה פה יכול להימשך חתול עכבר עד הבוקר, אבל לא כמו שהיה קודם. בסדר. פעם באה כדאי אולי שזה לרוץ, כדאי לקחת באמת מישהו. מה לעשות, זה פעם עובר 3 קילומטר.
This guy's giving his horse a stretch.
כרגע לא, כרגע הכל חסום, העבירו אותם דרך מה שראית קודם, לפני הגשר. כולם עוברים מהצד.
They got hurt.
אני חושב שתוך שעתיים, 3 יפתחו פה.
Interesting. Never seen anybody stretch a horse's legs like that before.
לא, נעבור לו את האוטו. אוקיי. בסדר, בסדר. יאללה, ביי.
רגע, אתה כאילו שזה חדשות או שאתה פרטי?
לא, אני חדש.
צד עצמו. של?
אמריקה.
אמריקה? אתה מקליט? משדר חי או ש... משדר חי? וולקאם. כאן נגמר המילון האנגלית.
If you guys didn't hear, Jack Black was blindsided by Kyle Gass. I don't know if it was yesterday. Kyle Gass made remarks that at a show in Australia to like not miss Trump next time. Something that they're not putting the quote on all the news articles that are talking about it, so I don't know the exact quote now, but it was something along those lines, like "Don't miss," like, "Why did you miss?" or "Don't miss," or something like that. So Jack Black has canceled all their shows that were upcoming. The Kyle Gass is dumbass. What is he thinking, dude? Kyle Gass, are you retarded? Like, you don't have near as much to lose as Jack Black does. And if it weren't for Jack Black, Kyle Gass probably wouldn't be shit. You're gonna fucking do something like that to, like, without even talking to him about it first or anything. Because it makes it look like he, you know, if he didn't do what he did and just say, nope, not doing that anymore, we're not playing together anymore. If he would have done that, it would have looked like that he was like, down with it. I'm pretty sure he's got a lot of Trump supporter fans, Jack Black. I mean, why wouldn't he? He's not a very political dude, is he? So he wouldn't have lost. He would have lost anybody. Or politics in the past. I don't remember him ever getting political. Protesting the draft, yeah. Oh, you know, that's a good point. So I guess that's why it's all kids. Why, like, we're ultra-orthodox not allowed to be drafted before, and now they're gonna be? His phone just overheated. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days, ain't it? Yeah.
איזה חדשות? 12, 13?
אמריקה.
אמריקה?
He keeps saying America because he's Associated Press, and apparently that's an American news organization.
באמסטרדם.
אפשר לזה? איפה, בארצות הברית? אפשר להתראיין פה?
לא.
בוא נתראיין, אני זוכר כמה... קצור, ביי ביי ביי.
אני לא רואה שם משהו, אתם רואים שם משהו?
לא, אתה לא רואה, אתה לא יכול לראות את זה.
לא יכול. תעשה גרופרו 12, תגדיל, תעשה את המצלמה מלמעלה, ייכנס... זה מה שאתה מראה לאמריקה, הם רצים יותר אנשים מכובדים. תכיר אבל, שיראו את הסוס.
זה המקסימום, זה הכי טוב.
הרבייס פופולרי, בוא נעשה איזה רעיון קצר.
אתה רוצה אולי באנגלית? צדיק, כמה מילים לאמריקה.
רוצה באנגלית?
כן.
באיזה רשת אתה משדר?
AP.
AP רגע, פה.
טוב, תודה. תודה צדיק.
עכשיו רואים את הכביש, מסכנים.
כן, לפחות היה מישהו.
רגע, אבל מישהו מדבר שם עכשיו או ששקט?
לא, הוא ידבר. הבחור שמביא לי.
לא, אבל שם הם מדברים?
זה בשידור חי עכשיו?
בוא, אני אגיד לך אנגלית, אין לי תותח מאנגלית. מה עכשיו רואים מסכנים? הנה, שתצלם את השוטרים האלה.
שידור חי?
כן. מביא מישהו נראה לי. אני המורה.
Really, it's interesting the amount of like Orthodox Jews that smoke cigarettes, isn't it? Do they not believe the whole body is your temple thing in the Orthodox Jew world?
צדיק, הבאת למישהו באנגלית? לא, באנגלית. אתה יודע מה? אפשר בעברית. יש, כן, כן. עדיף באנגלית, עדיף באנגלית.
I don't speak so good English.
Okay, let's try in English. If it doesn't work, we move to Hebrew.
תשאל אותו, יתרגם לך גם.
לא, עדיף, let's try in English. If it doesn't work, we move to...
איך אומרים באנגליש לעזוב את הדת?
To leave the religion.
אולי אתה יודע.
בוא נתחיל בעברית ו...
הוא יעשה תוך כדי עברית יידיש.
לא צריכים ארוך, אז זה קצר.
קצר וקולע.
תגיד שמעדיפים למות ו...
כן, תסביר לאמריקאים למה אתם פה.
זה באמת מעניין אותם.
כן?
איך קוראים לתקשורת
AP.
Dude, they're really on him.
אם אתה רוצה להגיד משהו לביידן, אתה יכול להגיד.
ביידן?
כן.
You see about Biden?
רגע, נעשה... חבר'ה, רק טיפה שקט, תודה. ותסתכל אליי לכתף, לא ישר למצלמה. Okay, so first of all, how you spell your first name, how you spell your last name, and where are you from?
Yaakov Kasper from Jerusalem. I want to tell a few words. The people that looking in this thing from the United States, We want the people in the United States to help the Jewish Orthodox people here in this state. The Gigans here, our...
רגע, בוא נעשה חדש, גם האופנוע גם הם. אוקיי.
כן, אני אגיד ככה, לקריאה... סטייט טלוויזיה, אוקיי.
אוקיי. פליז.
זה מספיק שם ראשון, יעקב.
כן. Why are you here today?
Well, the Jewish Orthodox people not going to the army. In the army, you live you cannot be a Jew. And here in Israel, I want to tell the whole people in the United States to help the Orthodox people, the state of Israel, going against the Jewish Orthodox people. We're better to die and not go to the army.
Okay, if you have something to add, do you think it's important the world know, the Americans know, if you ask someone to help you, Biden or whoever?
Everyone in the world have to help the Jewish Orthodox people can to be in the Bible and learn Torah in Eretz Israel and not be Orthodox people, and better to die and not go into the Israeli army.
Okay, how you spell your first name, how you spell your last name?
Yaakov Kasman.
How you spell Yaakov?
Yaakov.
And Kasman?
K-A-S-S-M-A-N.
אוקיי, עכשיו בעברית, למה אתה פה?
היהודים החרדים כאן בארץ מעדיפים למות ולא להתגייס לצבא הישראלי שבו מי שנכנס עוזב את הדת, ואנחנו לא נעזוב את הדת בשום מחיר, יהיה מה שיהיה. יהודים חרדים לא מתגייסים לצבא. הצבא הוא מקום שבו יהודי חרדי מאבד את היהדות, ולכן יהודי חרדי יעדיף את הכלא ולא את הצבא. נמות ולא נתגייס. זה ההפגנה כאן היום, זה הפגנה נחושה מאוד, זה הפגנה עוצמתית במיוחד. לא זכו כאן המפגינים לאיזה שהם כפפות של משי מצד המשטרה, שהכו כאן באנשים בצורה פראית ביותר. האנשים הגיעו כאן בחום הכבד, עזבו כל אחד את העיסוקים שלו בשביל להביע את המסר הברור ביותר. ביום ראשון הקרוב ישלחו צווי גיוס לבחורים, זה לא משנה אם הם בני ישיבות או לא בני ישיבות, אם הם בני ישיבות שקיבלו תלוש משכורת בעבר, בהווה או בעתיד, אף אחד לא מתגייס לצבא שהוא צבא שמד. יהודי חרדי יישאר באמונתו למרות כל ניסיון כלשהו, לא בכפייה, לא בפיתויים. כאן ההכרזה אמרה בהפגנה הזאת שיעזרו לכל בחור באשר הוא לקבל סיוע משפטי וכל דבר אחר אל מול הגזרה הזאת שהיא גזירת שמד לחלות את היהדות בארץ ישראל.
אם יש לך משהו להוסיף שלא שאלתי ואתה חושב שכדאי שהאמריקאים ידעו את זה, שהעולם ידע את זה.
אני חושב שהיהדות החרדית בארץ ישראל נמצאת בשעה קשה ותחת רדיפה קשה מצד ממשלת ישראל, כאשר הבג"ץ בצורה דורסנית ביותר רוצה לבצע את החזון הציוני. החזון הציוני הוא שלא יישאר שום יהודי חרדי בארץ ישראל. אני חושב שעל כל בן אנוש מתורבת לבוא לעזרת אותו מיעוט חרדי אורתודוקסי, לעמוד לימינו בשעתו הקשה ההיסטורית אי פעם מפרוץ המדינה.
השם ושם משפחה?
יעקב קוסמן.
תודה רבה יעקב. תודה.
לערוץ הזה?
AP, יש מישהו באנגלית? אתה יודע אנגלית אולי קצת? אז בוא בעברית.
לא, אני לא...
אני יודע ABC. הנה אורץ. תעשו את עצמך.
מה כולם הולכים שם? יש שם עוד משהו? כמה רחוק?
נסיעה 2 דקות.
לא, אבל ללכת.
10 דקות.
10 דקות הליכה? תודה.
Senator Bob Menendez has been convicted of taking bribes paid in gold and a luxury car.
Joining us now with more perspective on today's verdict is Leslie Feldman, political science professor at Hofstra University. Leslie, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Just first of all, tell us how historical this is, and maybe were you expecting this guilty verdict?
I was expecting it. The amazing thing is that it took 4 days to come down. If you have a closet full of gold bars, $100 bills in bags and stuffed in pockets, coat pockets, a Mercedes Benz, and your excuse is that your wife likes jewelry, that's not a very convincing excuse. So I thought, like the first day, there would be a conviction. But yeah, it's historic. Unfortunately, it reinforces the idea that politicians are crooks.
That's unfortunate to hear, because I know we see this in the past year and a half, that we're seeing a lot of them being held accountable for their actions. Let me ask you a question, though, because we're hearing about that note. There was 2 notes that the juries that they sent over. One of them saying, the first one, does a not guilty verdict on a single count require unanimity? The judge wrote back that any verdict, whether guilty or not, must be unanimous. So it shows you that there was some conversations behind closed doors that maybe they weren't all in agreement on finding him guilty on all these counts.
Right, but obviously the people who wanted to convinced it's probably one person who was a holdout. And if everyone wants to convict except the one person has to feel very, very strongly in order to not convict. And obviously that one person on this jury didn't feel that strongly. It seemed like convincingly that this was a guilty verdict. And, you know, it's pretty obvious circumstantial evidence. Closet full of gold bars that came out of nowhere. And the excuse for the gold bars was my wife likes jewelry. Well, as much as anyone likes jewelry, you know, I mean, even Marilyn Monroe or Elizabeth Taylor, you cannot make earrings out of a gold bar.
You're saying the smoking gun there was just too hard to deny.
Overwhelming.
Let's talk about, you just said your background as a political expert. What happens now to checks and balances in this office?
Well, I suppose he can appeal it, but I don't know. I mean, I think there's a good likelihood that he will go to jail unless maybe he can get a pardon. You know, that's always a possibility. I don't know if he's very good friends with the president, but he could appeal it, but the evidence seems to be extremely overwhelming. In addition to the fact that Senator Menendez was on trial once before for bribery and corruption, and he got off that time. And I think, you know, this is how people get caught. They get greedy. So, you know, the motto, quit while you're ahead, I think applied in this case.
The thing is, he did not quit, because you're talking about that 2017 mistrial. What does that say to you as a politician who decided that you expected that he got away with it the first time, and this time the defense and the excuse for it was kind of putting it on his wife?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's trying to deflect the blame, but that's not very convincing either. Also, people might resent that he's trying to throw the blame on his wife. What happens is they become emboldened, you know. If he gets away with it the first time, they become bolder and more brash and just throwing it in the face of the FBI. See, I got away with it. I'll get away with it again. But it's very hard. A life of crime is very difficult. And if you get away with it one time, the likelihood that you're going to get away with it another time is drastically lower.
Speaking about his wife, we do know the trial of Nadine Menendez, the wife of Bob Menendez. That has been delayed by the judge indefinitely. What does that signal to you about her fate moving forward?
Unfortunately, she's ill, and so that's why they have to delay the trial. You know, I hope she makes it. And I don't know. She's more likely to get off because she's not a politician. She doesn't have that she doesn't really have any power. She doesn't have that much to gain. And the jury may be more sympathetic to her. And I think if she ever does go to trial, the jury will be more sympathetic to her, because nobody likes someone whose husband blamed, their corruption on you.
Yeah. In terms of maybe appealing this, what do you think his chances are with trying to see if this could be reversed?
Pretty much zero.
She said it right there. Zero.
I think his chances are not good. I don't know if they take into account the prior trial for corruption, but it's not a good background.
Yeah.
So the evidence is so overwhelming. This jury really is very diligent and very conscientious, because I thought that a guilty verdict would have come back in the first 24 hours. So they really looked at this evidence because they wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And that's why it took so long. And good for them. This seems like a really legitimate jury. How long did it take to convict Donald Trump of 34 felony counts? 10 minutes. So they really looked into this evidence, and they felt very confident in their decision to convict.
Yeah.
And I don't see it being an overturn unless he gets, he may be pardoned by the governor, he may be pardoned by the president. So that's something he could maybe hold out for.
All right, Leslie, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insight on this. We do appreciate chatting with you.
My pleasure.
All right, Fox 5's Morgan McKay is in the newsroom breaking down this verdict. Morgan, what is next for Menendez?
Well, Bianca, this is the first time in the Senate's 235-year history that a senator has been charged with acting as a foreign agent. So now the big question is, what's next? Well, Menendez could technically step aside, or the Senate could take up a vote to expel him. It's all going to come down to what Senator Bob Menendez decides to do. But this has big implications for the Senate right now. The Senate Democrats have a very slim majority right now in the Senate. So it's going to be tough for them. They are likely going to have to New Jersey will possibly have to appoint a new senator in the meantime. They could hold a special election. So it's going to be tough for Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer right now as he's trying to navigate in what's going to be a tough election cycle, especially when you're going to have everybody turning out this year in this election, being a presidential election. Bianca.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Morgan. We're going to turn things over to Teresa, who is outside of the courthouse there with this verdict. Teresa, you mentioned earlier again, we want to kind of talk about it, that you were seeing some of the jurors and how they were dressed, and it may have been an indication of what kind of verdict was going to come down today, if any. There was a difference in how they were dressed, and I know she pointed that out as a possibility of hinting at this is what likely was going to happen today and at this time.
Yeah, Bianca, so much of covering a trial, whether it be in a state court or a federal court, is understanding and just observing the tenor of the room and all of the players. And I might argue that with the exception of the defendant and maybe the judge, there is no one that is more important in that room than those jurors. And this has been a long trial, roughly 9 weeks. That is a lot of time to be sitting there, to be attempting to digest information that you don't normally have coming at you. These are not necessarily lawyers or judges or people who are proficient in any sort of legal profession that are sitting there. These are average New Yorkers, mind you, even though Senator Menendez represents New Jersey, even though the vast majority of these crimes occurred in New Jersey, this case was seated here in Manhattan. And so these are average New Yorkers. Some work overnights. I understand one woman has 3 children. There is a man who appears to be disabled that is on the court, on the jury rather. It is incredibly diverse. And so we have seen them day in and day out in all different kinds of dress. And I will tell you, there have been a few days where I said, that person rolled out of bed and showed up to court today, and that is their right. As long as they get to that jury box by 9:30 in the morning, they are fulfilling their civic duty. But today, it just looked like they were a little bit more, the way to put it is like spruced up. They tried a little.
Gives a shit. Fucking weirdo lady. Fuck. News organizations, whatever, dude. They just can't stop talking. I got something to say.
Is watching. Former Denver Bronco Terrell Davis posting on social media he was handcuffed and removed from a plane. Davis says he was traveling from Denver to Orange County, California with his wife and children, and says this all started when his 13-year-old son was asking for a cup of ice. Davis says he tried to alert the flight attendant by reaching behind and lightly tapping his arm to get his attention, but the attendant got upset. In Orange County, law officers boarded that plane and took TD off. Your reporter Alan Janae is covering this story for us tonight. He joins me in studio.
Tapped his arm.
TD says, the Hall of Famer says he was questioned. He was later released. But boy, this is far from over, Alan.
It really is, Kelly. You know, tonight lawyers for Terrell Davis say they are looking at pursuing litigation over this incident Saturday that left him shaken. His message on Instagram said he and his family are having hard conversations about what transpired and that he is answering the many questions his children have. It has been 25 years since the heyday of Terrell Davis and 2 Super Bowl trophies, and in that time he has remained a much adored symbol of better times, earning admission to the Hall of Fame and moving successfully into the business world. I refuse to stand by without speaking out on this disgusting display of injustice and deplorable treatment by United Airlines, he wrote. Davis writes the flight attendant shouted, "Don't hit me," when he made contact and was incredibly rude and blatantly wrong in his accusations of me hitting him. When the plane arrived, all in front of his family. The whole thing leading United Airlines to say in a statement, this is clearly not the kind of travel experience we strive to provide. With a positive image, says marketing expert Darren Dubersmith, Davis's reputation is likely intact.
He had to have been in the first class seating too. Like, what the fuck?
He has a reputation that enables him to conduct business. You think he'll end up okay here?
Yeah, I think that his star power, 30 years after the fact, it isn't much. He doesn't have a consumer goods company, so he doesn't have to worry about being thrown off shelves or anything. It's very clear that really he was the victim in this whole thing.
For United Airlines, however, he says there is work ahead.
His daughter.
United's done the right thing so far, but they're going to have to negotiate with
Terrell
TV,
Davis.
See what he wants, because being taken into custody is something that you never forget. It's a low point in your life.
In a life that has seen so many high points. Now, an attorney for Davis told me the FBI questioned other passengers as well as United employees before apologizing to Terrell and letting him go. United's statement included an apology, and they have removed the flight attendant from duty while they review what happened. Davis, in his post, though, said his family is seeing what happened cannot be undone, and that is still a difficulty. Kelly?
Yeah, I know he said he was shocked and certainly humiliated. Alan, thank you. Tonight, you're in.
That's crazy. What in the hell? I bet the flight attendant's gay, dude. I wish we could know that, but I bet it is, dude. You know what I mean? A fucking gay dude that's just super thin-skinned and was like, "Oh, a big black guy poked me." Because he's still a huge dude.
Newsom has signed a bill that would ban school districts from notifying parents about a student's gender identity. That means school districts will have to remove policies that require parents to be informed if their child identifies as transgender. The passage of the bill comes after several districts across the state put similar notification policies in place without the student's consent. Staff can no longer be forced to disclose a student's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression.
Oh, fuck, man. Dude. So the kid, kind of elementary school kid can hide the fact that from their parents if they want to, that they want to chop their dick off. California's getting crazier and crazier. Just a good old boy. Joe Jellybean Bryant, a former NBA player, Philly native, and father of the late basketball legend Kobe Bryant, has died. He was 69 years old. His death has not been released yet. I didn't know Kobe's dad was an NBA player. Wow, all this time I didn't know that. He went by Jellybean. David Dutch, the 57-year-old U.S. Marine who was one of the shooting victims at the Trump rally on Saturday, is no longer in a medical-induced coma. Upgraded to stable condition. Memphis news.
We were struck, we were surprised, we were hurt, but immediately, her and I, we prayed immediately that God give us strength.
Yeah, the parents of the woman who was shot and killed last week while she was working at Church's Chicken say that they pray justice is done, and we know that the suspect has been arrested. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre joining us live downtown outside the courthouse, and she's due in court in about an hour. What do we expect to happen? A bail hearing, perhaps?
Yes, and we'll hear if a judge will, in fact, give her a bond. Monica Williams, she's charged with first-degree murder. Now, again, this is her first time facing a judge since Memphis police arrested her yesterday. She went on a run from police for about a week or so. A week ago, she, according to Memphis police, she shot and killed Anitra West, that Church's Chicken employee. And last week, we spoke to the family of Anitra West. We heard strong words from
I wonder why she didn't try to go, like, leave.
Williams, and this yesterday we spoke to her parents.
A little retarded.
Less than 30
Everybody's a little
minutes
retarded lately.
Good Morning Memphis. But a lot of things have come out inside of that affidavit. We do know now that this was all over an order of chicken.
Like, she had a whole week to run, and she stayed in Memphis, knowing she was going to get brought up on first-degree murder charges. That's a little retarded. I think I would have tried to stay free as long as possible. I don't know, whatever. It's not like the charges are going to get any steeper.
At Church's Chicken, that affidavit detailing that. We also know that when Anitra West lost her life, that gunshot, that fatal gunshot, she actually was on the phone with a friend, according to that affidavit. Now, of course, we want you to stay with us because, again, Monica Williams, she's set to be in court in less than an hour from now. We'll be inside of that courtroom. I want you to stay with us.
We'll check back then in about 30. Thank you.
I even said, dude, when I got out of LA County, I was like, yeah, if I ever think I got to go back there again, I'm try to probably go to Mexico or some shit, because that jail is hell on earth. It's straight scary in there. And you don't have a pillow. Dooby dooby doo. But she turned herself in, though.
Behind me is High Desert State Prison, a massive compound about 45 minutes from the Las Vegas Strip. I was invited to tour its housing units, which are not air conditioned even as Southern Nevada goes through a record-breaking summer of heat. I was able to see firsthand the conditions that inmates and prison workers have been dealing with.
Imagine living I think I was there for 3 weeks
in the summertime, where temperatures can reach sweltering levels.
We had temperature thermometers with us, and some of them were reading up to 93 degrees in there.
That's what it's like for inmates and workers at High Desert State Prison.
Hey, 93 is not too bad. You can live in that.
Conditioning inside its cramped housing pods. This is a small office here at Channel 13. It's about the same size as one of the prison cells at High Desert State Prison near Indian Springs. Now, when I visited recently, I was able to go into one of the cells and I had the door closed behind me. You could really tell the lack of ventilation, and you were very aware of the temperature as I began to sweat during that tour. Democratic State Assemblywoman Cecilia Gonzalez also was on the tour with us recently, a day when the high temperature hovered around 115.
You know, my face was red just from being in there for a couple of minutes.
As we walked through the prison, not only was it hot, it was humid, and I could feel that the lack of ventilation kept the air stagnant.
I don't think that it's necessarily like a blaming game.
Gonzalez says it's a perfect storm of circumstances, but she also points to a lack of planning from years ago.
We're talking about a prison that wasn't built with central air conditioning, right? That I think maybe was like, why didn't we think about that 20 years ago?
So we wanted to find out what it would cost to rewire.
This is hilarious. I stayed at the Penal Farm in Memphis. It's it's county. It's Shelby County Jail, pretty much. It's called the Penal Farm, and there was not only was there not air conditioning, but the bars on the windows look like old school bars from like the 1920s, like the metal bars, the round ones, and there was no glass from the windows. It rained, and I ended up getting a little wet from it one night. And it would get so hot in there that they would have to bring in those huge swamp cooler shop things that have a ginormous fan on it that hooks the water. They get the water hose into it. They'd have to put those into our pods, like 100 people or whatever were in there, because it was so freaking hot. And that's Memphis humid heat there. I mean, that can actually be kind of dangerous, probably. Get up like 100 degrees and shit. But this is like, I don't know, 93. It's not humid. It gets 93 degrees in here all the time. What is it, like? Not all the time.
High desert for central air.
It hits
Prison
90
officials tell us
pretty regularly.
around $180 million.
Obviously, it's a lot of money for one facility.
Attar Hasibullah of the ACLU of
And it's
Nevada
not like it's like
says
that
heat
all
in
day
prisons
for
has
them.
long been a concern here, pointing to a letter from 35 years ago where then Governor Bob Miller referenced deteriorating facilities.
I bet they want to go to. Here's appear to be going away. Check this out. The more comfortable you make these places, the more likely these people are gonna come back. So they're gonna remember, man, I don't want to fucking do that again. It was hot as shit there. I'm not trying to get locked up again, bro. I ain't going back.
Cooling systems for the pods revolve around the use of swamp coolers, but state officials say their equipment is old, and it isn't a viable long-term solution.
What's wrong with the swamp cooler?
Coolers also add humidity, making the conditions even worse.
I mean,
they say they
really,
need more funding,
cooled it down.
and Gonzalez says lawmakers are talking about the issue.
We are having these conversations about what is the best solution. And
one inmate told me that he thinks it's only a matter of time until a prisoner here dies because of a heat-related illness. Reporting from High Desert State
Apparently
Prison,
swamp coolers don't
I'm
work
Brian
as well
Roloff.
though in humid environments, but that's a dry environment, so they should work really well. Right? Swamp Thing. They're being a little wussies. I mean, it's probably only that it's hot for a little while. They're looking at it like it's like some kind of cruel and unusual punishment or something. Dude, we used to put people in boxes, like in Django. Django, remember they put that person out in the box? Just sweating out there at a hot ass box in the sun for days or whatever. Or those things where we would put people's head and wrists through the wood, and they would just have to stay like that in that position for days. I'd say being hot isn't that like it sucks, but what the fuck? They're trying to say they got some kind of civil rights or something. Now the news is saying someone's gonna die from it. Hey man, like if the guards aren't alert enough to their people to know when someone's just hot or someone is actually in distress, that's a watching thing. That's a guard issue. Like aren't they doing their rounds correctly and checking on people and shit, making sure everybody, hey, all right, are you hot? Are you hot? Or is it more than just hot? You know what I mean? Like, and that's a big problem, I think, with our judicial system and our jailing is that there's like the guards are dicks most of the time, dude. A little bit. Their colors really are cool. As you got the white and with the brown and with the black pattern. See, it is different. And fly the plate up. The only thing that's eating now is flies. That probably is the guards' point. Yeah, I gotta go pick the plate up now. I like feeding the flies anymore than I have to. I don't want them to remember to come back there more than yeah. Look at them all showing up right now. There's like 5 flies on the plate right now. Out! No. Don't bite me. Stop fucking biting me.
Right now at 5:30, a driver going on a crash course, slamming right into a fast food restaurant.
And video you saw right here, first on 10, is showing the moment that driver allegedly tries to take off from the scene. Local 10's Alex Sidney is joining us live from Miami with a closer look. Alex?
And Christy and Louie, no doubt that this video is really something to see, just very startling. This accident we know happened right here off of Northwest 7th Avenue and 54th Street. Police say that the woman, believed to be 18 and 19 years old, slammed right through the front of this Popeyes. We're going to show you what happens after the accident.
I got my own way.
Yeah, bad. Can you get me out of here, please? Caught on camera, a woman trying to run away from accountability in a big way.
I cannot go to jail. I can't. I won't last there.
This woman seen here allegedly crashed her BMW convertible into this Popeyes off of Northwest 54th Street and 7th Avenue Sunday around 7 in the morning. It's the conversation that followed this serious accident that has a lot of people, well, shocked.
Where do I go?
Huh? You want to ride with me? I got my own way.
Yeah, bad. Can you get me out of here, please?
Get you out of here?
Yeah. I can't get charged for that.
Come on. We're going to get charged for that. Come on.
I gotta go. You got a whip?
She then appears to answer her phone and say this.
Hello? Yeah, I just crashed. I gotta call you later. I gotta go. Bye.
And throughout this entire minute-and-a-half video,
How the that happened?
you see and hear bystanders telling her to run off.
You better run, leave the car. I want to say that right now. Run, leave the car. Key, come on, leave the car.
Police telling Local 10 that there were no serious injuries reported in this crash. But as for the woman at the center of this now viral video.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it for real. I cannot go to jail. I can't. I won't last there.
She has been cited for driving too fast for conditions and careless driving.
Yeah, has been cited for leaving the scene.
Police also did say in an email to us that officers analyzed the woman in an effort to identify signs of intoxication, which were not present. Now, police did say that the road appeared to have been wet at the time due to possible rain. But of course, all of this is still under investigation at this hour. As soon as we do learn more on this story, we'll let you know. For now, this is the very latest live in Northwest.
I gotta get the camera back up.
attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Moments ago, a jury in this courthouse convicted Senator Robert Menendez of corruption and national security offenses. This case has always been about shocking levels of corruption. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, a Mercedes-Benz. This wasn't politics as usual, this was politics for profit. And now that a jury has convicted Bob Menendez, his years of selling his office to the highest bidder have finally come to an end. I want to thank the career prosecutors and law enforcement agents and analysts who meticulously investigated and prosecuted this case. Their work is the reason why this shocking corruption has finally been unearthed and brought to an end. They are the best of the best. I'm enormously proud of them and proud to serve with them. Thank you.
Will you seek the maximum sentence, sir?
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Curtis. I'm the Acting Assistant Director of the FBI's New York Field Office. Today is a day of victory and a victory for justice. Public corruption investigations like this hold our leaders accountable and ensure they serve the public's interest and not their own. This conviction comes after careful investigation and hard work by the FBI, IRS, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. The FBI's pursuit of truth and integrity was instrumental in securing this conviction. When an elected official betrays the trust placed in them, it undermines the foundation of our democracy. Thank you.
My name is Manuel Gomez, and I'm with IRS CI Criminal Investigations. I'm Assistant Special in Charge in the New York Field Office. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you to U.S. Attorney Damian Williams for hosting us today. It is a great commitment and collaboration between IRS Criminal Investigations, the FBI, and SDNY that today's verdict was possible. I would like to recognize the work of the FBI Public Corruption C-Squad, the SDNY Public Corruption Unit, trial attorneys and paralegals for the tremendous effort in presenting this case, and the SDNY tax attorneys. I want to specifically recognize the IRS-CI special agents who worked this case in tandem with FBI special agents. Today's verdict is a reflection of all their hard work. Job well done. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Williams, will you seek the maximum?
God damn, cat! What the fuck are you doing? Just bouncing, fucking with one thing to fucking with another, cables to chewing on the blinds to like, it's just like non-stop right now. Biting me. Music.
My name is Larry Lusberg. I'm the attorney for Will Hanna. We're obviously very disappointed in today's verdict. We think it is contrary to justice and contrary to both the facts and the law. We'll be filing extensive post-trial motions to set aside the verdict. We will also be appealing this for as long and as high a level as is necessary to right what I believe is a significant injustice. I don't think that the jury carefully considered the evidence or the arguments of counsel, and we're confident that at the end of the day, Mr. Hanna at least will be fully vindicated. Happy to take any questions.
What's the maximum sentence?
So I'm not 100% sure, but it's decades and decades. The sentencing guidelines are yet to be calculated, and those will govern what the sentences will be, but it certainly could be a very lengthy sentence for everybody.
When will you file that appeal?
As you might have heard in court, those are typically filed within 2 weeks. We asked for an extension, and The first set of post-trial motions are due on August 19th. We will file those by that time. The sentencing has been scheduled for October. You can't appeal to a higher level court until after sentencing, and we will certainly do that. If the post-trial motions are denied, we think that there should be a good chance that they'll be granted. Pardon me? I don't know those yet. We filed a number of post-trial motions that made clear that under these statutes, that the conduct at issue was not adequately alleged or supported. We don't think, for example, that there was an adequate quid pro quo that was shown. We also, you should understand that at least one of the statutes, which has to do with making Senator Menendez an agent of Egypt, has never before been used before. So there certainly will be challenges to the application of that statute. But the specific grounds will be set forth in our motion practice at the end up on August 19th, and those will include certain rulings that the court made during trial, which we certainly will be challenging. Pardon me? He's obviously very disappointed. He's surprised, as a person is, who is convicted of something that they didn't do. As an immigrant from Egypt, he's disappointed that the American system of justice has, in his view, let him down, and I frankly agree with him. We're not involved in the speech or debate issues, so you'll have to ask Senator Menendez's lawyers about that. This is Cesar de Castro's Mr. Davies' counsel.
Like Mr. Hanna, like Mr. Lusberg, we are extraordinarily disappointed in the result. We respect the jury process. We respect this particular jury, of course, but we think the result was wrong. We do not think the government proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Davies, an undisputed friend of Senator Menendez for 40 years, bribed him for any purposes. So we, like Mr. Hanna, and I'm sure you'll hear from the senator, will also be pursuing all of our appellate rights, starting with motion practice before the court. Mr. Davies will consider this. He will consider what to do next, and we'll make our decisions very soon. Después. Después. Después.
Thank you, everybody.
Faith. Disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision and that we will be successful upon appeal. I have never violated my public oath. I have never been anything but a patriot of my country and for my country. I have never, ever been a foreign agent. And the decision rendered by the jury today would put at risk every member of the United States Senate in terms of what they think
a foreign agent would be. I know my attorney want to say something, and then I'll be going.
Afternoon. We were surprised and disappointed with the jury's verdict. We disagree with it, and we believe today, as we have since day one, in Bob's innocence. There are grave appellate problems with this case and with this verdict, and we're going to pursue all appellate avenues aggressively, and we do expect he will be vindicated. Thank you.
Senator.
Attempt. Something happened, something changed, at least for a moment, and we heard not only President Biden and fellow Democrats, but also the former president, Donald Trump, and Republicans, for the first time lowering the temperature, talking about unity, talking about political violence, and that things need to change, and that there's no room for that. Is that conversation going to continue, at least for your side?
I definitely believe that it is. I don't think anyone obviously expected what happened on Saturday, but I don't think anyone really knows how to react to it just yet. I mean, this is a man who literally looked death in the eye. This was about 45 seconds for me that I didn't know if he was alive. I actually had my father-in-law in the audience as well. I didn't know if he was alive. It was a very difficult minute for me and my family, very difficult, of course, for the president and his family, and I don't think anything prepares you for that, nor for how to respond to that moving forward. And I think that we've had a very difficult few years in this country. We can all agree the country is divided, the country is fractured, we are more polarized than probably ever before, certainly in my lifetime that I've ever experienced. And if anything can bring us back from that, it is this horrible tragedy. Not only did Donald Trump almost lose his life, a former president, but we did lose an American soul on Saturday, something that should never, ever happen at a political event in this country. My parents came from the former Soviet Union. This is what happens over there, right? No one should wake up excited to see a political candidate that they support in America and not come home that night. And I think, unfortunately, that had to happen for us to unite around what makes us American. It's something that we all share, which is a love for this country.
Do we know if the former president did reach out to the family of that fighter who was killed, you know, right next to the former president when that shooting went down? I mean, everybody's been talking about how he was, you know, covering his kids. They survived. He didn't. Others were also injured. Has the president even sort of looked beyond his survival in this campaign just for a moment and recognized those people that were there to support him, one man losing his life? Do we know if the president has reached out?
I cannot speak for him, obviously, though I know that the family is very much affected, both President Trump and his family, by what happened. I'm sure there's going to be more to come out from our communication with that family in the future, but I can say that we are all affected. We are all mourning together with this hero's family.
Woman to woman here, Nikki Haley. Hey, there was a time she and the former president were throwing each other under the bus, and the former president was saying she will never, ever be in my world. Now she is speaking today. The flip. How did it happen? How did the former president realize this woman is important to be in my camp?
You know, I've been in Trump world on and off since 2016. I've seen a lot of flips in a lot of different ways. Look at J.D. Vance, right? This is a man who did not support
he was throwing the
Donald Trump, and now he is one of his biggest supporters, obviously, on this ticket. Now we're all very excited to have him. I've seen a lot of people change their minds about President Trump. I've seen President Trump change his mind on a lot of things, too. So in the interest of unity, I think I can say even before Saturday, we were all excited to have her and anyone else that wants to be a part of this movement.
Will be very interesting to see and listen to his speech this Thursday night. What can we expect?
Look, he was very, very affected by what happened on Saturday. There is no doubt that his speech and countless others have changed after what we witnessed. I know he wants to speak to the American people, not just as a former president, as a candidate right now, but as an American. I would hope that all Americans that watch that, doesn't matter left or right, were affected. No one wants to see that happen to any politician, let alone a president in their country. I know that he believes people feel that way, and he's excited for, I think, the moment truly to connect with the American people who, for the first time in a long time, see him as a human, see him as someone that they relate to in any way, because no one expected this, and out of that tragedy, I can only hope we can come together.
Elizabeth Pipko, appreciate your time. Appreciate you stopping by. All right, coming up, a lot more from the Republican National Convention as we continue our special coverage live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
I don't think I like that smell either. Vinegar on things. You think it smells nice? Vinegar will smell like pisses on the wires. I don't want my room to smell like this. Gonna keep it piss free if I can. Litter box is enough. Emptying it when I can.
Streaming ABC News live.
Yes, I do once a
So
day.
many people start their day here.
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top
I
stories.
like
A lot of
the
news today, so let's get
music
into
when I'm
Listen now
looking
to the
at
Daily News
water.
podcast honored with 4 Edward R.
Give me
Murrow
some
Awards, and see
poppy
why the New York Times
music
calls
when
it
you're
a news
showing me
podcast worth listening to. Start here,
Israelis.
ABC
Gaza.
News. Make it your daily first listen.
I like
Now,
to
that's
be
a part of the story
happy
that you
all the
didn't see
time.
coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm so
Start
happy here.
Here's to Good Mornings in America.
Can you feel the love?
Oh my gosh, I feel the love. It's like you're my daddy.
Kindness, joyous
It's like,
surprises,
are you my
and
daddy?
So much fun. This is crazy.
I got big lips.
Absolutely crazy. Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting
Oh
the best of
yeah,
America.
I started with
Dreams come
us.
true.
Ray of
I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
You know what will make the
The
morning
world's getting
better?
gayer
A little
and
ray of
gayer,
sunshine.
bro. Look at his tie.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
we're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's
Everybody's
#1
trying
morning
to
news.
get
On ABC News Live.
your view.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting. From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
Whenever,
wherever news
How
breaks.
many
It's so important to
commercials
always remember
about news
that
are we
lives
going
are
to get?
changed here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde,
Jeez,
Texas,
bro.
Edinburgh,
Get
Scotland.
it. You guys do news here. It's a news channel.
Refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen.
It's literally ABC
Live
News.
We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights.
Do they not sell their...
Only on ABC News Live.
Hey, good morning, America.
What the fuck, man? I'm sick of seeing ABC commercials at this point. I'd rather see something about a product that I can buy.
You don't just see.
You're gonna show me commercials, show me Reese's peanut butter cups or something.
I am here and so happy. I'm in. I'm in too. Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Please, not another one. Not another one. What is happening, bro? This channel sucks.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast.
We just saw that commercial.
Edward R. Murrow Awards, and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start here.
They're doubling down on their own commercials.
Daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
That's got to be it.
And welcome back to ABC News Live and our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. We now have a Republican ticket, folks, after Donald Trump picked Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate, 39 years old. Vance would be one of the youngest VPs in history, nearly 4 decades younger than the former president. We are at day 2 now here at the Pfizer Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. The official theme for today, Make America Safe Again, but the focus will really be on unity within
it's a trip how they got the news
Party.
set up there
Tonight,
with
Trump's
all the
former
different
rivals all grabbing key speaking slots. That includes Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Nikki Haley, who went from criticizing Trump to urging her supporters to vote for him. Convicted as charged on corruption on a massive scale. That's the breaking news we have for you right now. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez guilty on charges that carry the possibility of decades in prison. Senate Leader Chuck Schumer asking him to resign now. And of course, we're still following the latest in the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. We will have an update on that investigation and where it goes from here. Hello, everyone. I'm Kara Phillips. So glad that you continue to stream with us here live from the Republican National Convention. I do want to get right to that breaking news first before we talk about today's events here at the RNC. We are still following that breaking news out of New York City, looking at the latest developments now. A jury finding Senator Bob Menendez guilty, as you know, in the federal bribery trial against him. If you've been watching, we brought that to you just moments ago. Menendez convicted on all 16 counts that he faced, becoming the first American convicted of being a public official who acted as an agent of a foreign government. Moments ago, Menendez rejected the verdict, came to the mics, vowing to appeal. Take a listen.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision, and that we will be successful upon appeal.
We have our Phil Lipoff, also Jay O'Brien, who's joining me here from the RNC, in addition to our legal contributor and legal beagle Brian Buckmeyer. Okay, guys, Phil, let's start with you. What's the latest?
Well, you just heard a very defiant Senator Menendez saying he has every faith that he will be, found not guilty on appeal. But there's no evidence to that, for him to have that thought. You see him come out there, as he has every day of this 9-week trial, very defiant, claiming he was innocent. But he was convicted on 16 counts, as you say. He had 2 other defendants, co-defendants along with him. They were convicted on all counts. He now is the first American to be convicted of being a public official who acted as an agent of a foreign government, in this case, Egypt. Menendez took bribes. We can now say it because he's been convicted. Took bribes in the form of gold bars. tons of cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, a luxury automobile, in acting on behalf of these businessmen and these other governments. And this is his second trial. 7 years ago, a federal bribery trial ended in a mistrial. And now more people are calling for him to step down. Here's some of the evidence in the case. The gold bars, all that cash. At one point, he said it was a familial trauma that had him keep all this cash in his home. Familial trauma for leaving Cuba. That was one of the excuses. Also, that his wife was gifted some gold bars by her family. What's up, guys? But the other senator in New Jersey, Senator Cory Booker, has now come out and said Senator Menendez should step down. So he is the senior senator in New Jersey. Now the junior senator has called for him to step down, and so has Governor Phil Murphy, the governor of New Jersey. And those won't be the last two calls for him to step down, Kara.
That's right. The name's still coming for sure. Brian Menendez facing 36 years behind bars. Let's talk about just the impact that this verdict will have politically as well, and what we can expect at sentencing, you think?
So at sentencing, you're going to hear both the government and the defense give their aggravating and mitigating circumstances. What I think, though, is going to be a real detriment to Bob Menendez, or Senator Menendez, is that when we think about punishing people or even just incarceration, defense attorneys and prosecutors often think about like what I call them 5 pillars of why we incarcerate someone. It's retribution, reparation, rehabilitation, incapacitation. And the big one, I think, for the senator is deterrence. For better or for worse, I think he's going to be made as an example. And a big pillar that I think the government's going to look at here is deterrence, that Bob Menendez is meant to be the first senator to be convicted of a foreign actor or agent, and they're hoping that he is the last, and that a punishment is given to him in a way that tells all other senators and all other people who represent the United States, whether it's be the president or a local municipality, that you will be prosecuted and will serve serious jail time. So I think it's going to be a difficult argument for the defense.
So, Jay, we're already talking about the political implications. We were talking about it prior to the conviction, and now that we know that he has been found guilty, we're seeing Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calling on him to resign. You just mentioned the governor there in New Jersey. I mean, clearly this is going to shake up the Senate.
Well, there's a few things to keep in mind here. Firstly, there were Senate Democrats who were keeping their powder dry and not calling on Menendez to step down because they were waiting for this trial to play out. Schumer, by my recollection, has not called on him to resign until today, and now he has. Phil Murphy has called on Menendez to resign before, but he took the extra step today of saying that the Senate should vote to expel him if he chooses not to resign, if Menendez digs his heels in and doesn't go anywhere. That would be significant. A vote to expel the senator hasn't happened in recent political history. Most senators just resign under threat of expulsion. The last example we could find was from 1995. That's the first thing to keep in mind. The other thing is that Cory Booker, for instance, who Phil referenced as well, has also called on Menendez to resign, but he reiterated that call today. And so you're going to see two things play out Democrats in New Jersey are expecting. First, people who have already called on Menendez to resign, reiterating those calls, which will complicate the ongoing election there. Remember, Menendez is running as an independent for his job again. It's unclear how serious that campaign is. Some folks I talked to in New Jersey were speculating that whether or not that campaign was just a campaign to keep Menendez in the conversation and potentially cover some of his legal bills. There's obviously a Democrat, Andy Kim, running to replace Menendez, and then there is a Republican, a hotel magnate, who's running as the Republican candidate. So this complicates that race, and also it potentially puts pressure on some of those Democrats who have yet to vocalize any desire for Menendez to step aside, even if they feel them privately, to do so publicly. So you've got to watch both of those things play out at once. Certainly, it's going to shake up the political conversation in New Jersey and potentially control the United States Senate if that seat gets pushed into play.
All right, a lot to watch. Phil Lipoff, Jay O'Brien, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you, gentlemen, so much. You can probably hear behind me a little bit. The mic check still taking place on the floor here at the 2024 Republican National Convention. Our senior reporter, Catherine Balders, joins me now. She's also here in Milwaukee. So the actual theme tonight is Make America Safe once again. Last month, the FBI released the numbers showing what the Attorney General called a historic drop in crime. crime. What are we expecting to hear, and what are we dealing with here? I mean, we've got dueling realities, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is for sure. And we do know those FBI statistics last month that said that crime was down historically. That also, in that same report, there was some language about how even though crime is going down, it doesn't really jive with public perception of crime. They don't believe that crime has actually, in fact, gone down. So I think maybe that could be a result of some of the rhetoric and speeches we could hear tonight. But this is a typical talking point for Trump and his allies. I think we'll hear about what they believe the rising crime, this is what they say, rising crime in the United States, which obviously is contradictory to those FBI statistics, but it's also going to be broadened out to immigration. These are the talking points you hear from Trump a lot, immigration, border control, and things like that. So I think that's what's on tap here, make America safe again. That will be the theme. We'll have to ultimately see what's in these speeches, but as you know, the speeches have been changed. They're going to focus more on a message of unity. Does that affect the theme tonight in the speeches? We'll have to wait and see.
All right, well, Trump has talked a lot about national unity in the wake of his near assassination on Saturday. But tonight, the focus is really going to be on party unity. What do you make of all the former rivals now on board with the former president? Of course, everybody's talking about Nikki Haley.
Yeah, and she's the big one, Kira. She's the one to watch. Nikki Haley, she once called Donald Trump, I believe one of the words was a catastrophe. She was a last-minute addition here, so she will be speaking. I'm fascinated to see what she says. Of course, she's endorsed the former president now. She was running against him, so she will be front and center here tonight. We'll have to see what she says. But look, other rivals of him as well. By the way, including some of those VP candidates. Marco Rubio is expected to speak in prime time. What will he say, of course, after not being selected to be Trump's running mate? I think it will be fascinating to at least see how those speeches have changed, how the message of unity has been brought into those speeches. I was told behind the scenes they're still obviously sorting out a lot of these speeches and changing them, of course, right up until this evening. Kira.
All right, Catherine Falders, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Well, while the mood inside the convention has been far from celebratory, the mood outside has been decidedly a little more mixed, with protesters making their presence pretty well known. Our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, is outside the RNC here in Milwaukee. Matt, as I'm looking at the live pictures behind you, looks like it's a little more calm than yesterday. What's going on? Bring us up to date.
You know, it is very calm, but just a few moments ago, you might have seen these mounted officers sort of clomp up here. Not exactly clear what they're doing right now. They just arrived. They're creating this phalanx here. But obviously, and if you've seen it from inside, Kira, the security here has been intense, and it crescendoed probably last night when former president arrived here. This was nothing. There were also snipers on the rooftops, and you may be able to make out that tent up there. It's just above where you are, Kira, inside. You can see spotters. Looks like Secret Service up there now. There were multiple locations where there were teams of snipers and spotters together. There were drones in the air, helicopters, mounted police, bicycle cops like the ones you see here, foot patrols, literally thousands of police officers, and gunboats in the river. So it was this gridlock of security, lockdown in this part of Milwaukee, especially in this soft area. And I think it felt very secure. And I spoke with multiple city officials and federal officials, and they are very pleased with how yesterday went. As you mentioned, security incredibly tight because of that attempted assassination on Saturday. Everybody here was on tenterhooks, Kira.
Yeah, and just, looking at the scene behind you, Matt, do you think it's just different from yesterday, where the protests, they were loud and proud, and you and I even talked about all the various signs. We didn't see anything too nasty, but there were protesters with regard to what's happening in Gaza. You did have some politics in the mix, saying they weren't happy with Biden nor Trump. You had folks out there even with signs regarding immigration. I mean, it was an interesting mix. Yep. As security is sort of beefed up. Yeah, tell me. Go ahead.
And I'll show you what's left of it. Not very much. I mean, it's basically a group of people right here. Jesus Saves from Sin. There was a animal testing group against animal testing, and that's pretty much it. City authorities and the coalition to march on the RNC, which organized yesterday's very broad and large protest that had at least 1,000 people, probably more. They said they're not planning anything in addition. We were just at a bridge nearby where Code Pink, 4 or 5 people unfurled a banner calling for the end of the war in Gaza. But that's been basically it. Very, very quiet here. And I think that that attempted assassination of the former president on Saturday, coupled with this soft perimeter area being a place where, because of Wisconsin gun laws, firearms are allowed and people can open carry, put a damper on people's desire to protest here, and as well as this massive security. And so the one thing that we've seen from everybody who's been protesting is discipline. Nobody has wanted to interact with police or to start with fights. And Kira, at this point, we haven't even seen a whiff of violence. The city did tell me that 3 people have been arrested in the past 24 hours, most of them for disorderly conduct, and nothing major, at least at this point,
Matt,
Kira.
Well, Matt, I think this is the safest Milwaukee has ever been. I was just sitting here making a list of all the assets from the mounted unit, the police on bikes, the boats on the water. We've seen the air assets. I even saw a Coast Guard helicopter flying above. I mean, they are taking no chances, and I'm sure Saturday played into that, Matt, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, protesters are aware of it, and they are also aware that there might be counter-protesters who might be edgier than normal. So I think that that general awareness has changed the tone and temper of what people expected to be massive protests outside the RNC. There was an expectation of some sort of tension and taunts, but it hasn't really materialized. And again, I think the biggest part might have been the massive and very visible presence of law enforcement and Secret Service pretty much everywhere you look here. Kira.
All right, Matt Gutman, great to have you. Appreciate it so much, and it is nice to see calm on the outside, but it sure wasn't that way, as we know, over the weekend, as we are learning more details now about that shooter and the failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump. The FBI saying that 20-year-old Thomas Crooks bought 50 rounds of ammunition from a gun shop before going to the rally, and 2 crude explosive devices were also found in his car. We've also learned over the past few months that Crooks received packages marked as hazardous materials, but a motive still remains unknown. Let's get back to our Alex Brichet in Butler, Pennsylvania, also our Justice Department reporter Alex Mallon. Now, Alex, we know that the FBI has gained access to the shooter's cell phone, but what exactly does that mean? Can they read text messages? Can they hear cell phone calls, emails, anything?
So Kira, they will have access to text messages, they will have access to emails, and also social media posts and content. And we know that in past cases, I mean, that has been paramount to cobbling together some sort of motive. But, you know, as that kind of plays out, we know that the investigation in Bethel Park is in full swing. The FBI has conducted more than 100 interviews, many of them happening in this neighborhood where the suspected shooter lived. We know that his parents are both cooperating, and as you mentioned, there were those 2 crude explosives that were found in his car. We know that another was found inside the home, and so that is going to certainly raise some questions. But Thomas Crooks, by many accounts of folks that we've talked to that went to school with him, he was known as a loner and someone who was often bullied and kind of kept to himself. Kira.
Alex Mallon, bring us up to date on the Secret Service. Definitely under fire, but what appears to be a major lapse in security. How did Crooks get up on that roof? How is he not seen? And how was he able to pull the trigger?
Yeah, I think, Kara, with more time passing, the more questions that are being raised about this being able to even happen. I think that what we heard from the Secret Service director yesterday in her exclusive interview with Pierre is a little bit of blame shifting to local officials on the ground. They say that that facility that the shooter climbed atop of was actually occupied in the building itself by the local police there. But it doesn't really explain why the shooters, the Secret Service snipers that were positioned atop that building were able to spot him, and how much time passed before he was allowed to take that shot at the former president. Here's what the Secret Service director had to say in that exclusive interview with our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas.
This is an event that should have never happened.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
And expect Cheeto to face a lot more questions when she appears before the House Oversight Committee next Monday at 10 a.m. Kira?
All right, we'll be following it. Alex Boucher, Alex Mallon, thank you both so much. Coming up, we continue our special coverage right here from the Republican National Convention as we take you live to the floor and also talk about all the speakers coming up, in particular Vivek Ramaswamy, Ted Cruz, Nikki Haley, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and more. Stay with us.
On ABC News Live. I'm Ariel Reshef in Norwalk, Connecticut. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Some other headlines we're following for you this hour. We're getting word out of Gaza that Israel hit a refugee shelter with airstrikes in the second straight day. This comes after a weekend strike that targeted Hamas, left 90 Palestinians dead. Those latest strikes drawing a sharp rebuke from the United Nations Human Rights Office. And the head of Colombia's Soccer Federation and his son also facing charges after allegedly attacking a security guard after the Copa America final on Sunday. Police say the pair tried to get on the field after Colombia lost to Argentina, then threw a guard to the ground when they were finally stopped. The federation says the president regrets what happened. Just one of the dozens of arrests around the match in the past several weeks. And the Dodgers have their first home run derby winner.
Teoscar Hernandez topping perennial favorite Pete Alonso, and Bobby DeWitt blasting 49 dingers into the stands over 3 rounds. But his big win might have been drowned out by the national anthem ahead of the Derby, which, well, it was so bad the singer actually apologized to the MLB and checked herself into rehab afterward. All right, I feel really bad saying anything because she said she checked herself into rehab, so my heart breaks for her after a pretty brutal performance. Hopefully, she'll come back with a better voice soon.
Who was
All right,
it?
coming up from the RNC, our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues. We are here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are talking to voters, and we have all kinds of guests coming up as we get ready for some big speakers tonight, including Speaker Mike Johnson, Nikki Haley, Dr. Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, and Lara Trump topping things off tonight.
Really? Another 2 minutes of commercials? Channel sucks, dude. Ugh. It's either you get to watch commercials about them or they give this. Like, this is what I get because I'm a YouTube Premium member. Otherwise, I'd get commercials right now. As if this is better. Like, they couldn't get some actual classical music or something that play right here. Just this repetitive bullshit song. I've heard better wait music on the phone for the IRS. Alright, I'm fucking done with this channel, dude. It's stupid. It's so, what is this? Why is that going there? Alright. Why are they the only ones that are live right now there? Looks like they're back now.
Of course, Nikki Haley, once a, well, not so friendly person toward Donald Trump, now getting ready to join in and tell her supporters to support him as well. But we're also following a lot of breaking news out of New York City, even as we follow the RNC. A jury earlier today finding Senator Bob Menendez guilty in the federal bribery trial against him. Menendez convicted on all 16 counts that he has faced. He's the only U.S. senator to ever face federal bribery charges twice, and the first convicted of acting as a foreign agent. Menendez earlier rejecting that verdict, saying he's going to appeal.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision, and that we will be successful upon appeal.
Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff, also our ABC News legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. Brian, let's start with you. Sentencing, we have now learned, is set for October 29th, just about a week before we all go vote for the next president of the United States. You know, the verdict could mean decades behind bars for Menendez. What can we expect from sentencing, you think, and on what grounds do you expect Menendez to appeal?
So prior to sentencing, we will get, or at least the defense and the government will get a pre-sentencing report. Bob Menendez will speak with the probation officer and walk through what happened in this case. One of the things that if he sticks to what he's doing, and that being that he is innocent of his charges, that could be used against him in the fact that he is not admitting guilt. It could be a negative strike. And multiple negative strikes could amount to a higher score number, and that score number will go into the sentencing guidelines. Because while he does face a maximum of 36 years in prison, it's probably far less than that based on his background and his lack of criminal history. When it comes to an appeal, I don't really see a grounds for an appeal, but I didn't see each and every pretrial argument. I think the biggest arguments that you can make for an appeal is that the judge made a mistake of not admitting evidence that would be helpful to the defense, or letting in evidence that the prosecution or government said they needed and was wrong in doing so. So I think he's going to attack what the judge did and also what the prosecutor did from a legal standpoint and say that really hurt him. But when a co-conspirator takes the stand and says, I gave this person money along with his wife to buy him and put him in my pocket, it's kind of hard to argue that an appeal is going to save you.
So, Phil, there's also a growing chorus from his own party calling for Menendez to resign, including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and his fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, even the governor of New Jersey. Clearly, there are political implications here.
Yeah, it comes from the highest levels of government outside of the president. People, as you said, the Senate leader, Chuck Schumer, the governor of his own state, the other senator he serves with, Cory Booker. Now, will he step aside? No indication that he will. You saw he was very defiant there when he came out of court, as he's been for this 9-week trial, maintaining his innocence, saying that the facts, he's confident that the facts that he'll win on appeal, no evidence to that, as a jury just convicted him on all 16 counts. Also, the 2 co-defendants who were charged with him. His wife is also charged. She has a separate trial later this year. So what can he do? Well, there's no law that says you can't serve in Congress, in the Senate, if you've been convicted. It's the same kind of thing we were just been talking about with the former president. There's no law saying he can't be president since he's been convicted. Same thing in the Senate. So nothing prohibits him. But as Jay O'Brien was talking about a little while ago, about a half hour ago, that the governor of New Jersey says if he does not step aside, he will call on the Senate to expel him. Now, that is very rare. Hasn't happened, I think Jay said, since 1995, and it is very rare. Most people under threat of expulsion resign. What will Bob Menendez do? Senator Menendez, who knows? He's been serving since 2006 in the state of New Jersey, and there is no sign, at least publicly, that he is even entertaining the thought of stepping down.
All right, we'll follow, because we know how this goes. The more people that cry for you to do something, you might be pressured to do so. Then again, let's look at all the pressure George Santos was put under. That guy just refuses to step aside in so many ways as well. Phil Lipoff, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you guys. Let's turn back now to our coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention, shall we? We are here live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The GOP definitely feeling pretty good about its newly minted Trump-Vance ticket. The former president tapping Ohio Senator J.D. Vance despite his past criticism, and it's especially pertinent today as a number of Trump's former rivals get ready to take the stage. That includes Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, as the party puts its unity on display for the entire country to see. Let's bring in our Jay O'Brien. He, of course, has been with me throughout the entire week so far. We're into day 2. We got a couple more to go. You're now down on the floor. Boy, Jay, a lot more quiet, calm, no music versus yesterday. It was a little crazy yesterday.
It was. This is a much different scene than yesterday, Kira, and I can actually see the back of your head. Hello, this is the second time I've done this little bit over the course of the week, and I'll keep doing it. But so yeah, not much going on, obviously. Preparations underway. We've seen speech practices, things of that nature. And there aren't as many questions hanging over today as there were yesterday. The biggest question hanging over yesterday was how would that assassination attempt on Saturday change the dynamic of this convention? We already saw that play out last night, right, when former President Trump made that dramatic surprise appearance with the bandage on his ear. He sat in the box. He was with his newly picked vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance. That was another question hanging over yesterday, who would be the VP pick. Today, there are still questions, though, and they're questions of unity. So you mentioned Nikki Haley. She is expected to address this convention tonight. There has been questions as to whether or not Trump is doing enough to appeal to more moderate Nikki Haley-type voters who have voted for Nikki Haley in some cases as a protest vote in certain state primaries, even after she dropped out of the race. And while Trump may not make those overtures, and maybe even Vance will or won't, the question facing Nikki Haley tonight when she takes this stage, as she is expected to do, is what does she say to her voters? Does she tell her supporters to get behind Trump? That would, of course, be significant.
All right, what's the next? All right, Jay. I was just checking in to see if we were going to be coming back to you again, because we're getting word, we're getting glitches in your shot, which we just saw. So we're going to fix that. And I promise we're going to come down to the floor and talk to you a number of times. Are you? No. You're still there. You're still there, Jay. Forgive me. It was glitching in and out, but we will be coming back, I promise. All right, let's bring in our political experts now. GOP strategist David Polyansky, also former Democratic Senator of North Dakota, and also ABC News political contributor Heidi Heitkamp. I know we've got them locked and loaded because they are on Zoom, and we will not lose you. I'll tell you, that floor shot has been tough, guys. You know, you've been here. Both of you have been down on that floor, and it gets crazy with all the technicalities of cameras and live feeds. Anyway, good to see you both. David, let's start with you. It's interesting. Trump is starting to distance himself from Project 2025. We haven't mentioned Project 2025, by the way, in a while now. This list of conservative policy proposals that we have been talking about within Project 2025, Democrats calling it very extreme, wondering if he will be able to continue that sort of tone after naming J.D. Vance as VP. What's your thought? Because it hasn't come up since we've been here, I can tell you that.
Well, first, it's nice to talk to you without that background music, although it was nice, but it's a little easier to hear you today. Look, I think you've seen the president. I think he himself had a pretty important footprint on our party's platform, which was voted in yesterday by RNC members. And I think that lays out his vision, the global designs of his future, not just for the next 4 years, but for the future of the party. And so what outside groups and advisors do, exterior to that really doesn't matter. And that happens on both sides all the time. There are outside groups that try to influence administrations and campaigns. You get that even through primaries. I don't think that matters much here. I think what's more important is you're seeing a party united behind President Trump and now his vice presidential pick. You're seeing a party united by his vision for the party as a whole, even from the platform standpoint. Even when there were some internal disagreements, everybody's come to the table and united behind that. And I think that's a pretty sharp contrast and something Democrats are going to have to struggle with a bit, because today, as you see House Democrats back in Washington circulating a letter asking for the president to drop out, at least from the nomination process for his party, that's a pretty stark contrast. When you have your base here in Milwaukee excited, enthusiastic, ready to roll, and excited about the prospects of winning in November versus, the other side 36 days out from their convention trying to push out the incumbent sitting president. Whew, I like our chances in that battle.
Well, Heidi, we know that J.D. Vance is a staunch supporter of abortion bans, even signaling that he would support a national abortion ban. What could a Trump-Vance presidency mean for abortion rights?
Well, I think anyone who thinks that you should pay attention to Project 25 didn't pay attention when the Federalist Society provided a list that would form the new Supreme Court, and all the new nominees that Trump appointed came from that list. Trump has never been particularly concerned about policy or about ideology. He took the Republican Party in a direction that I don't think they expected by appealing to blue-collar workers, by opposing free trade betrayed by not paying attention to debt and deficit, grew it twice as much. And so, Trump is going to be an interesting kind of person to watch here, because he does not feel like he needs those parts of the party base. But do pay attention to 2025. When you look at the Democrats, I don't disagree. I think there's a lot of unity right now coming off an assassination attempt. You see the rallying around the party banner, which you should always expect in a presidential election. And by the same token, yes, there are people who are asking this president to step aside and let the nominee be someone else. But if he decides to stay in it, make no mistake, there will be a huge resolve of the Democratic Party to hold firm and to fight very, very hard to retain control of the White House and certainly the House and hopefully the Senate. So, going forward, abortion rights is still a key issue and will be a key issue in this election, especially for suburban women. If you look at the kind of voting patterns in the last two elections, this has been the issue that has driven the Democratic Party to victory. So J.D. Vance's position will be very problematic as the president tries to pivot to a states-only kind of argument.
Do you see J.D. Vance being problematic, David?
Absolutely not. This is an economic election. People are going to vote based on their ability to put food on the table, send their kids to school, pay for the books, and even for young couples who want to buy that first home. This is going to be about the economy. And as we see in every metric measurable, the president is losing ground every day on that front. And I think J.D. Vance's background, his history, his book, his story, where he's from and where he represents, and his ability to campaign in the Rust Belt states is going to be a huge additive in terms of the economic fight that's going to lead to ultimately Republican success in November. So absolutely not.
Heidi, Trump seems sort of untouchable since the attempt on his life. How are Democrats going to try and catch up to this momentum? I mean, President Biden was just getting hammered on his mental acuity and his age. I mean, that was in every single headline. Then Saturday completely changed the headline, and it was all about this attempt to assassinate Trump, but he survives. And now the headline is Trump survives assassination attempt. And boy, are they playing off of that. And you haven't really heard much about President Biden's mental acuity lately. The conversation has really shifted. Are we going to go back to finding a balance? How do you see this playing out?
Well, I think what it tells you is if you pay too much attention to the issue today, wait until tomorrow, wait until the next week. And so, yes, this will be a good week for the Republican Party. Conventions always are. It's their way to highlight what they're thinking, to really energize the base. The Democrats will go last, and I expect that the convention in Chicago will be equally uplifting, that there will be a lot of great folks that come out who talk about the importance of electing a Democratic agenda. And I just to the point about this being an economic election, that's what we heard during the midterms. Guess what? It wasn't. And so the economy is better now than it was in the midterms. I think that this is going to be an election, as all elections are, about the future. And yes, Biden does not get good marks on the economy, but on the issues that may matter to a lot of swing voters, AKA suburban women, choice is still a major issue.
Yes, it is. Heidi Heitkamp, David Polansky, thank you so much. And speaking of choices and where voters stand, we did head out into the state of Wisconsin to get a feel on the tone. We're going to bring that to you coming up as our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues.
here.
And welcome back. You are watching ABC News Live and our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention. I'm Kira Phillips, live here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as voters are preparing to head to the polls. Well, they have also been talking and debating, and a lot of people with whom we spoke right here in Wisconsin, they're even worried about who they may have to pick. Not everyone's thrilled with the two candidates. And where else to find the best place to get, good conversation? Where you go get a cut, of course, the local barbershop.
I don't really agree with what both men have shown as far as leadership, as far as what I expect out of a president or what I've seen growing up. Both have definitely kind of let me down. Just more strength, more character, more alignment, more unity, you know what I mean? Like, even a president like George Bush, who I definitely didn't agree with a lot that he was rocking with, but he was able to get parties to work together. And you're not really seeing that from the last two presidents. So I feel I need to vote because my ancestors fought for it. I mean, they died. I'm still living, so for them to die and go through what our people have gone through, I'm almost getting emotional about it. That's why I'm voting. I don't have to agree with, excuse my language,
it's okay,
a damn thing that they talking about, but I'm voting for the betterment of our people, period.
I mean, you look for both, and I think both presidents are at an age to where, in my personal opinion, they shouldn't even be in this position. There's nothing against them, but the talent should be, it should have been at the point where we had someone who was younger and ready to kind of push forward and take the country and with a new, more innovative, more young energy kind of direction. So that the fact that they're both here kind of speaks to the parties.
So let me tell you why both candidates went there. That was Kenosha, Wisconsin. You may remember 4 years ago, that is where Jacob Blake was shot by a white police officer in the back 7 times. He's now paralyzed from the waist down. Then you'll remember the protests and the looting that happened after that. And then when that was taking place, you remember 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse. He came there saying he was coming to protect a car dealership. Well, he ended up shooting 3 people, killing 2. Then a trial happened. The world was watching. He's acquitted. That's why we went to Kenosha, because after that assassination attempt that we witnessed over the weekend, we wanted to go back into that community to see how they were feeling. If that was playing into their vote, all this political violence, it is. And that was just a taste of more voters we talked to from Kenosha. You will hear from all of them, but the bottom line is they, more than anybody, want to hear a message of national unity from both candidates, and that's going to impact their vote. Coming up, a lot more from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as our special coverage of the Republican National Convention continues.
wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from the site of the 2024 Iowa caucuses, I'm Victor Okendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips here live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So glad you're streaming with us as we are here at the Republican National Convention. As you can see right now, Don Jr. on the stage, getting ready for his speech tonight, down there on the floor. And this is just behind me as I'm looking down. This is what happens when all key speakers get ready to talk. They look at the teleprompter. They make sure it's at the right spot. They're getting direction on where certain people will be standing. So as I look at the rundown of everybody here that is going to speak tonight, I don't see him on the list. Is he speaking tonight, or is he just checking out the stage? Do we know? Yeah, I don't think that he's speaking tonight. So this is interesting. So I wonder why Don Jr., is out there. Jay O'Brien is actually down there on the floor. Jay, I don't know if you're able to go up there and see if Don Jr. will talk to you, but I'm looking at the list here of speakers tonight. I don't see that he is speaking or introducing anyone. Is this new, or is he just checking things out?
This is the mic check, so they usually do these the day before someone speaks, or sometimes they do them the same day, but this is relatively par for the course. To your question of whether or not we can get up there, no, there's big plexiglass barricades here, but this is relatively par for the course. It's not necessarily an indication of anything changing in terms of the run of show here, but it is his mic check, and one of the things we're waiting for here, this group of reporters, is not just Don Jr., but is there anyone else notable that comes for their mic check in the near future? Certainly, it's why we're camped out here at the base of the stage to see who we can see, Kira.
Okay, well, as I'm looking at the list, you've now confirmed this is just about a mic check. I know you want to check things out, but Nikki Haley speaking about 8:16 Eastern time, Milwaukee time. Senator Ted Cruz, Vivek Ramaswamy, Speaker Mike Johnson, Dr. Ben Carson, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Senator Marco Rubio, of course, Laura Trump, topping things off around 9:30 tonight, Jay. So, yes, indeed. It'll be interesting to see if anybody else comes in for a day of mic check. But thank you so much for rolling for that moment. We were wondering what Don Jr. was up to. Jay O'Brien, appreciate you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our coverage continues from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right here live from the Republican National Convention.
ABC News Live. Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Money. Are you ready? They are ready.
Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here.
It's always a good time.
That's what the show's about.
That's good.
Really good.
Very good.
Coming in hot. Jimmy coming in hot.
It's far from elementary.
Good morning, America. I'm not going to try to strut like Michael or anything.
I have known George a long, long time.
Have you ever gotten him to dance?
Look at that face.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'm in.
That tells you something when Snoop Dogg's in. Michael, George, Lara, Ginger.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo,
Uvalde, Texas.
Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Santa Fe, New Mexico. Raleigh, North Carolina. The U.S. Capitol. Mayfield, Kentucky.
Minneapolis,
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Welcome back to ABC News Live's special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Well, we've got a Republican ticket. That's the headline. After Donald Trump picked Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate, that 39-year-old young lawmaker would be one of the youngest VPs in history, nearly 4 decades younger than the former president. Glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. It is day 2, and it is underway here at the Pfizer Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. The official theme for today, make America safe again. But the focus will really be on unity within the Republican Party. Tonight, Trump's former rivals all grabbing key speaking slots. That includes Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, who, as you know, went out on criticizing Trump from the very beginning. Now she has changed face, urging all her supporters to vote for him. Convicted as charged on corruption on a massive scale. It's the other story that we're following for you. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez guilty on charges that carry the possibility now of decades in prison. Senator leader Chuck Schumer asking him to resign. And of course, we are still following the latest in the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. We've got the latest on that investigation and where exactly it goes from here. Okay, let's get right to it. We will start with the breaking news out of New York City. Senator Bob Menendez facing a growing chorus from within his own party to resign after being found guilty in the federal bribery trial against him this afternoon. Menendez, convicted on all 16 counts he faced, is the first American convicted of being a public official who acted as an agent of a foreign government. But he's vowed to appeal. Take a listen.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts did not sustain that decision and that we will be successful upon appeal.
Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. Also with us are Jay O'Brien and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer. Phil, let's go ahead and start with you. Menendez has faced calls to resign for some time now, even before this verdict. How will things change now that that guilty verdict is official?
Well, last time we spoke, Jay described it as a lot of Democrats were holding their powder. And that's the case. A lot of politicians will wait until there is a guilty verdict before they call for anything. You're correct. Some politicians did come out and say he should resign. But now the governor of New Jersey has officially called for it and said if he doesn't step aside, he should be expelled by the Senate. That's a whole different story that Jay can talk about. Rarely ever happens. The junior senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker, there's the governor's statement, Cory Booker, Chuck Schumer, all of these folks have come out and said now that he is guilty of using the power of his office, taking bribes to interfere with prosecutions and secure investments from Qatari officials, not let alone be an agent of a foreign government, which they alleged and now convicted of being Egypt. 37 witnesses in all called, just 5 called by Menendez. He did not testify. The FBI seized almost $500,000 in cash, 13 gold bars, to which he said that there was some familial trauma after leaving Cuba. And a lot of Cuban-American families do that. It just didn't hold water for this jury. And this comes 7 years after his last trial. There was a mistrial in the first time the feds went after him for bribery charges. That was 7 years ago. There was a mistrial there. Here they have a conviction on all 16 counts. He could spend up to 36 years in prison.
So let's talk about the political implications. Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer already calling for him to resign. We have fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker as well, calling on him to resign. And I mean, it's already shaking up the talk up on Capitol Hill, which is usually where you are, Jay, but you're down on the floor of the RNC. You're still getting word, though, from back home, right, where we all live and cover our nation's capital, that, this is going to shake up the Senate.
Yeah, and just to give you a sense of why I'm standing here, we're waiting on mic checks of certain notables here right in front of the stage of the RNC. But back to your question on Senator Menendez. So what Governor Phil Murphy's statement is the most instructive here, because Phil Murphy has called on Menendez to resign before, but also what he said is if Menendez digs in his heels and refuses to resign now in the wake of this conviction, Phil Murphy will call on the Senate to vote to expel Menendez, and that would be unprecedented in modern American political history for the Senate to do something like that. We've seen that in the House play out, of course. George Santos is a good example of that. But in the Senate, they do not tend to vote to expel their members. According to the Senate, I believe it's been only 15 in the entire history of the Senate, and 14 of those senators expelled. Those expulsions related to the Civil War. When senators do face any kind of expulsion effort, they tend to resign before they are voted to be expelled. The last example of that was in 1995. Point being, if Menendez does dig in his heels, and this is an if and then a then, but if Menendez does dig in his heels, it would lead to an unprecedented period of Senate political history, or relatively unprecedented period of Senate political history, where there would be this effort potentially on the parts of Democrats to kick him out.
So looking ahead now, Menendez is set to be sentenced in October. Brian, what can we expect from that hearing, and on what grounds do you think he might appeal?
Look, in the hearing, you're going to hear from both sides making the plea that Menendez should either get more jail time or less. For the government, they're going to be looking to make an example of him, to create a sense of deterrence so that any senator or any person in the House understands that if you are convicted of bribery or even being an agent of a foreign nation, that there's a serious penalty that comes with it, to the tune of potentially decades in jail. You said that he's already facing up to 36 years. But the defense will try to make the opposite argument, saying that there are mitigating circumstances and trying to decrease that sentencing range, because it will be a range based on his background, his lack or sense of criminal record, as well as his contributions to the community. And a big part of it as well is whether or not he admits guilt. So far, he has not, and that could be used against him in terms of punishment. But for an appeal, I don't see any appellate issues, but of course, I don't have his case in front of me. But I think he's going to focus on the evidence that came in, what the judge allowed to come in that he might have made objections to, but the judge ruled against him, or even what the prosecutor did or how they prosecuted this case. Those are often the biggest arguments or genres of arguments that a defendant can make upon appeal, and see where it goes from there. But I think the major hurdle here is that the mountain of evidence against Senator Menendez could make it that any small issue that he might win on appeal would not overcome the standard of what's called harmless error. That if a very small issue should have been resolved, that could be a problem. But if the large part of the evidence proves that he's guilty, it's sometimes considered harmless, and a judge may say, you know what, you're still guilty regardless of this small issue, and we're going to push forward with sentencing and the conviction.
All right, Brian, Jay, Phil, Thanks, guys. Appreciate, especially you, Jay. You're doing double duty from the RNC and breaking news. Brian, Phil, you always jump in on the fly. Thanks, guys, so much. Our coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention continues as we now talk with executive editorial producer John Santucci. He's here in Milwaukee as well. One of the things we can't stop talking about, of course, is the latest pick for VP. We now actually have an official ticket. It is Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. And Trump apparently made a dramatic and emotional appearance at the convention last night. How do you think that went over? What do you think is playing into that? Do you think it's the fact that he came to the stage really publicly for the first time since someone tried to take his life?
Yeah, Kira, great to be with you. Listen, I think you hit it right on the head. It was the first time Donald Trump has been out in public since the horrific events of Saturday played out. And really, Kira, there was a moment that struck me, besides looking at the former president's face and body language, looking at the way he interacted with his adult son, seeing that moment he had with Donald Trump Jr. as they shook hands. Obviously, they had been in contact for much of the last 24 hours as he, of course, was pushing his father to pick J.D. Vance to join him on the ticket. But really, the emotion I think so many saw in Donald Trump's face last night, I think it has been overwhelming for him. I think even seeing him backstage, which was a rare moment, actually, of Donald Trump just sort of waiting to be announced, to come into the arena, I think all of it just came onto this former president, came onto it as way any human would, frankly, after nearly beating death. And Donald Trump spoke about that to our colleague, Jonathan Karl, where he said that, just that slight turn of his head on Saturday, just inches, clearly saved his life, Kira. Just an unbelievable moment last night.
Why do you think he picked J.D. Vance over Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, and the other folks that were on the short list?
Well, listen, up until the last few hours yesterday, Kira, I think we were all reporting in real time on the air with you. It was really a nail biter. I mean, J.D. Vance only got that call 20 minutes before it came announced to the public and on Donald Trump's social media. But my sense on it is that Donald Trump Friday night, before the Saturday event, the assassination attempt, actually brought all three men down to Mar-a-Lago, had one-on-one conversations with them. And J.D. Vance, at the end of the day, out of all three, ideologically is much closest to Donald Trump, someone that many people around Donald Trump, of course, led by his son, Trump Jr., were really pushing for. And I think a lot of those conversations were playing out in real time. I also think, listen, we know one thing about Donald Trump, right? It's who's defending me most. And if you look at the media appearances that J.D. Vance has done over the last several months, many of which while Donald Trump was on criminal trial in Manhattan for that case, J.D. Vance, you got to imagine, was clearly the strongest of any of those defenders, and I think that played a big role.
All right, and just as we were talking, John, I want to take it back to the floor because J.D. Vance is now stepped up to the mic to do. It's interesting, as Jay was mentioning to us, we were looking at the list of who will be speaking tonight, but they've already done their mic checks. Yeah. They're already getting ready. And so now the key speakers coming up towards the end of the week are getting a chance to come up, look ahead, see where the teleprompter is, get a mic check, get briefed by the directors on exactly what's going to happen. So live pictures right now from the floor of the convention here in Milwaukee. J.D. Vance, the former president's pick for vice president, his best friend there right by his side, Don Jr., who was really pushing for J.D. Vance for a long time, telling his father that it's this young Ohio senator. Are you able to get close, Jay? You're going to go for a question? What do you think?
Well, so we've got barricades between us and them on the stage.
Okay.
And we're quite a far distance away, and there's a throng of reporters here, but I can tell you that that's exactly right. So we were waiting here for Senator Vance because we thought perhaps this would be the time that he would do his mic check, and certainly it is. Obviously, he is not speaking tonight. As you noted, there is a different schedule. He's speaking tomorrow night, but point being is still comes as there are lingering questions about this vice presidential pick. Firstly, is J.D. Vance going to be able, and forgive me for not looking at you, here we go.
We're shouting a few questions at J.D. Vance,
Yes,
and I don't think he's going to take the bait and answer. No, well, I think he's ignoring everything, so I think he's going to walk away. Yeah. So, point being is this. It comes as there are some lingering questions about whether or not J.D. Vance is going to be the pick who can reach out to, as you've heard John and Catherine, et cetera, report. And let's get a little bit out of the way here. You've heard John and Catherine, et cetera, report that, right there's fine, that it's unclear if J.D. Vance is the candidate who's able to reach out to some of those more moderate voters, those Nikki Haley type voters, for instance. Nikki Haley also expected to speak tonight. And can J.D. Vance do what Donald Trump has not done so far, which is talk to those moderate Republicans, those fiscal conservatives, for instance, with his business background, et cetera, who might not like the unpredictability of Donald Trump, who were more attracted to a candidate like a Nikki Haley. Can Vance do that better than Trump can, or is he cut very much in Donald Trump's mold? I can tell you, I talked to Mike DeWine, governor of Vance's home state of Ohio, yesterday, right after the Vance pick was announced. He first said he thought it was a good pick. He congratulated Senator Vance, and then he went on to say, Kira, that he sees Vance very much cut from the same cloth as Donald Trump. He views them as being very similar people. And so I asked the question of him, does that beg the question then, is Vance able to reach out to those moderates? And he didn't necessarily answer that. All he said is that he believes that Vance and Trump are very similar. But that's the question now hanging over this pick is, what does this campaign look like? Does it look like the exact same campaign it was prior to this Vance pick, at least in terms of its appeal to moderates? Or, in addition to the events on Saturday and Trump's expressed desire for unity in light of those events, plus this pick, does it try to unify the party?
In his intro. All right, Jay, appreciate it so much. I know Mary Alice Parks, our White House correspondent, is also with us. Where's your location, Mary Alice?
Yeah, I'm basically standing above Jay here. I can see Jay over the corner of my eye, and also you can see the running mate now just leaving the stage. It was interesting to me when he took the stage. The hall is still pretty empty, right? Delegates aren't expected to be here, Kira, for a few more hours. But still, when he took the stage, those who were here, other volunteers, Republicans that are in the room, of course, cheering for him. And then this big moment of him glad-handing there with Don Jr., like you've been talking about with John and Jay, the two of them clearly close, and we know that he was really advocating for the Ohio senator to be the running mate. So, all these reporters here were gathered, definitely excited to catch a glimpse of him. He's a big buzz. Obviously, it's the headline so far, that, and of course, former president's appearance. But just to add a little bit to what you were talking about with Jay about sort of that, the anxiety, I would say, among some other Republicans about the pick. I mean, overall, we've heard nothing but support and excitement from people in the room. But if there is an anxiety, I agree. It's whether or not this is a pick that is too confident, sort of overconfident. I mean, normally, traditionally, you have a vice presidential pick that is one that is seen as strategic to try to expand the base or to reach out to a different demographic, to reach out to a different state. I mean, Ohio is a reliably red state now, one that Trump is sure going to win. And to the point that Jay was making, I mean, we are looking at a senator who has been full-throated supporter of the MAGA movement since he got there into the Senate. He is America first through and through. And so to me, it really projects a sense of confidence from the former president going into this November election that he didn't feel the need or those who are pushing him to try to pick someone that would in some way broaden his appeal or expand appeal to a new swath of voters. That argument didn't win out. This is a confident pick that's really reinforcing the former president's message more than anything else, Kara.
Asma, what do you think about Nikki Haley? As I just look at this list, right? Of course, we're talking about Nikki Haley, but Marco Rubio as well. Those in particular have been very critical of the former president. And now there's talk. Can you hear me okay, Asma? Okay, good. We got you. Now there's talk of these two individuals, playing a part in his cabinet if indeed he wins again. Put into perspective just why you think critics like this decided to flip and now will be on stage speaking tonight.
Well, two reasons. One, I would say, really, I do think that the shooting, the attempted assassination over the weekend of Donald Trump did really solidify support behind him within the base of the Republican Party. Certainly, those are the reports we're hearing about, Nikki Haley's invitation to come and speak here at the convention in Milwaukee. But secondly, I would say in many ways, I don't find it particularly surprising, right?
That
Those of us who
singer
covered
head.
the election in 2016 remember there was a lot
We
of
at the RNC or
Republican
not?
intra-party debate.
They must be trying to get the Muslim
much
vote.
of the Republican Party aligned behind Donald Trump, and that's what we're seeing. That is the tone of this convention so far. It is a message of unity, and I will say, as someone who covers the White House and the Democrats often, it is in stark contrast to the debate we're seeing currently on the Democratic side. There's a lot of intra-party debate on the Democratic side. This mood, the vibes here, very different. There is a vision of unity, and there's a desire to project party unity also.
It's an NBC, it's an ABC thing having her on. ABC is so progressive.
National Convention and former President Trump and everything that has happened over the past weekend. Let's not forget, there is President Biden. He's also on the campaign trail. And today he is in Nevada after temporarily pausing events due to that attempt on Trump's life. And this comes as the president is now telling donors it was a mistake to say it's time to put Trump in a bullseye. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is in Las Vegas with the president, joins me now for more. And Selena, I'm glad we have you because we've been so focused on the RNC. We've been so focused on the former president and what happened over the weekend. This is the first time President Biden has actually gotten back on the campaign trail since then. And, even saying that he would take down all attack ads for the time being. How is Biden doing now? And what is he hoping to accomplish as he's back on the trail? He's in Nevada. He is still, once again, more than likely, going to be questioned about his mental acuity and his age and his ability to lead. We can't forget that that was the headline before the RNC and before the assassination attempt.
Yeah, Kira, well, after the weekend events, that temporary pause in the campaign is very much over. The president is going to take the stage any moment now here at the NAACP, and it's part of his outreach to black voters. This is a critical constituency that the president needs to win re-election. And what this shows is that the campaign is very much plowing ahead, visiting this critical battleground state. And I'm told that the president is not only going to drive home that contrast between him versus Donald Trump, he's also going to highlight Donald Trump's extreme visions, but he's also going to take things back to core economic issues like housing. Today, Kira, the president is calling on Congress to pass legislation that would cap rent increases per year, cap them at 5%. He's calling on Congress to do that. So very much this campaign is trying to reset the conversation here. But Kira, I can tell you, I've been speaking to events, NAACP members here at this event, and they've been telling me they're pretty split on President Biden. Some tell me they are fully behind the president no matter what, but others tell me that they would prefer Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. These are serious Democrats and Biden supporters, so pretty notable that some of them would prefer the vice president.
So this is all happening after the announcement, too, of Senator J.D. Vance as Trump's running mate. How does knowing the full ticket now change how the president campaigns, or does it not change in any way?
Well, Kira, I think it's actually
She dope.
Hey, what is up, Flame City family? It is Art and Bobby back at the grocery store to make the long overdue natural flavors video. We've been doing a lot of grocery hauls lately, and if you look at the ingredients on 90% of the brands here at the grocery store, it always has natural flavorings. And guess what? Natural flavorings are not natural. It's basically about as artificial and unnatural as possible. So we're gonna walk around the grocery store, not just Walmart here. We're gonna go to Whole Foods to show you that it's pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
We're gonna tell you what products that you buy
Everything sucks.
have natural
I
flavors in there,
knew it.
and more importantly, what you can replace it with. Because I believe that natural
They
flavorings
sit with
are one of the
water
biggest
and
issues
sand.
lies at the grocery
Those
store
things
today.
are natural
But
and
before we
good
do
for
that,
you.
you're going to want to click that red subscribe button, my friends, because every week we are rocking out 3 videos on my channel, and better yet, there's a bell icon right below the video. Enable that, because every weekend we have 2 videos going live, and on the weekdays we have a live stream, usually on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm making a recipe from start to finish.
Man, come on, bro. I don't give a shit about any of that.
Let's just
All
pick something like Doritos, dip and snack aisle, which is danger zone for sure. Let's just pick something like Doritos, which, by the way, We got the 80s logo back here, and Art is really liking that, right? That's right. All right, so we look at the ingredients of Doritos. And first of all, it's a laundry list, which is red flag number 1. And of course, here it is, they have natural flavoring. But this is where something like natural flavoring really bothers me. Because one of the goals of natural flavoring is to get your taste buds and your brain excited and get you hooked on the product. Well, when that product is something somewhat healthy, like a yogurt or, you know, something a little more basic, not as bad. When it's something like this that has really bad fats, really high salt, and maybe really high sugar, then it starts to get me super concerned because you're getting someone addicted to a product that's going to make you fat, sick, and nearly dead. So we look at what's going on here. They're using corn, vegetable oil, and canola oil. Is it non-GMO? No. So it's GMO oil. In this bag here, there are over 100 grams of fat. There's over 2,000 milligrams of sodium. So these are products that really concern me because you're getting kids and us hooked on them that are really bad for you. But then you're like, well, that's fine, Bobby. I'll just go for something healthier. Like, here's Sun Chips right here, right? It's 100% whole grain. Awesome. You ever heard of this? It's called biltong.
Oh my God.
It's a cured beef product, but it has no added like oils, sugars, or anything like that.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Sage, what do you say?
See if you like that one. That was a close one with the Waldo, and we got to help out the father and the son, so score 1 for Art and I. But Sun Chips, right? Made with whole grains, which is great. But once again, we get the natural flavorings. They also add maltodextrin. That's a food preservative that helps keep it shelf stable. It's also really bad for your gut bacteria. It's also very high on the glycemic index, so be careful if you have high blood pressure or high blood sugars. We'll see more of these at Whole Foods when we go there next, but this is a good one here at Walmart because it's popcorn, expeller pressed oil, and salt. None of that natural flavorings or anything like that. But it's kind of limited here at the snack section.
They got one
Walmart.
bag of it.
And then I come over here. This is Duke's Shorty sausages, and
so bad for you. I already know about sausages I have, but those aren't refrigerated.
And I don't like this
Mine are.
product because I don't know the quality of the pork. You're much better off buying
Mine's beef.
Country Archer's grass-fed beef sticks. There's no reason to put natural flavorings. Then let's look at some other snacks.
I need
over
to check
here.
to see if it has natural flavorings though.
Pirate Booty is a very
They have that at
popular
Costco
snack for
right now.
kids. But once again, just read the ingredients, you guys. If you see natural flavorings,
Natural
skip. You don't
flavor.
need these, right?
Just-
There's alternatives. You can buy Barbara.
What the hell?
Barbara Puffins makes a version of this without any.
What the
natural
hell are
flavorings.
the
It's just
natural
organic
flavors
dry
though? We
cheese.
didn't
It's
even
very high
explain
quality.
that.
And the reason why I think natural flavorings are even more important to avoid for kids and kid snacks is because kids are growing. They're in their formative years. Natural flavorings are full of tons of chemicals and additives. You don't want to give that to your kids. Just look on the ingredient. If you see
Where's
natural
his
flavoring,
proof
skip.
that natural
Same thing with
flavoring
rice
is some
cakes.
kind of
When you
weird
start going to flavored
conspiracy
rice cakes,
theory that's getting people
100%
hooked
of the
on
time you're gonna have
food?
natural flavorings here, and boom, you have that. You also have caramel coloring, which is a known carcinogen.
It's a natural flavor Nazi,
be
bruh.
careful with that. Before we continue, let's just explain what natural flavors
Here
are
we go,
and why you want to
finally.
avoid them.
Now.
When you read natural flavorings on the back of the labels, like 90% of stuff here in the grocery store, it's not natural. And the problem is it's not a regulated term by the government.
What?
The only rule for natural flavorings is you have to start with something natural. So like a vanilla bean, a peach, chocolate. After you do that, you can call it natural. Even though scientists in a lab add up to 100 chemicals to it, you can still call it natural. And the governing body over natural flavors is almost like a self-regulating body, so they're never going to call themselves out. The most troubling part for me about natural flavorings is that it's very addictive. It's kind of like a chemical food enhancer like MSG. So what these scientists do is they extract the flavor molecules from the peach. Then they use chemicals to enhance it even more so that when we eat it, it excites our taste buds, it excites our brains. We get hooked on the product, we eat more. That's what they're doing. They're taking the most excitable, the most fantastic part of the peach, and they're amping it up even more. That's what natural flavorings are. And when you start adding it to something like a lot of these sugary cereals here, then you start getting people hooked or addicted to flavors that also have a lot of sugar, a lot of fat, a lot of salt. So that's why natural flavorings, to me, are one of the biggest jokes and why I'm calling them out and why we have to start avoiding them. Now, if we're trying to get a healthier, non-natural flavor version of Doritos, I just spied these back here at Whole Foods. Siete are the very cool grain-free chips, and these are nacho flavored without the added natural flavoring. They're using
Cassava flour though? Dude, that shit sucks.
Good ingredients.
It like has no nutritional value or something. It's just a weird. It's
And if
too
you want
fucking
something cheesy, like
crunchy
the
too.
Cheetos without the natural
It doesn't
flavoring,
have the same
Annie's
texture.
can hook you up. These are super clean
Okay,
ingredients.
what are
here.
these?
But
Okay,
this is one of my
cornmeal.
favorites. This
Okay,
is your
those are
Peter
alright.
Barbara Puffins. She makes the very good Bobby-approved kid-friendly cereal. Also has cheese puffs that are fantastic. So there are some really good options that they didn't have at Walmart that they have here. And then if I come really close to you really quick, if you're going to get the rice cakes like we talked about over at Walmart, it's actually better to get organic because rice is grown in the ground. It can easily soak up pesticides and high levels of arsenic. And this is a flavor you could actually get. This is like
That's a good
tamari with
point.
seafood, with seaweed.
What did you
And
just say?
tamari
It's
is
grown in the
gluten-free version
ground?
of soy sauce, and nori
Versus
flakes
what,
are
a
seaweed. This would be a
tree with
healthy snack, much better than that
hanging off of
caramel
it, maybe?
fake-colored one over at Walmart. Even yogurt, my friends. Yogurt, almost 90% of the time, if it's
Yogurt's
flavored,
not
it's gonna
good
have natural
for
flavors.
you,
Except if you go to Whole
usually.
Foods later on, I will show you a couple that are flavored that do not.
I don't even get any
So
more.
even Chobani,
It's
flavored,
full of
natural
sugar.
flavors. Oikos, natural flavorings, and it bums me out that Stonyfield, the brand that I really like, and it's high-quality organic dairy, uses natural flavors. Now the thing is, if it's organic, that means the natural flavorings are not quite as bad because they can't have anything non-organic in there. But still, it's not ideal.
So
Here at
they're just
Walmart,
amping up the blueberry
all the
taste
flavored
or whatever,
yogurts
but
are off limits because they have natural flavorings. Now, if you do want flavored yogurts, they do
Is it
have some
always
options here at
bad?
Whole Foods that don't have the natural flavorings. Case in point, this is one of my favorite Bobby-approved yogurts. This is Maple Hill Organic 100%
Okay,
grass-fed
so,
yogurt.
okay,
What do they use for the
so
flavor
now
of the strawberries?
Strawberries.
Who knew it? You could actually use the real
with
fruit.
no
So this is
natural
great.
flavors, dude. I'm gonna be
Also,
looking for
Siggi's.
natural.
It's
Damn
not
it!
organic dairy, and you guys
Holy
know I love
shit, what is he
organic,
doing to
but it
me
is
right now?
Icelandic skier style yogurt, and once again they use real fruit, whereas the Icelandic provisions does
gonna
not.
be just
And then
like
if you wanna
him
go
now.
Vegan, there's a new brand here
I
called
don't know.
Lava. This lava yogurt is so clean. They use ingredients I've never seen before, like kiwi nuts and cassava.
yogurt?
And coconut powder is really, really clean.
Coconut water,
and, for the
coconut
flavored variety,
cream.
they actually use fruit.
Interesting.
So we have some really good options here.
I would like to try one of those
Drinks.
without
Coffee
any
drinks are a tough one because once again, all
fruit.
you have
It's
to do
just
is read
coconut.
the ingredients.
Creamy
I'm kind of
coconut
disappointed
dessert
with
would
Starbucks because
might
almost
be good.
all of their flavored drinks, like the Frappuccino here, have natural flavors.
Oh, those
It
are
also
all
has
bad.
maltodextrin in here, tons of
So
sugar.
Ted,
Here at Walmart, the easy
you, man.
option is this. This company is taking over
staying cool.
Colombia.
Yo,
And we
I
look at
got
the
a bunch of
ingredients
those,
here. They
and
don't
I
have
know
any
they're
of the
bad.
nasty stuff, and it's still flavored. It's a mocha, but they're not putting the natural flavors.
Oh,
in
that
here.
was a good one?
Caught this
Oh,
out of the
sweet.
corner of my
I got
eye. This is a
good
major
stuff
inside
back.
joke from Art and I. Arnie Palmies. Look at the ingredients. It should just be iced tea and lemonade, but they do have natural flavorings. But I'm gonna give this one to Art to do a little trivia for you guys.
Like, so they amplify lemon,
Palmer alert.
the lemon flavor.
alert.
Is it really that bad?
Red Bull.
It's like they
may
use
have
lemon,
wings,
but they would have put
like many
lemon
of the energy drinks
concentrate
here,
if
you
it
look
was
at
on
the
the.
ingredients. They
Why do
also
they?
have natural and artificial flavorings. You guys wanted me to do a review of energy drinks. I don't think there's any good ones, but I'm going to do a review pretty soon of flavored drinks. Speaking of, let's go around the corner here.
They're
and
just
check out
terpenes.
those.
Why don't they put
Now,
the
unfortunately,
specific
this entire
terpene?
wall of flavored waters here, including the sparkling ones, all have natural flavorings. That's how they get the stuff in there, you guys. They're not taking tangerine essence and marinating in water and then carbonating it. You look at the ingredients here, and they use natural essences, which is just another word for natural flavorings. And the same is true
Actually,
for
essenced.
vitamin water.
Is it the
same?
same?
Is true for bubbly,
Pretty sure.
even bai. Even though they use
Essenced,
stevia here to
not
make it low in
essence.
sugar, they're adding natural flavors. There is one sparkling drink. They don't have it here. They have it at Whole Foods. It's the only one I've found so far. It doesn't have natural flavoring, so I'll show you that in a few minutes. This is a popular sugar-free soda called Zevia, and I want to like it because they have like cola-flavored black cherry, ginger ale, all that stuff. But
There's no reason to like
the way they
soda
flavor it, unfortunately,
unless
is with
it's
natural
root beer.
flavorings. And they also have a couple sugar-free versions
Every now
of this
and then.
at Trader Joe's with like, I think it's called Virgil's, like they have that here too, but it's all natural flavoring. So that's a no. But like I said
Maybe a
earlier,
ginger beer.
this is the only brand I know about right now of carbonated flavored water that doesn't have any natural flavoring.
Yeah, it's got some
called
weird
Spindrift.
shit in it though.
It's super tasty.
Yo,
It's
so the
just,
ingredients.
fruit,
There we go.
lemon, and water.
Wait,
really,
wait.
really clean.
Wait,
And
was
I
that
talked
it?
about it this weekend in the back to
Really?
school.
Let me see
And
that.
water, really, really clean. And then I talked
Okay,
about
that's
it
not
this
the one I
weekend
was
in the
thinking it
back to
was.
school. Check this out. I just think This is one of the most exciting flavored waters in the grocery store right now. It's collagen water that's actually flavored with the real fruit, essential oils, and monk fruit is the sweetener. Plus it has 10
I don't want
grams of
skin
protein, and
in
it's
my
made with grass-fed
water.
collagen
That
hide.
sounds
This stuff
disgusting.
is super, super good. I would scoop that. This, my friends,
That's
is
probably
my nemesis,
$3
the
for that little
RX
bottle.
bar. And they fooled me, right? Because of their deceptive labeling here. It says the ingredients and
Yo,
no BS,
these
which is why
I was
do my
getting
Costco
these.
snack haul.
Yep, Costco. I was getting these at Costco, and then like it felt like it was good, but dude, there's so much sugar in them. I think it's because they use dates for the sweet.
A few weeks ago, I recommended it. Then I later on
Natural
found out that
flavors.
the ingredient on the back is not just this, it's natural flavorings. And they are interesting because they actually have a section of their website where if I look at it here, our natural flavorings come from real ingredients found in nature and do not include artificial preservatives, added colors, animal products, or GMO ingredients. Well, that's fine. I know it doesn't have preservatives or added colorings. It has chemicals, all right? There's no way to make natural flavorings natural. It's the guise of natural flavoring. It is chemicals, up to 100 of them, which is why I would not buy RX. I would not buy Cliff Bar. I would not buy Z Bar. I would certainly not buy RX Bar Kids. I would only give everyone Lara bars. Lara bars are great. We talked about it last week in the back to school haul. These are fantastic because just 2 ingredients or just 7 ingredients, that's all there is, not like the deceptive. I'm really disappointed in this brand here, Honest. It's supposed to be clean, and especially when it's for
that the
kids,
chemicals
I
are
would
going to
expect it to be
do
super
though?
clean. We look at the
Is that
ingredients.
what? Oh, they get us
and they do
addicted
have
to the
natural
food. He
flavors. Now,
said.
someone told me on the Flavor City Instagram that they never used to put it in there, so I don't know why they're doing this, but I would put that back. If you're going to get a juice box and you want something organic,
Bro, I
just
gotta
go for
look
the
at
Whole
all
Foods
my
one, right?
food that
Keep
I've
in
been
mind they're both
eating
from
and see
concentrate.
what's
They're
got
very
natural
highly
ingredients in
pasteurized,
it.
so basically is sugar water, or at least the Whole Foods one here doesn't have natural flavorings.
Natural
And it seems like
flavorings. I mean-
Honest is really into natural flavorings because even the regular stuff here for the adults, the lemonade, the mango, all of this has natural flavoring. So super disappointing for Honest. You guys, do you see this big wall of stocks and broths over here? It's so hard to find a stock or a broth, chicken or beef, that doesn't have natural flavorings and or maltodextrin or caramel coloring. I cannot find any one on that wall of broths
Caramel
over there
coloring,
that does
that's
not have any
scary.
of those except for
What color would it be
this
without the
Pacific
coloring?
chicken stock. The only problem is it's $5.69 for this 32-ounce liter container. Every other brand I've seen, pretty much anywhere, I have to do a deeper dive because the holidays are coming up, has natural chicken flavors or maltodextrin or sugar. The thing is, natural chicken flavors are ridiculous. Stock is just chicken, meat, bones, water, vegetables, a little bit of garlic, aromatics, boil it together. I'm going to put a link in the description box. There is a video from 60 Minutes from 7 years ago all about natural flavorings. Watch that. They talk about and they boast about how they get the natural chicken flavor from the chicken and they turn it into a powder. It's really, really disturbing, but also disturbing is the fact that I can't find another stock that is clean besides spending
You're eating
$5.69.
powdered
I will
chicken.
find one in time for Thanksgiving. And I will be part of the Thanksgiving and holiday grocery haul video. Don't worry.
Powdered chicken broth.
Can't leave this aisle without talking about better
that's
than
kinda
bouillon. I got a
interesting.
lot of questions about
It's the
this.
same as a bouillon cube,
Look at the
right?
ingredients, you guys. It has cane sugar. It's got maltodextrin flavoring and natural flavoring.
Okay,
and
so
yeast
bouillon
extract.
cubes
This
are a
is nothing
no-go.
but a MSG, chemically enhanced, preservative
Oh,
bomb.
of the-
I would
oh,
not take
yeah.
this. I'd actually rather have the liquid stuff.
That-
has the
yeah,
other stuff
that's-
than
that's
this.
the-
Ideally, I'd rather make my own. Even
That's the
our
stuff
beloved
that they
ice creams and gelatos
put
are not
extra
safe for
stuff
natural
in and then made a
flavors.
cube out of
Pick
it.
up something like Talenti, which a lot of people like. Every
And
flavor,
then they take
including
that
my
and they
favorite
make
one,
the-
Sicilian pistachio,
they make
has
the other one.
natural flavors here. The same is true for something like Ben & Jerry's here. Pretty much every flavor besides vanilla, chocolate chip cookie dough, for example.
It's hard to find good ice cream now that doesn't have a bunch of weird shit in
Ben
it.
& Jerry's is that almost every flavor, including vanilla, has carrageenan,
Thickeners.
which is that nasty emulsifier made from
Yeah.
seaweed, which can wreak havoc on your stomach.
Weird shit.
Vanilla is about as basic as they get. The fact that they're putting carrageenan in there is crazy.
Why is that guar gum too? Why does it need the guar gum?
OG, right?
Can I get
Do
some
the
fucking
old
ice
school
cream
one
that doesn't
of
have
just
guar gum?
Haagen-Dazs, no matter what flavor you're getting,
Seriously,
is
any
actually
guar gum? Any guar
100%
gum?
natural.
No
Then
guar
you might
gum.
think something like, well, I get Halo Top, and that's a low-fat, low-sugar ice cream. We look at the ingredients here. Every one of these,
Natural
besides
flavor.
vanilla and straight-up chocolate, has natural.
What is that? Is that the only thing that's bad in this one? It looks like it might. No, look, it's got guar gum too, but it's organic guar gum and some carob gum. Why does it need stevia leaf, bro? What is this brand? I thought it was Haagen-Dazs. It's got freaking molasses in it. It's got organic cane sugar. And they're gonna go and put stevia in it also? What is this, some kind of Oh, it's not regular ice cream.
Sugar ice cream. We look at the ingredients here. Every one of the fat, low sugar ice cream.
It's a low sugar, I see.
Every one of these, besides I think vanilla and straight up chocolate, has natural flavorings. Condiments are super disappointing, you guys. I couldn't believe that almost in every brand of yellow mustard, including Heinz and
No, not fucking, it's in my mustard.
The only one I can find that doesn't have it is the generic private label ones. The
I got the
Walmart one doesn't have
organic.
it.
Is it still?
The Aldi
I
one
got
doesn't
organic
have it,
natural
which is really
flavoring.
funny. Otherwise, you gotta buy organic.
I'm gonna have to load.
Ketchup. Ketchup is like tomato, maybe a little bit of sugar. If you're Heinz, a lot of bit of sugar. But tons of these ketchups have natural flavorings in here. You're much better off either buying the Trader Joe's organic one
was he
the
selling?
Walmart organic one. Look at this. Walmart organic ketchup doesn't have the natural flavoring, but the nasty Heinz does. You can do better, by the way, here with ketchup at Walmart. This is a tomato ketchup. They have one from Tessemae's normally. I don't like this one from G. Hughes. You guys know that because it has cornstarch and sucralose in here, which is another word for Splenda. And then even relish. I cannot find one brand of relish that does not have natural flavoring, whether it's sweet or dill, except for one. It's called Bubby's fermented relish. And it's really healthy because it's a natural fermentation. But every other brand, including Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, organic or not, has that. It's crazy. And then even
He sells stuff? Oh, you've heard of this guy? I've never heard of him before. It's the first time I've ever seen him.
Kraft. Look at the ingredients. They all have natural flavors. Look out for those.
What is he?
My best in class mayonnaise anyway is Primal Kitchen. And then
He
we swing
makes
over
stuff
here
and sells
to dressings.
This is my mayonnaise.
Just out of curiosity, what are you comparing
No
there
natural
for ketchup?
flavor.
Sugar. A lot of sugar. It's insane amount of sugar. And salt. Yeah. This is a lower sugar one here. Oh. It's got vegetables. And just because you're going to buy
He's
the
like,
organic
nope, I like
Whole
the
Foods
sugar.
mayonnaise doesn't mean you
With me, kid.
not read the labels. Look at the organic mayonnaise here. We read the ingredients. Natural flavoring. See? Also with the organic dill relish here. Once again, natural flavoring. So just because you're paying the premium prices and you're buying the organic Whole Foods mayonnaise doesn't mean they're not going to sneak those natural flavorings in. Now when it comes to almond milk and non-dairy milks, much to my dismay, if you want to get any kind of vanilla flavor, including unsweetened, it has natural flavors in there, which is a total bummer because I used to love the unsweetened vanilla kind. So now I only buy the organic unsweetened non-vanilla one because it has no natural flavorings. You know what, you can just put a couple drops of vanilla extract if you want in there. That's the real natural way to get vanilla, not the fake natural flavors. We talked about this in the back to school haul this weekend, but I want to drive home the point that you can find a lot of natural flavorings in kids products. So Annie's organic fruit snacks are very popular, and you might think it's good because you trust the brand and because they're organic, but they have natural flavoring in here. Luckily here at Whole Foods, and I can't find it anywhere else, they do have some other really good options. I love this. Yo-Yos, that bear is so darn cute, and Wild Made. These are two options that are just fruit. Who knew, right? You don't need the natural flavorings. You don't need the chemicals. Just fruit, no added sugar. Buy these, not these. All right, Flavor Family, that is it. The natural flavoring review is done, and I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, and this isn't meant to be a negative video, but I really think natural flavorings are a huge problem. No one's talking about them, and 90% of the products in the grocery store have them. So now that you know what they are and what they're in, you can easily avoid them. Art and I did not get kicked out, so high five for that, or head five, whatever. Subscribe, like, share. These videos are super hard to make, and we're always on the verge of getting kicked out. We got 2 more reviews going.
Giving the campaign
condemnation from members of his own party, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Menendez says he plans to appeal. Take a listen.
Obviously, I'm deeply, deeply disappointed by the jury's decision. I have every faith that the law and the facts do not sustain that decision, and that we will be successful upon appeal.
The Senate Ethics Committee also just moments ago saying it will promptly complete the investigation into Menendez. It started when these allegations first surfaced. For more, let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been covering this for us from the moment news broke. Phil, members of his own party, including Chuck Schumer, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, his fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, all calling on Menendez to resign now. What do you think could happen to his Senate seat and even the overall Senate makeup of this election this year, Phil?
Yeah, well, that all hangs in the balance, right? I mean, listen to the Democrats you just talked about. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, the other senator, the junior senator Cory Booker in New Jersey, the governor of New Jersey, and the governor even went as far to say is if you don't step aside, which I think you should do, then I think you should be expelled from the Senate. And the Senate hasn't done that in a long time. Our Jay O'Brien did some research, and 14 of the 15 senators who've ever been expelled were expelled for the Civil War. So it's not something that happens. I mean, you see him come out. He's very defiant. He's talking about his appeal. He's running right now as an independent, and there's no law, as you know, Kira, that says you cannot be in the Senate if you're convicted of a felony. It's the same kind of thing that people were shocked about. A lot of folks were shocked about when they heard that Donald Trump could still run for president when he was convicted. It's the same thing in the Senate. It doesn't seem like he's going to step aside. He's moving forward with his appeal, and he's maintaining his innocence as he has since the beginning of this entire ordeal. It's been a 9-week trial. And by the way, this is the second time he's faced bribery charges, federal bribery charges. He's the only senator ever, the only American politician, I think, ever to face it twice. This was 7 years ago, and that ended in a mistrial. This time, a conviction on all 16 counts. He could spend 36 years in prison for this. And his wife, by the way, was charged. She will be tried later this year.
And we'll follow that, too. And look, he can deny the charges, but the pictures don't lie. We've seen the gold bars. We've seen the cash stuffed in the boots and the coat pockets. You know, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's like an old-time gangster, you know, hiding everything in the clothes, under the bed, under the mattress. What do you think we can expect from his sentencing in October, Phil?
Well, I would leave that more to a legal mind about what I know. He's facing 36 years. He's facing decades in prison. This is really serious. You know, they're saying he acted as a foreign agent. An agent for foreign governments, for Egypt and Qatar. And I mean, he's one of the most powerful Democrats. So he's going to get jail time, and they're probably going to make an example out of him, because if you can have someone in the Senate doing this, you can have someone anywhere in the government doing this, and that is not going to stand. One last thing, Kira, you talked about the gold bars, 13 gold bars. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, that Mercedes that was sitting out in their driveway. And I think to a lot of people, especially a lot of my Cuban American friends, who tell me that it was just really offensive when he said he had those gold bars and that money because there was familial trauma from leaving Cuba, and that's why he stashed all this stuff in his house as one of the most powerful Democrats in the Senate.
Stay tuned. Lots to come. Phil Lipoff, appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Well, let's turn our coverage back to the 2024 Republican National Convention, shall we? Can you hear the music? The GOP feeling pretty good about its newly minted Trump-Vance ticket. The former president tapping Ohio Senator J.D. Vance despite his past criticism. And, well, it's especially pertinent today as a number of Trump's former rivals get set to take the stage. That includes Nikki Haley, who we saw on stage just moments ago for a mic check. Also, Ron DeSantis will be speaking tonight as the party puts its unity on display in real time for the entire country to see. Let's bring in our Jay O'Brien now, who is down there on the floor. Am I hearing a little Creed right now? Hold on. Yes, I'm hearing a little higher.
So,
okay, yes.
You are. I want to go just grab this gentleman here.
Okay.
Governor, pardon my interruption. We're live on ABC News. How are you, sir? Can we ask you a quick question? I know, Governor Hutchinson. This is Governor Asa Hutchinson, presidential candidate at one time. We just saw Nikki Haley on the stage, Governor. Obviously, someone who captured the minds of more moderates in the party like you did. So can I ask you this? Do you think moderate Republicans, given the events of Saturday, should also rally behind Trump?
Well, I think this convention shows that the Republicans are coming together largely because Donald Trump showed such strength in the assassination attempt. And then he comes out and says this is a time that we can come together as a nation. I think that's very positive. I view myself as a conservative, and I ran against Donald Trump, but hats off.
You were very critical of him.
I was, and, you know, we still have some serious disagreements, but I'm anxious to hear Nikki Haley tonight. It was last minute, but I'm so delighted that Mr. Trump extended the invitation to her. Look forward to hearing her, and Vance this week, and Trump. These are key moments for the campaign and persuade people to come in.
Will you vote for Donald Trump, sir?
Well, you know, that I've made some commitments about not voting for a convicted felon, but that seems like a long time ago.
So you could move away from that commitment?
Well, let's see how it develops in the future.
Governor Asa Hutchinson, thank you very much for your time, sir. Thanks for doing this live. That was Governor Asa Hutchinson, one-time presidential candidate, obviously staunch moderate in the party, had a lot to say about the state of the party when he ran, a lot of critical things to say about Donald Trump. And as you just heard, Kira, he was not saying as hot of a kind of criticism as he said in the primary in that interview just there.
Yeah, right. Ending his campaign, after a sixth-place finish in the Iowa caucuses. Interesting. I think you caught him off guard there, and his answer seemed very transparent and genuine when it came to his feelings regarding the former president. Something tells me, I don't know, Jay, what did you think of what he said?
Yeah, and we're going to go back over to the stage because we want to see if we can see some other people, but I'll answer your question on the move. So, it's interesting because there has been this question of what happened on Saturday and what kind of unity does that provide. Donald Trump has said he wants to make this convention in the wake of that assassination attempt about unity. And I can tell you, I've talked to members of Republican leadership in Congress, for instance, who say that they've heard from moderates who think very much like Asa Hutchinson, for example, who in the wake of Saturday can see themselves supporting Donald Trump because of the way he carried himself in the immediate moments after that assassination attempt, and then, of course, subsequent in the days since then as well. And so it'll be interesting to see how things fully shake out on Thursday, but there is an emerging trend here, which is GOP party unity. Prior to Saturday, there was this question of, will the moderates in the party, the Nikki Haley voters, for instance, ever really get behind Donald Trump? And I can tell you, the moderates we've spoken to over the course of the last few days, Asa Hutchinson among them, have said, look, Donald Trump impressed them on Saturday, and they may not say that they're fully supporting him, as the governor didn't just there, but they're seeing themselves getting there, and that is a significant development for this party.
It sure is. I mean, you just made some news there with Asa Hutchinson, Jay. We're going to get that out on the DL immediately. Love how you're able just to spot folks and make things happen. Jay O'Brien there down on the floor for us here at the convention as the mic checks and also the music checks continue, the sound checks, rather. We're going to continue our conversation now with White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks, plus ABC News contributor Asma Khalid. They're both here in Milwaukee as well. Mary Alice, House Democrats this morning actually trying to delay the DNC convention roll call, I understand. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, a few of them, Kira. It seems like this is still just a growing movement, but I reported out with a few of my colleagues the fact that there is this letter circulating among some House Democrats calling on the Democratic National Convention and the party to wait to conduct that roll call that would make President Biden the formal nominee. Obviously, we're here at the Republican National Convention where just yesterday we saw that roll call, all of the states sort of formally pledging their delegates to make it official, to make Trump the Republican nominee. Well, on the Democratic side, Kira, they had planned to do this kind of virtual roll call going around the country and having delegates weigh in around the country to formally nominate President Biden to be the Democratic nominee. They'd moved up the dates because of some rules in Ohio. Well, now because of all of the controversy and all of the anxiety, frankly, in the Democratic Party around President Biden's candidacy, we're seeing some of these House Democrats asking the party to really pump the brakes. They haven't made any formal decisions yet yet. I talked to folks with the convention planning. They said, hold your roll. There's no formal decision. They're planning to meet this weekend as sort of a rules committee and make that formal plan. But it just goes to show there is still such anxiety about what is being done there, even at the top of the ticket, even when it comes to formally nominating President Biden to be the Democratic presidential nominee. And some members really hoping that they will have a little bit more time and that the party won't rush this process, Kira.
Yeah, how do you do that? How do you sort of slow down and not rush this process? I mean, a lot of questions out there. When would Biden be formally nominated, and how could this all go down? I mean, clearly time is of the essence, but this is a huge decision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's only so many times, so many ways they can change the rules. They can rewrite the rules. I mean, the party makes this decision for themselves. They decide exactly how and when they're going to nominate their party. But there's a bit of a deadline because at some point they have to submit their candidate to the states to be on all the ballots, to be printed. We've heard different Democrats talk about what that kind of final drop-dead date would be like, more likely the end of August. But of course, no one really wants to see this process drag on past the convention or even come close to the convention. I think that Democrats are aware that they have time, but the question is, will they use that time, or instead are they going to make a decision where they do this
found the cow gas
call,
thing
sooner rather than later, even as soon as the end of this month, weeks before all of them are set to gather in the middle of August in Chicago. That's the scenario where they actually do this sooner. They formally nominate the president to be the Democratic presidential nominee. Where they do it sooner, that has some of those House Democrats a little bit anxious. Kira.
Asma, your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, look, I think the major thoughts to me as somebody who covers Biden's White House is how different this moment, this Republican convention feels from the current moment in the Democratic Party. You know, we're talking about a convention in which we are hearing of unity, whether these are the more moderate folks, whether it's someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, I heard him speak yesterday, all sorts of factions within the Republican Party are uniting behind Donald Trump. They are uniting largely behind his pick for Vice President, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. And on the other side with Democrats, look, I think this predates even the conversations around the president's age and the debate. For months, because of the war in Gaza, you've been hearing dissent within sort of progressive, left-leaning circles of the Democratic Party. There is a lot of dissension. There are expected to be large-scale protests at the Democratic convention. And frankly, we're just not seeing that here at the Republican convention. And as somebody who has covered previous conventions, I will say there is a mood of confidence and...
She's gonna just keep talking. I want to show this real fast. I want to see it.
Don't miss Trump next time.
What? That's how it went? And Jack Black didn't know he was going to say that. They canceled the rest of their tour.
Cheer at this Republican convention that I think is
canceled
different
it.
from Democrats right now, but I also would say it's different from where Republicans were at their last big in-person convention in 2016.
All right, Mary Ellis Parks, Asma Khalid, appreciate you both so much. Great to have your perspective. Coming up, we do continue our special coverage here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Republican National Convention as they are getting ready for some
I've actually seen his band too, the Kyle
on
Gass
that
Band.
stage.
They opened
Nikki
for
Haley is the one everyone's talking about.
Jeff Bridges and the
Governor
Biters
Sarah Huckabee Sanders
before the
and more.
Lebowski Fest played the movie at the theater. Dude, he wouldn't have been anything without Jack Black, bro, for real. Not what he made it to. There's no way. He's playing victim. Who is? Oh, right now, afterwards? How? Jack said he didn't know that he was going to say that, though. You're saying Jack's playing the victim? Or Kyle? No, Kyle said it. It was Kyle's birthday, and Jack asked him, "What do you like? What's your wish?" And Kyle's wish was that they wouldn't miss next time or whatever.
News on ABC News Live. Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so
Jack
important
isn't
to
the one that
always
said
remember
it. I know for
that
sure.
lives are changed here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas.
He has way
Edinburgh,
more to
Scotland,
lose than
reporting from
Kyle.
Rolling
Like,
Fork, Mississippi.
for Kyle to
Ukrainian
do that to
refugees
Jack
here
is
in Warsaw. We're
insane,
heading to a
dude.
small community outside
Knowing
of
that, like,
Mexico City.
where Jack is in the world, like, he's upper level, man.
We'll take you there.
Stream
That dude, his band member and Kyle's like kind of like a low tier. He's not even mid tier.
Good morning, America.
They're saying they were saying that. Yeah, I know. It wasn't Jack.
You don't just see it, you feel it. I'm in. I'm in too.
But Jack's the one that canceled it because he can't, like, if he were to keep playing with him, then it's gonna look like he believes the same way that he like he's a.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today.
I can't believe he said that though, dude.
Daily News podcast honored
God
with
dang.
Edward R.
What are you doing?
And see why the New York
Trying
Times
to ruin
calls
your
it a news
career
podcast
in one
worth
night?
listening to. Start here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
For a joke?
That's a part of the story I bet you didn't.
That's what happened to Kramer. Remember that shit? Well, he got canceled for saying the N-word or something. Oh no, he was going off on some dude in the crowd, wasn't he? I can't remember.
So much fun. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true. Wow. I'm just so happy.
That's how quickly, like, Hollywood will strip you.
to your Morning America.
You just say the one wrong sentence, yoink. You're no longer upper tier.
Does it take to be the most watched?
Like, look what almost happened to I know who I am.
Is this our combat operations center? We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have
I remember the 90s.
The house is destroyed, but the
It looked like that dude was like messing his whole life up. Then he came back from it, and now he's one of the highest paid actors.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from
They're
Rolling
evil.
Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
I don't think Jack Black is anti-Trump, dude.
Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here. Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
We didn't.
All right, everybody, it is day 2 of the Republican National Convention. It is set to get underway here tonight. You're looking live at the Fiserv Forum Arena in downtown Milwaukee. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're so glad to have you along with us. This, of course, is ABC News Live special coverage of the historic GOP gathering here in the key battleground state of Wisconsin. Let's go to our top headlines right now, starting with the verdict today.
I've never seen Jack Black be political, honestly.
Pressure now building for Democratic Senator Bob Menendez to resign.
I don't remember
This is
him being
after
political.
a jury found him guilty of all counts in his corruption trial. And back here in Milwaukee, the new reaction to Donald Trump's pick for Vice President J.D. Vance, how the Ohio senator could set the course for the future of the party. Plus the anticipation for the next round of high-profile speakers, including Vivek Ramaswamy and, of course, the late addition, Nikki Haley. We'll talk about what you can expect from their speeches tonight. But let's start here with this breaking news out of New Jersey. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez found guilty on all counts in this federal corruption trial. Federal prosecutors allege the lawmaker accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, mortgage payments, and more in exchange for favors. Now, Menendez pleaded not guilty to 16 federal charges, including bribery, fraud, acting as a foreign agent, and obstruction. The senator expressing his disappointment immediately after the jury's decision. Take a listen.
I have never violated my public oath. I have never been anything but a patriot of my country and for my country. I have never, ever been a foreign agent, and the decision rendered by the jury today would put at risk every member of the United States Senate in terms of what they think a foreign agent would be.
Well, Menendez now receiving backlash from New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer as well, asking him to resign in a statement saying, quote, he must now do what is right for his constituents, the Senate, and our country. The verdict coming down as Menendez seeks re-election as an independent, of course, in a deep blue state. This is the second time in the New Jersey senator has faced federal corruption charges. So I want to bring in ABC News' Phil Lipoff for the latest. Faced federal bribery charges twice, and the first convicted of acting as a foreign agent. So, Phil, any word on if he plans to appeal? I mean, he could be looking at decades in prison here.
36 years to be exact, Kana, is what he's facing on October 29th at sentencing. But you just heard him there. When he came out, he was as defiant as he's been during this 9-week trial with 37 witnesses, only 5 called by Menendez's team. He definitely plans to appeal, thinks he shouldn't have been convicted the first time. That at sentencing is not going to hold up so well, because one of the things they look for at sentencing is remorse. And he says what he did. I mean, you saw the pictures, 13 gold bars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. The evidence was there, and he was convicted on all counts.
Exactly. We've seen pictures of that car as well. So no remorse, no responsibility there in that statement. But also, Phil, we know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, again, promptly called on him to resign. His statement was pretty powerful there, right? He talked about that this is what he needs to do for not just his constituents, but really for the country. So, Phil, if he doesn't step down, could he be expelled here? How does that work?
Well, those calls are spreading. The governor of New Jersey, Cory Booker, the other senator from New Jersey, both Democrats, both calling for him to step down. The governor went as far as to say, if you don't step down, I call on the Senate to expel you. Now, that's a big deal. We've seen Congress do that. George Santos is a great example of that recently, but the Senate doesn't really do that. 14 out of the 15 people they've ever expelled were during the Civil War. So it is very rare that they do that in modern times. So it'll be up to him to step down. And right now, he's still running. And by the way, Kana, no law against him serving in the Senate as a convicted felon.
All right, and maybe perhaps running as an independent. So interesting. Phil Lipoff, thank you so much for being here with us. And look, this fallout from the Menendez conviction is rippling through the convention here in Milwaukee. Again, this is day 2, and it's all set to kick off here in just a few hours. So joining me live right now is ABC News, ABC News Washington Bureau Chief Political Director Rick Klein, and ABC News reporter Catherine Falders. Thank you all for being here with us. And Rick, let's start here with you. Are you hearing any reaction right now from lawmakers about what this could mean, this Menendez conviction here, what it could mean for the battle in the Senate?
Yeah, look, there are many Democrats that just want him gone and want to be done with it. His seat is up this fall. He's not the Democratic nominee, as you referenced. He's running as an independent, but he's really barely running. They wanted to get out of the way so that Andy Kim, the Democratic nominee, has a clear shot. And look, they have to be worried because anything in this political environment, anything that expands the map, is a big, big problem for Democrats. They really want the Menendez headache to end. They'll let Governor Murphy choose a Democratic successor and then let the campaign play out in New Jersey as it should. This is just a massive distraction.
A distraction, and as some are calling it, a stain on the Senate as well. Catherine, it sounds like Menendez, again, will be sentenced here on October 29th. We also hear that he's going to run here as an independent. How does that collide? How does that all play out?
Yeah, he'll be sentenced October 29th, and a couple things need to happen before then. Of course, he'll do a pre-sentence interview. That will happen. And then, of course, both sides, the defense, Menendez's lawyers, and prosecutors will submit memos that essentially have their recommendations for his sentence. Of course, he's facing decades in prison here. In terms of the running and as an independent, obviously, he's stated that publicly. And just to Rick's point here, there's nothing in the law that says he can't continue to serve if he's found guilty. The question now is, will he heed calls from Senate leadership to resign? If he doesn't, of course, there are mechanisms for that, for punishment. They could expel Menendez if they decide to bring a resolution for the floor. Of course, that requires a 2/3 vote by the Senate. We'll just have to see what Menendez ultimately says and decides here as these calls for him to resign are growing.
Right, an expulsion, as Phil mentioned, would be historic. And Rick, we have talked a lot about Trump's eagerness, right, to win votes all along the East Coast, New Jersey, New York, Maryland. How quickly, Rick, do you think J.D. Vance will be hitting this campaign trail? And do you see him taking on some of those states, or do you see him sticking more to the Rust Belt, as they call it?
It really depends on what the polling looks like. The former president has said he wants to camp him out in Pennsylvania. They're also looking at Wisconsin and Michigan. That's the old blue wall. And if Joe Biden doesn't win all three of those states, he almost certainly doesn't get elected president a second time. J.D. Vance from a similar part of the country. Ohio is a much redder state right now, so I'd expect that to be the initial focus. We now know that the first Trump-Vance event on joint campaign event is going to be Saturday in Grand Rapids, Michigan, one of those big three blue wall states. But if we're in a situation where we're talking about New Jersey and New York, we're talking about a landslide. That's what Democrats have to prevent.
That is very interesting. And Jay, let's go down there to you. Look, today's convention, the theme is Make America Safe Once Again. What are you hearing about how Republicans will be reinforcing that message tonight? But of course, Jay, we know there's also this theme, this underlying theme now of unity at the same time.
Yeah, exactly right. And the question tonight is how much does that theme of unity extend to the moderates in this party? Before we even get to that, very quickly, you were exactly right. That is the theme. We expect to hear discussion of immigration and the border and crime and law enforcement. But the other thing I'll tell you is that Nikki Haley is expected to take the stage tonight. This is a person who is not expected to speak at this convention until the immediate wake of that assassination attempt on Saturday. And the question facing her remarks is, what does she say to her Nikki Haley voters, those voters who were voting in protest in some states against Donald Trump even after she had dropped out? Does she throw her support behind Trump and tell them to vote for him too? I can tell you very briefly, I talked to one prominent moderate in the party, Asa Hutchinson, who is another presidential candidate. We just did it live on the air moments ago. He said even he is coming around to voting for Donald Trump in the wake of that assassination attempt. So unity appearing to pick up steam as this convention progresses.
It certainly is, and we know we saw Nikki Haley down there doing mic checks just a few minutes ago. Jay, Rick, and Catherine, our thanks to all of you for being here with us. There's also the concern of security here at the convention in Milwaukee. It's certainly top of mind after the assassination attempt on former President Trump. So the investigation right now is focusing on what lapses in security protocols happened, as well as the possible motive of the shooter. So Butler, Pennsylvania officials right now are confirming that it was a local police officer that did in fact climb to the roof of the building where that shooter was perched and confronted him. The gunman turned, pointing his rifle at the officer. The officer did not fire on the gunman and retreated. That is the latest information we're getting. And right now there was an ABC News exclusive. Our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, sat down with the head of the Secret Service, who took full responsibility for that breach in security. Take a listen.
This is an event that should have never happened.
Who is most responsible for this happening?
What I would say is that the Secret Service is responsible for the protection of the former president.
So the buck stops with you?
The buck stops with me. I am the director of the Secret Service. It was unacceptable, and it's something that shouldn't happen again.
All right, so joining me now is ABC's Justice Department.
Sounds like we need a new head of the Secret Service.
Alex, so glad to have
She
you here with
sucks.
us. And look, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as you heard, she also said in that interview with Pierre that local police had been in the building and were, quote, responsible for the outer perimeter of the building. But how is that possible, Alex, right? The shooter was able to scale up onto that roof, essentially unimpeded, and was about 400 feet from the stage with a direct line of sight to the former president.
I've been in a situation
responsible for that specific building that the shooter was able to climb on top of. It was basically the local police's responsibility. And actually, Kana, we recently, in the past hour, just got a statement from the Pennsylvania State Police saying that they don't believe that they were held solely responsible for securing that building. So we're already seeing a little bit of a war of words between the Secret Service and Pennsylvania State Police pushing back on each other now. And obviously, this just comes as more questions are being raised about the efforts to counter that sniper as he climbed on top of that building. What really this all comes down to is timeline. We need to really get a sense of the timeline of how long that shooter was on top of that building. How long was it before he was detected at that rally? And we know from that interview with the Secret Service director that Secret Service was alerted to his presence. So it's all about timing. I think that we're going to see a lot of these questions answered when the Secret Service director appears before the House Oversight Committee next Monday. Kana?
Oh, that really muddies the water, doesn't it, when you start to see law enforcement finger pointing. Alex Mallon, our thanks to you as always. And we have a lot more special coverage ahead here in Milwaukee. We're so glad to have you with us. We're live at the Republican National Convention. You're looking live down there on the stage where we have a slew of speakers tonight set to reinvigorate this party on a Tuesday. We'll be back.
Now streaming on Hulu.
The people of this city faced peril together and lifted a flag over the ruins and defied the enemy with their courage. My fellow Americans, for as long as our country stands, people will look to the resurrection of New York City and they will say, here buildings fell, here a nation rose. Mr. Chairman, delegates, fellow citizens, I'm honored by your support and I accept your nomination for President.
Yeah, I want to make a point right now with that right there.
Well, that was
earlier.
Republican
earlier there was someone in the barber shop, a black dude was like, I like Trump because he got people to he got both sides to work together. It wasn't Bush that got both sides to work together. It was us getting bombed and war and thinking that we had to come together because we were being attacked by another country on our home turf. Like, wasn't it more that than, I don't know. He was a likable guy too, though, wasn't he? That helps.
Candidate George W. Bush at the 2004 Republican National Convention accepting his party's nomination for president. He and his running mate Dick Cheney went on to win re-election that November, defeating Democratic candidate John Kerry and his running mate John Edwards. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're so glad to have you here with us on our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. And it, of course, is getting underway this week. It is day 2. And while this is happening, President Joe Biden is hitting the campaign trail today in the battleground state of Nevada. He is expected to address the NAACP National Convention. This is his first campaign event since the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Now, Biden is hoping to court black voters, and that is a key demographic in that state. ABC News is now learning that there's also a new letter right now that is calling on the DNC to delay the virtual roll call on President Biden's official nomination. Right now, this is circulating among Democrats on Capitol Hill. This is according to multiple sources that are familiar with this matter. So I want to bring in ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang, who's live for us in Las Vegas. Selena, glad to have you with us. Let's start with that letter. What do we know about what it says, and have any lawmakers right now confirmed, yes, they will be signing it?
So, Kana, we've heard from multiple sources that at least several lawmakers are planning to sign on to this, and we have obtained this letter as well. And it argues that by holding this vote so early to nominate President Biden, it essentially stifles debate and any possible changes to the top of the Democratic ticket. Now, Kana, I want to step back and give some context as to why they're planning to hold this early vote as early as the end of this month. And the reason why is because Ohio had changed its ballot access rules, and they wanted to get around those rules. But later, Ohio actually changed its rules and pushed back the deadline. So this letter argues it is no longer necessary to have this early virtual roll call vote.
Just a glaring question there of party unity still in the Democratic Party. Selena Wang, our thanks to you for joining us there from Las Vegas. We have a lot more special coverage ahead here in Milwaukee from the Republican National Convention. Please stay with us.
She got a thick gold chain on.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Joint Base Andrews, I'm Gio Benitez. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
All right, we are back. You are with ABC News Live, and this is our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're so happy to have you here with us. I want to now bring in our ABC News political contributor and former Democratic senator from North Dakota, Heidi Heitkamp, along with ABC News contributor and editor of the National Review, Ramesh Ponnuru. Thank you both for being here with us. And Ramesh, we saw former President Donald Trump and Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance. They were in the convention hall last night together. Of course, Donald Trump had the bandage over his ear, but we saw the two interact now that they are both officially the nominees here. Ramesh, what is the mood and reaction right now among Republicans that you're speaking with today?
Well, most Republicans are pretty positive, not really so much about the selection of Vance, although he has quite a few fans, as about all the signs that Republicans are doing well. It's always better to be on the side that's polling better, and Republicans look at the disarray on the Democratic side, and they're just really optimistic about this election.
I just want to quickly follow up there. Are you getting a lot of remarks that people are not happy with the Vance pick?
No. I mean, certainly there are some people who aren't happy with him, people who are more allied to kind of the old school of Republican politics. But overall, he's gotten a positive reception. I just think in general, it's not so much that people are reacting to Vance as opposed to Burgum, as opposed to Rubio. They're just feeling positive about their party right now.
Okay, and Heidi, on that note, I mean, how are Democrats reacting? As Ramesh mentioned, the Republican Party in this moment seems to be very unified in lockstep, where the Democrats seem to be incredibly divided in this moment.
I think that's absolutely true, but they're also at their convention. And I want to say this about J.D. Vance. I think that people see in the Republican Party some vulnerabilities given some of his past history and some of his past statements. But at the end of the day, you expect a convention to rally the troops. You're seeing everybody come home. This was predicted a long time ago. The question is, will Nikki Haley disaffected Republicans actually come back and be part of the campaign, and we'll see what happens.
Certainly will. And as you both were talking, we're showing video there of J.D. Vance and Nikki Haley. They're doing mic checks. This was all happened earlier today. We know that Nikki Haley is expected to speak here tonight. Traditionally, right, the vice president speaks on a Wednesday, but it was interesting that we saw him out there doing the mic check today. And Ramesh, we also know that really everything that J.D. Vance has said in the past is going to be picked apart. Last week at the National Conservatism Conference, he made some comments about one of the U.S.'s top allies. So I want to play this for you. Take a listen.
What is the first truly Islamist country that will get a nuclear weapon? And we were like, maybe it's Iran, maybe Pakistan already kind of counts. And then we sort of finally decided maybe it's actually the UK, since Labour just took over.
Ramesh, what's your reaction to that comment there?
It is not something that would have traditionally been considered appropriate for certainly a president or a vice president, and it'll be interesting to see if some of the rhetoric from Senator Vance changes now that he's taking on a new role.
Yeah, certainly. And we know that people will be watching him very closely. But Heidi, for you, the pick of Vance, it does solidify the MAGA part of the Republican Party, right? And you mentioned the vulnerabilities right now that Democrats could be seeing. But I'm also curious if you might be concerned as a Democrat and agree with the thought process here that J.D. Vance is telling some of these voters, I was you before. I didn't believe in Donald Trump. And then I took a hard look at his policies and how things have been the last 4 years. And now I support him, and you should too.
I have this theory about vice presidents. They don't help you, they only hurt you. And I think some of his past statements, especially about choice, especially about some of our allies, as you just saw there, I mean, you can't hide that stuff anymore. It's going to be on tape. It's going to be available. And so I think that he could, in fact,
whoever they had speaking last night didn't used to like Trump.
One of the challenges that they're going to have
and I was
is
like,
that
dude,
you
they're
got a lot
doing
of
this.
Republicans behind
Other people would
this
be like,
pick
yeah, I can like him too, I
wish
guess.
They were the guy or the woman. And so, picking him was like picking the leader of the future MAGA effort.
Right, and we know in the manner in which it was picked, too, was very Trumpian and very interesting. Heidi Heitkamp and Ramesh Ponnuru, our thanks to you as always. We so appreciate having you. We have a lot more special coverage ahead here from the Republican National Convention. I'm Kana Whitworth in Milwaukee. Please stay with us.
Yeah. There at the end.
President's Rick from something that would have traditionally been considered appropriate.
Ramesh, what's your reaction to that comment there?
It is not something that would have traditionally been considered appropriate for certainly a president or a vice president, and it'll be interesting to see if some of the rhetoric from Senator Vance changes now that he's taking on a new role.
I missed the other thing that they said.
Yeah, certainly, and we know that people will be watching him very closely. But Heidi, for you, the pick of Vance, it does solidify the MAGA part of the Republican Party, right? And you mentioned the vulnerabilities right now that Democrats could be seeing, but I'm also curious if you might be concerned as a Democrat and agree with the thought process here that J.D. Vance is telling some of these voters, I was you before. I didn't believe in Donald Trump, and I took a hard look at his policies and how things have been the last 4 years, and now I support him, and you should
2 minutes anyway.
You know, I have this theory about vice presidents. They don't help you, they only hurt you. And I think some of his past statements, especially about choice, especially about some of our allies, as you just saw there, I mean, you can't hide that stuff anymore. It's going to be on tape. It's going to be available. And so I think that he could, in fact, be a great campaigner. But one of the challenges that they're going to have is that you got a lot of Republicans behind this pick that wish they were the guy or the woman. And so, you know, picking him was like picking the leader of the future MAGA effort.
Right, and we know in the manner in which it was picked, too, was very Trumpian and very interesting. Heidi Heitkamp and Ramesh Ponnuru, our thanks to you as always. We so appreciate having you. We have a lot more special coverage ahead here from the Republican National Convention. I'm Kana Whitworth in Milwaukee. Please stay with us.
Every time a survivor shares their story, I will not be silenced.
Do you feel the church accepted abuse?
I wouldn't say accepted it as so much pretended it didn't exist.
Yep, that's him.
Yep.
Ready? Kira Phillips with ABC News. Does your church protect sexual predators?
The powerful new Impact by Nightline. Secrets of the 2x2 Church.
There's nothing pretty about hearing this.
Now streaming on Hulu.
All right, welcome back to ABC News Live special coverage of the Republican National Convention. Day 2 is set to kick off in just about an hour and a half from now, and today's theme is Make America Safe Once Again. There will be speakers that will be focusing on crime, America's deadly fentanyl crisis, and illegal immigration.
Oh, Hercules, Hercules!
Address the convention tonight. You see him there, Vivek Ramaswamy, and the late addition to the program, Trump's longest-standing rival from the GOP primary, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. So I want to turn to our team coverage now with ABC News' Jay O'Brien, ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci, and ABC News contributing political correspondent and co-author of the political playbook, Rachel Bates. So I'm so happy to have you all here with us. And Jay, you've been down on the floor, working the floor for the last several days here of this convention center. I know you just caught up with Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson as well, which really, I think, Jay, is quite indicative of some of the things that we're seeing here at the convention, a real rallying cry here for unity within the GOP.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the early hours, of this convention, I talked to a House GOP leadership source who said, look, they had members amongst House Republicans who were more moderate. They were in more competitive districts, and they were unsure what to say publicly about Donald Trump. They weren't very vocal about their support for him, even if they did support him. And then this GOP leadership source said a lot of these members, after Saturday, started to feel more comfortable, feel more air cover, if you will, to come out and support Trump. So he's essentially saying there is some validity, this Trump message of unity, that he is bringing some of those moderates in the party that weren't particularly fans of his together. Asa Hutchinson is kind of cut from that mold. He's a moderate in the party. He was very critical of former President Trump when he was a long-shot Republican candidate for president. He said he would never vote for him because he would never vote for, in his words, a convicted felon. And I asked him, what does that mean?
Is there a red dot next to the live?
And he said, look,
you're not all the way up.
He might have to, he said, do away with that pledge that he wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. He said that pledge was a, quote, long time ago. And the reason he gave me is because of how Trump acted on Saturday. So there are moderates getting behind him in the wake of that assassination attempt.
That'll be really interesting, and it will be especially fascinating to see what Nikki Haley says tonight and if she addresses a lot of those moderate Republicans that we know are very supportive of her. And Rachel, to you, as we're talking about unity here within the GOP, we are seeing more fracturing within the Democratic Party. I want to ask you quickly, if I can, about Democratic Senator Bob Menendez, who's just been convicted here on corruption and bribery charges, and now there's a bit of a groundswell of calls for him to step down, and that could potentially be a vulnerable Senate seat now.
Yeah, that's right, Kana. I mean, look, usually in Congress, when somebody is indicted,
how much faster do you want it, man?
Often say we're going to let the process play out. This person is sort of innocent until proven guilty. But when they're convicted, those members are expected to go, and that's why you see people like Chuck Schumer saying, "Enough's enough. This guy has to step down." But look, in this environment right now, New Jersey in particular, we have seen polls changing and Republicans boosting their polling there, and so. It is a state, it's a blue state, but you never know in this political environment, specifically when Joe Biden is sort of dragging down the ticket right now.
That is really interesting, Rachel. And John, I want to come to you here. When we saw Donald Trump walk into this convention center last night, it was an incredibly powerful moment. And of course, we also saw him sitting there next to his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. And I'm not trying to overstate it or overplay it, John, but it really seemed to be filled with emotion, especially for Donald Trump himself in that moment.
Was that whole thing really needed for his ear?
100%, Kana. Listen, I've covered Donald Trump for nearly 10 years for ABC News. I have never seen that man show so much emotion, so much of a reaction. It was almost the body language told more than anything else. And it was one of those nights that really we didn't hear Donald Trump, but his body, his facial reactions, the way that he was just silently taking it all in really told the story. So I completely agree with you. It was a very rare human moment from Donald Trump. And listen, Donald Trump has said
the Dems say he looks like he was bored,
a TV show,
only smiling when the camera got on him.
Imagine what happened Saturday. Could have imagined where he's been. And Donald Trump himself, Kana, was telling my sources Saturday night as he was processing it, it was a lot of blood. I can't believe I turned my head just a few inches. I survived. So I just think that processing of it. And again, the fact that last night was the first night any American had really seen him publicly, to see that bandage, to see that reaction from him. I think that also just seeing the crowd cheer him on. We know Donald Trump loves
he was in
big crowd.
pain.
We know he enjoys
He's never in
those
pain.
rallies. It's going to be interesting, frankly, how this moves forward with the campaign and reaction to the assassination attempt on Saturday, how they affect the rallies going forward. But last night, I think, was really a moment that humbled Donald Trump, Kana.
I agree. It almost appeared as if he was expressing a lot of gratitude along with that emotion. You saw it from his adult sons that were there with him as well. And John, I do want to follow up with you because I've been speaking with voters out here, and while they have concerns over the economy, their biggest concern, most of the voters I talk to, is safety, national security. And John, we know today's theme is to make America safe once again. How do you anticipate Trump's team and other GOP leaders will be addressing national security and safety of this country, and specifically gun safety?
Well, I think one of the things they're going to try to do tonight, Kana, is really talk about the border, but bring the story into local neighborhoods. And what I mean by that is talk about how the influx of migrants, some of these facilities, think about, listen, Kana, I live in...
Is this a 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
Some of the communities that have been affected by this, they talk about hotels being taken over. They're going to talk about local communities that are no longer safe. They're going to talk about individuals that have been killed in these situations by some of the folks that have crossed over the border.
Shit, hold up,
So I think a lot of that is going to come into
Biden
play
thing
tonight.
We don't need to hear them tell us. I don't need a fucking trailer for tonight. Do I?
Of black families to keep their homes when times get hard. We've provided down payment assistance to help folks who may not have family and friends to rely on.
If they're black?
In fact, right here in this state, HUD's housing counseling team is serving as founding members for a new initiative with the goal of helping 25,000 black families buy their home. And let's hear it for that.
Thank you, black people.
And we're seeing progress. The homeownership gap between white administration has been reduced by 13%. You know, there's work to do.
What, so black people were able to get houses with white people armed? What the fuck's going on?
More support for renters to pay their rent. We sent $50 billion to
It seems a little
and we
backwards.
provided more rental vouchers for low-income folks who just need a fair shot. We've given local leaders historic levels of funding to help our homeless brothers and sisters find shelter. And I'm seeing our homeless numbers go down in different communities across the country, but I know we have work to do. We have work with our grandparents, our sisters and brothers and cousins on the street need our help. HUD has provided millions of dollars to HBCUs to study and research ways that we can improve the housing condition of black people across this country.
Dude, this is how they're gonna try to get the black vote.
Appraisal rights. You know, we should not have to take down pictures of our grandparents, pictures of our parents, pictures of our children's wedding to make sure we're getting a fair appraisal of our house.
I mean, you shouldn't have to, but they can give you a bad appraisal of your house if they don't like the way you smell. Get over it.
Vice President heard that this was a thing. They turned to Marsha Fudge.
Take the pictures off your wall.
A woman I'm proud to have called my boss, and then she retired on me. And I still talk to her about that. But they turned to Marsha Fudge and Susan Rice and said, we have to figure this out. And we have been on this journey to make sure that we're not just working to make sure people are empowered with information. People thought that that's what you did. That's not what you do. That was wrong. We gave them an avenue to figure out where they should go, but even more than that, we just settled the case with a group called the Appraisal Foundation to force them to diversify. This is an industry that
Force them to diversify. What does that mean?
And we said, you need to look like America. And that's what we're going to do.
Oh yeah, 50-50. It needs to be 50% black. That's America.
Some of the work we're doing to really be about helping black and brown communities. We're getting housing built so people can live in places they can afford and neighborhoods with good schools. We're working to eliminate lead paint and other hazards from homes so our babies don't get sick. So when we talk about our collective legacy, about what drives us to action, what keeps us moving forward, it's not the people who think that this work doesn't matter. It's not the people who tell us that our communities are doomed. It's not the people who don't want us to build more housing for people who don't have a lot of money. It's not the people who think that this extreme heat that I know I'm feeling here, I'm sure you are too, that we're somehow this is in our imagination. What drives me and my colleagues is the generations of Americans. The legacy we're building requires us to ask ourselves, when we look back at this critical moment in history, what will people say of us? What will we be proud of? Look, my colleagues and I know that there is more work to do. And that's why today HUD has awarded $325 million to cities and towns across the country to help restore affordable housing, build new housing, and support small businesses. And that includes $50 million right here in Las Vegas. It's why our president is announcing actions today to help American people with their high rents. And why we're investing to build more affordable housing for us to rent and for us to buy. Folks, HUD remains committed to our communities. We remain committed to fairness. We remain committed to justice. And we are committed to people who just need a little bit of help to get by, just looking for a fair shot. We are making sure this country lives up to not just its ideals, but to building a legacy that has a home for everybody. because we have come too far to turn back now. We need you to be all in, and I promise you, we are all in with you. Thank you, NAACP. Keep being the heroes that you are, and let's keep fighting together. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage next. Please welcome Assistant Attorney General of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. Here's Kristen Clark.
Good afternoon. It is a privilege to be here today at the 115th NAACP National Convention. This convention's theme, All In, reminds us of the members of our movement who risked their lives and their freedom to advance the cause of justice. Thurgood Marshall narrowly escaped lynching. Dr. King assassinated. John Lewis beaten within an inch of his life. Medgar Evers murdered. Countless others killed, beaten, and imprisoned. While I hope that none of us are ever asked to bear such risks, we should remember the sacrifices of those who came before us as we measure what all in means in today's fight for justice and what we must do to honor their legacy. And I want to turn to some of the work that we are doing right now to honor that legacy at the U.S. Department of Justice. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Fair Housing Act, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act, and other federal laws give us an array of tools to fight discrimination and to safeguard our constitutional rights. And we use these tools every day to confront the injustices and inequities that flow from discrimination wherever we find them. One area of our work that remains a critical priority for the Justice Department is ensuring that law enforcement officials carry out their jobs lawfully and without bias. Our fight to ensure constitutional, fair, and non-discriminatory policing remains as urgent as ever. We have prosecuted officers who abuse their power, including those tied to the tragic deaths of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Tyree Nichols in Memphis, and Breonna Taylor in Louisville. We have prosecuted 6 former officers who tortured and viciously abused 2 black men in Rankin County, Mississippi. This group called themselves the Goon Squad, and they carried out one of the most heinous acts of brutality that we have seen in this century. The lead defendant was sentenced to 40 years in prison. We have investigated law enforcement agencies engaged in a pattern or practice of conduct that violates the Constitution, including in Minneapolis, Louisville, Memphis, New York City, Louisiana, and Lexington, Mississippi. Just last month, we announced our findings that the city of Phoenix and its police department have engaged in a pattern or practice of unlawful conduct, including discrimination against Black, Hispanic, and Native American people when enforcing the law, and using excessive force, including deadly force. Wherever we find violations, we invite leaders, community members, and other stakeholders like the NAACP to work with us to chart a path to reform. Another core mission of the Justice Department is protecting the right to vote. Sadly, we can't ignore voter voter suppression laws that are spreading like poison ivy across the country. Discriminatory and burdensome restrictions on access to the ballot are undermining the rights of black voters and voters.
What is she talking about?
That's not stopping
Needing to have an ID?
Across the country, including over 30 statements of interest in cases because we believe that every eligible American should be able to exercise their voice in our democracy. We're also working to confront the unfortunate rise in hate crimes that we're seeing. We've charged more than 120 defendants in hate crimes in over 110 cases since January of 2021. Those numbers include the 3 men who tragically killed Ahmaud Arbery simply because he was black. Those numbers include the defendant responsible for the heinous murder of 10 black people at the Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, and a defendant responsible for the tragic murder of a black trans woman named Dime Doe in South Carolina. We do this work because racially motivated, white supremacist, anti-LGBTQI+, xenophobic, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic acts of hatred and violence have no place in our democracy today. We're also ramping up the fight for environmental justice. You know that climate change disproportionately affects communities of color. For example, in 2021, the EPA found that black Americans are 34% more likely to live in areas with unacceptably high projected increases in childhood asthma diagnoses. We've launched multiple investigations to ensure that no one's ability to live a healthy life is dictated by their race or their zip code. Last May,
Dude, it sounds more like they need to put some regulations on the.
to ensure that the residents of Lowndes County.
They need to put regulations on the factories in the area. Just like in Memphis, there was just recently some factory that I forget what they made, but it's coming up. Their numbers are like bad for people, get cancer related or some shit, and Memphis is all black anyway though. But of course, that's a black area also, or a poor area. So it's not like we need to help black people live in areas that don't suck. We need to make those places not suck as much by regulating these factories, right? Right.
People, that are
right.
Alabama have access to safe and effective septic and wastewater management systems. Whether we are talking about lead-laced water, illegal dumping, or exposure to raw sewage, we cannot tolerate these injustices in our communities today. And we're working to ensure that the gateways to opportunity and the ability to amass generational wealth are open to all. And we're doing this by working to end modern-day redlining. Our Combating Redlining initiative, launched with the leadership of Attorney General Merrick Garland, has brought more than $122 million in relief to communities all across the country. We're working to also address appraisal discrimination, which the Secretary just talked about a moment ago. Too many of our jails and prisons woefully mistreat incarcerated people, and we're also striving to end this. For example, in an investigation, we recently found that Parchman Prison in Mississippi failed to provide adequate mental health treatment, failed to take sufficient suicide prevention measures, subjected people to prolonged solitary confinement in egregious conditions, and more. We do this work because people do not surrender their rights at the jailhouse door. And this is just a small sample of our work. As I close, I want to note that through our efforts to protect civil rights, we recognize that in all Any fight for equality requires just that. All of us. Never has that been truer than it is right now. As one of the great founders of the NAACP once noted, W.E.B. Du Bois, now is the accepted time, not tomorrow, not some more convenient season. It is today that our best work can be done, and not some future day or future year. It is today that we fit ourselves for the greater usefulness of tomorrow. Today is the seed time. Now are the hours of work, and tomorrow comes the harvest. So NAACP, I promise you that the Justice Department, the People's Justice Department, will continue to stand alongside you and all those who work and fight for equal justice in our country. We will not give up. We will not wait for some more convenient season. We are all in now, and we will remain all in until we complete the harvest.
Next, the Senior Advisor to the President of the United States. Please welcome Stephen Benjamin.
That's some pretty cool walkout music, Congressman. Let's show what that was. I'm going to be very brief. I served as senior advisor to the president. I run public engagement at the White House. My first real title was as president of the Youth and College Division of the South Carolina NAACP. As my parents, my Congressman Jim Powers will tell you that titles don't make leaders. Leaders are servants. When I think about it, I'm here, honestly, in my capacity, my friend Derek Johnson, who I met as a youth leader here, asked me to say some things on behalf of the incredible, diverse leadership that our president has assembled across the administration, but certainly at the White House. I think of the president's wisdom, and I think of my grandfather, Sam Benjamin. My grandfather, like many of your parents and others, was not an educated man. He wasn't a man of letters. He didn't go to college. He did the degrees that we all have, but he was a Christian man. And he would often teach me and my brothers the lessons that we need to know to survive in life. He often go to the book of Joshua, chapter 24. He talked about how Joshua renewed the covenant at Shechem. I assembled all the leaders, the elders, and the judges, and gave them account for all the things that God had done for them up to that point. I sent Moses and Aaron to deliver them from Egypt. I delivered back in battle. The Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hittites and the Hivites and the Girgashites and the Jebusites and the children of Jericho, all the things that God had done for them up to that point. And he said, I'll give you a land for which you did not toil, and in cities you did not build, and that you live in them, and eat from olive groves and vineyards that you did not plant. I give you a land for which you did not toil, and in cities you did not build, and that you live in them. That's my daddy's long way of saying that, boy, no matter how smart you think you are, no matter how talented you might think you are, no matter how you may think that life has been served up to you in a silver platter, you didn't get here on your own. You didn't get here on your own. There's a price that you must pay for the opportunities you've been given in life. You made sure I knew about the people who marched for me and didn't know me, the people who cried for me, had no idea I'd ever exist. The people who kicked down the doors of the University of South Carolina in 1963 had no idea that Madigan Sam's dad had a little boy who wanted to go there someday. People that died for me and didn't even know my name. So I'm here on behalf of all of us at the White House to say thank you, NAACP. Thank you for fighting the fight. Thank you for never stopping fighting the fight on behalf of all of us, paying our debt to the generations behind us and paying our debt forward to the generations yet unborn. Now, before I take my seat, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to come on out. Kareem, Kareem. That's an amazing job. On behalf of the president every day, fighting the fight, telling the story on behalf of the American people.
Oh shit. Yeah, she's short. Oh no, he stepped up on something.
It's one thing to thrive, but it's another thing to do it for us. What does it mean to be Black and thriving? It means basking in our culture, our unique influence, our rhythm of joy. It means celebrating our community, our alma maters, our villages of pride and excellence. It means taking center stage, painting the town black, setting the standard on what it takes to be bold, talented, and revered. It means putting Black America first. No need to get us luck. We've been doing this. For culture, for community, we stand in the gap. We stand firm in our contributions, past and present. We advocate, we represent, we recognize, and when we vote, and vote, and vote again to make democracy work for Black America. And we make that happen because of you, because of us, because of them. We make good happen for culture, for community.
Association. Thank you for your decades of partnership and advocacy on behalf of the Black community in courthouses throughout the country. And to the members of the CBC, the conscience of the Congress. Your leadership, your voice, your advocacy, your understanding of how public policy must improve the quality of life for African Americans, let me correct that, for Americans across the country has propelled this nation forward in perfecting democracy. 4 years ago, the world was forced to bear witness to a reality that may have been new to them, but was all too familiar to us. The The death of George Floyd was a tragedy that is all too familiar to the countless others that have ripped apart black families, communities across the country. George Floyd was not the first. And if we don't get police reform, it will not be the last. Our world reckoned with the reality of racism because many of them woke up one day and realized racism actually existed. Although it often manifested itself in the form of unspeakable violence against black people, whether it was Emmett Till or the church bombing of the 4 little girls in Birmingham and countless other stories. This time, some said they were prepared to change course. Some made empty promises. With NAACP and legal advocates like Ben Crump, we took action. In 2020, our community worked together to empower one another, reminding each other that we have the ability to determine our destiny. The black vote made a difference in 2020. And determine our destiny, we did, casting deciding ballots in the national, local, and state elections. 4 years later, and there is much that has been accomplished by and for our community. But the history of this nation has taught us that not everyone shares the same investment in a progressive vision. For some, the notion of progress is seen as a threat to the imbalance of power that has allowed them to prosper, while others are left in hurt. The rejection of collective advancement and achievement has created division pitting community against community, breeding extremist ideologies that leaves no room for compromise or conversation. After the abolishment of slavery, it was Jim Crow. After the Civil Rights Act, it was the war on drugs. After the election of the first black president, it was Make America Great Again. And now, after the racial reckoning that a black man lost his life, that all of us seen on social
Are they really still talking about George Floyd? It's fucking crazy, dude.
Is Project 2025. Over the past 4 years, we've worked to make education more equitable and accessible while widening the opportunity.
Oh, Mark over there on D-Live holding it down, baby.
Output through organizing, advancing, and working with the current administration to cancel over $160 billion in student debt. Teachers for the first time qualifying for home ownership or increasing the quality of the housing stock that they are able to get for their families. However, Project 2025 not only seeks to revert that progress, but to dismantle the Department of Education that provides a pathway to opportunity for all Americans. But the plan assault on education does not stop there. Project 2025 seeks to return back the rights to states. For those of us who live in the South, we know when the dog whistle of state rights, what it truly means. And they're seeking through this states' rights approach to gut Title I, which would lead to the divestment of our public schools, hitting our community hardest. What would this nation be without a public education system for all children, providing quality education? And to those who have yet to see book bans in their states, Project 2025 plans to enact those bans nationwide. This is not a fictional concept. This is a $900 200-page manifesto that seeks to undermine progress, promote violence, inflict harm on our community. But they must know that in AACP, we will be here for that fight. This election is not about candidate A versus candidate B or political party A or political party B. We are nonpartisan, but we are political as hell. And we know that this is a fight we must take on. So when people try to give you these false narratives or distract you, let's stay focused not on the people, but the policy priorities they represent, and vote for those who align themselves with what's in the best interest of our community. And I can assure you, if you do that, it's in the best interest of America. The Black community has saved democracy many times before, and we're being called on to save democracy once again. We must know that we are all in on making college more affordable for all. They should know that we are all in on fighting for a reality where Black history is recognized because it is American history. I guess they don't know the history of the NAACP after being in this fight for 115 years. We will not turn back. We will continue the fight, and we will win this battle. We are battle tested, and we're not backing down. They need to know that we're all in, making equity a reality for all Americans. But we must recognize that this requires work on our end. While they may not be like us, we have to make them think like us. We have to band together the way they do. We must come together. We don't have a time for us versus us public fight. We only have time for a us for us saving of this democracy. We need the access we need in order to get the equity we deserve. Equal protection of the law isn't a concept, it's a guarantee that we must keep intact in our Constitution. Now, we've experienced that what we feel like to have, we've experienced what it feels like to have the doors shut in our face, or our voices stifled by divisive noise. We know that change is possible when doors are open, and how our culture shines through those doors when individuals like Steve Benjamin sit in the seat he's sitting, or Michael Regan sits in the seat that he's sitting, or Kareem sits in the seat that she's sitting, because we will operate in excellence to ensure that this concept of democracy is protected, it grows, and it's inclusive. We're not asking for perfection. We're asking for a platform that empower, not imprison. We're asking for leaders who don't shut the door on our face or drown out our rallying cries. And while there is a lot of work to be done, I am proud to welcome a leader who doesn't shut the door in our face, but turns up the volume when speaking. A leader who may not always get it right, but is all in on getting it done. And with that being said, I am honored to welcome the 46th President of the United States of America, Joseph R. Biden. leadership, most of all for your friendship. Thanks to all the thousands of members across America. One of the most important organizations in our country. And a special thanks, I mean sincerely, to the members of Congress who are here, including Nevada's own Stephen Horsford, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I don't know where he is, I know he's out there. And so many members of the CBC members defended freedom, like Benny Thompson of Mississippi, chair of the January 6th Committee. And the best friend anyone can have, Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. In case you didn't notice, Jim turned around for me. Look, in June of 1947, Harry Truman became the first president to speak at this convention. And he was remembered for a lot of things. With the help of the NAACP, he desegregated the military. He laid the groundwork for the civil rights agenda. He built upon President Kennedy by that. President Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 64, 60 years ago. Harry Truman was president. It was often counted out. He was also known for something else. The story goes, Truman said, "You want a friend in Washington? Get a dog." Guess what? After the last couple weeks, I know what he means. That's why it's so good to have girlfriends. I'm not being solicitous. I have girlfriends. So many of you had my back, but I think I've had yours as well. That's a couple Delaware folks here still. One of my best friends, when I was a lifeguard in projects, he was, his nickname is Mouse. Mouse is very loyal as hell. I'm truly honored to be here. It is this tense moment in this country. It is a tense moment. Just a few days after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, we're grateful he was not seriously injured. We continue to pray for him and his family. It's time for an important conversation in this country. Our politics has gotten too heated. I said to the Oval Office on Sunday night, as I made clear throughout my presidency, we all have a responsibility to lower the temperature and condemn violence in any form.
Oh, right. BLM was definitely condemning violence of any form back in 2020. Shit.
Most important,
clapping.
fully and firmly reject not only political violence, but
They'll just act like who they are.
Period. No exception. We have to say with one voice, the violence is not the answer. That's what we should rally around as a nation.
Yeah, violence is only the answer when it's your cause, right?
Know that NAACP.
NAACP. Yo, GameStop pumped its ass off today, bro. Like within the past hour. Pumped $1.50.
Understand, we're going to talk about standing against violence. We're going to stand against all violence. We're going to stand against violence perpetrated against presidential candidates in Pennsylvania.
Stocks are worth 355 now. I don't know.
Violence perpetrated against George Floyd in Minnesota. Against black veterans like police officers Eugene Goodman on January 6th. Black election workers like Kirby Freeman and Shane Moss in Atlanta. Like to stand against the violence and intimidation of white supremacy, the murder, innocent lives in the grocery store in Buffalo, New York when I went up there. Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Stand against the violence and murder of children in San Diego and Uvalde. Concert goers in Las Vegas. Innocents on the street all across America that never make the news because you're involved every day in the communities across the country. You're going to be outspoken on one, don't be silent on others. We're going to speak about violence. We're going to speak about guns. More children in America die of gunshot wounds than any other reason that
Isn't he lying when he says that though? Every time he says that, he's lying, right? Somebody looked it up. There's car crashes.
If we do nothing about
I think Brody looked it up, didn't he?
it. Want to stand against violence in America and join me in getting these weapons of war off the streets of America. Mayor 15 was used in the shooting of Donald Trump. This was an assault weapon that killed so many others, including children. It's time to outlaw them. I did it once and I will do it again. Now, just because we must lower the temperature, our politics and raise the violence, it doesn't mean we should stop telling the truth. What you are, what you've done, what you'll do, that's fair game. Harry Truman said, I've never delivered or given anyone hell. I just told the truth and they thought it was hell. That's what I'm going to do. There is the truth about why Donald Trump's presidency was hell for Black America. He tried to repeal Obamacare. He kicked millions of Black Americans off their health insurance. He had a $2 trillion tax cut. But overwhelmingly benefited the super wealthy, the biggest corporation, and exploded the federal debt larger than any one president has in one term. He left no room for us to do what we should be doing. Invest in things that affect people's lives, like child care, elder care, and so much more, that grow the economy. Because this management of the pandemic was especially devastating to Black communities. I know that other countries, other communities would call it. That economic crisis drove up Black unemployment, decimated small Black businesses, and you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder. Donald Trump called for the National Guard to go after him. What the hell's the matter with this man? I'm serious. Go figure. A guy who submitted the birth of his lie against Barack Obama saying he wasn't born in America and he wasn't a U.S. citizen. Of course, here's what he thinks of black jobs. I love this phrase, black jobs. It tells a lot about the man and about his character. Well, it's not what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States.
Yes, all of them have shit audio, don't they? I checked two, and they both had the same audio.
My administration would look like America.
Usually when you see those microphones up there, it's the White House microphones, right? They're tapping into it.
These guys don't get it. That's why
They don't get their own mic.
I'm serious. That's what makes us the greatest nation on earth. It's not hyperbole. Folks, it's because of you. I'm President, Kamala Harris is Vice President. She's not only a great Vice President, she could be President of the United States.
Oh, they got a heckler. They're so bad at hiding the hecklers. I feel like the Trump camp does much better job. He doesn't let them interrupt him. They'll just keep going. And they block it out somehow.
Seriously, President historian said we've got more done with consequence than any president since Franklin Roosevelt.
about.
Black small businesses. Let me say this again, because Trump is lying like hell about it. Black unemployment hit a record low under Biden-Harris administration. First bill passed for $1,400 checks plus $300 checks per child, per family, per month in the pockets of people of this country. To get them through the pandemic. Not Trump's administration. Kamala did that. We cut black child poverty in half. And when we finally get through to people, my economic policy grows the economy when we spend money. Grows it. We grew the American economy to the strongest in the world. And I'm determined to make that tax cut permanent. No child should ever go hungry in America.
Biden is right about what?
We drive up deficits. They drive up deficits. When you have child care, guess what?
Hey, there's always D-Live. What's over there?
We're connecting black neighborhoods that are cut off from old highways. And disinvestment decades ago, my city, Wilmington, Delaware, I-95 runs up through what used to be the black community, divided. 6 lanes wide. We're going to make sure that the state's wanted. We're going to be able to pave over the top of that and still have the highway. Connecting neighborhoods. We're removing, which is costly, every poisonous lead pipe in a house in America so every child can drink clean water.
We are the world. Are the people.
Preserving high-speed and affordable broadband. No child should have to sit out in the parking lot with their moms in front of McDonald's so they can get online to do their homework.
Why not? Why not let McDonald's pay for it?
Obamacare, you allow people to increase it, making health care more affordable. And by the way, more than it's ever been, millions of African Americans have now have health care because of it. We're putting home ownership within reach. How do you generate generational wealth, no matter what community you're from? I know how we did it. Everything got stuck in Scranton with no jobs. Moved to Delaware. Dad worked like hell to get down payment to buy a small house.
And his dad was rich. Fuck out of here with that shit.
With 4 kids and grandpa living, but it's a home.
Right. No, dude, no. Fuck you with that shit. I looked it up. He was from a wealthy family. Dick.
Including the most significant action in environmental justice ever. Look, folks, think about this. My state of Delaware. Not many don't know my state. My state, Delaware, has a Delaware River runs up on Jack. But at the top of the state, there's a half moon. And it goes up along more oil refineries on the other side of that half moon in market-looking areas than anywhere in the country, including Houston. Guess what? Wind blows southeast. We had the highest cancer rate for the longest time. Do you know who's affected? Fence line communities. You know the fence line communities are black communities. And I promise, as we make this legislation work, we're going to take care of those communities first. I mean it. Same way in Louisiana, same way in other places. Look, we received student debt for more than 4 billion borrowers. Significant amount of black borrowers. I don't know how many have called me. Say, Mr. President, I've got phone numbers, I've called them back. Mr. President, thank you. I couldn't get married. My debt was so large. I couldn't have children. I couldn't think of, no, I'm sure you know it. Couldn't buy a home. But what you did, you freed me of my debt, and you gave me $10,000 for a down payment on a home. This project is going to 2024, Trump, 2025, Trump deal. You know, he talks about education. HBCUs are as good as any other university. I'm serious. Not a joke. Kamala and I have a constant fight. She says Howard's the best. I say Delaware State's. That's how I got my start. But my point is this. They don't have the endowment. So what are the jobs in the future? The high-tech jobs in the future. You're going to pay a lot of money. They don't have the money for the laboratories. They don't have the money for all that material. So that's why I've invested a stretching record $16 billion in HBCUs. No HBCU student getting this qualified in this school anywhere else. By the way, making sure that no one goes to jail for the mere use or possession of marijuana. The record should be expunged. Hold them back. All told because of you. NAACP making the most significant investments in Black America ever in all of history. You see the results. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. Inflation is down. In 3 years, it's coming down further, and we're going to have, as they say, a soft landing. Folks, you're going to see us grow faster and faster. That's not just my view. It's the view of 16 Nobel Prize-winning economists. We put out a statement looking at my economic plan and Trump's. They said my plan will continue to lower inflation, continue to grow the economy. Prices are falling. Cars, appliances, groceries. We're going to keep corporate greed at bay. But here's the thing, what they said about Trump. They said his policies will cause a recession. Oh, this is not a Democratic outfit. 16 Nobel laureates. Look, I come from the corporate state of the world, Delaware. I know how they work. There are more corporations incorporated in my state than any state in America, all combined. Guess what? We have to deal with corporate greed now. How it is. Corporate profits are double since the pandemic. They keep bringing prices down. We have to bring prices down for it. Look, folks, the idea.
Do you know why corporate doubled? Is because they're fucking scamming us with shrinkflation and scamflation and shit. Yeah.
Idea that corporate-owned housing is able to raise your rent $300-400 a month or something. But I'm about to announce they can't raise it more than $55. Get started. Well, no, it's not enough to talk about the past. We need a vision for the future. Here's my plan for the first 100 days of the second term. Tom and I are calling on Congress to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I did all I was constantly able to do with the executive authority, but we need the act. And we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. I'll sign the book of the law immediately. And guess what? Come hell or high water, we're going to restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land. I couldn't pass the Inflation Reduction Act. They all told me I couldn't face it anyway. With your help. Republicans blocked the issue reform in Congress. So I signed a historic executive order on police reform. And I'm going to come back and we'll sign the George Floyd and Police Enacting the Law. Stop them in their program on 2025. I'm going to stop them from cutting Social Security and Medicaid. I'm going to expand begin to pay their fair share. I said we're going to build 2 million affordable homes. The cap rent increases at 5% a year so corporate landlords can't. God. Anyway, don't you? You're very upset. They're just gouging you. And we're going to keep relieving student debt. And medical debt. Florida insured medical debt can no longer be put on a credit report. So it's not hanging over you the rest of your life. We're raising the federal minimum wage. Our first term, we capped the cost of insulin procedures at $35. Total drug cost procedures beginning in 2024 at $2,000 for, and some of those cancer drugs are $10, $12, $14,000 a year. But the second term, we're going to do that for not just seniors, for everyone in America. By the way, not only saves lives, it'll save taxpayers. Guess what I did on the first round on doing Medicare? It saves the taxpayer $160 billion. They don't have to pay these exorbitant prices. Anyway. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs in the market. That threats everything. That treats everything from heart disease to arthritis. In the next term, I want to go further. Give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 50 drugs a year, not 10. That not only will save lives, this is to save the taxpayer another $200 billion a year. This is saving taxpayer money. By the way, if you notice, all the stuff they said big spending by, we have lowered the deficit nowadays. We increased economic growth. Folks, here's what else I'm determined to do. Determined to end Trump's tax cuts to the very wealthy big corporations. To make the tax code fair, ease the burden on working people. I kept my commitment. No one making less than $400,000 I never saw in my life till I got elected president. I pay a penny more in federal taxes. But here's the deal. We have in America, since the pandemic, 1,000 millionaires. 1,000. And how much in federal tax they pay? 8.2%. That's the federal tax, 8.2%. We're going to make billionaires pay a minimum of 25%, which is low. A teacher, a firefighter, a nurse, a janitor. That's simply ridiculous. And when we do that, that alone will generate $500 billion in revenue over the next 10 years. Allowing us to lower costs for families and save the government money. We can do more on elder care, child care, bringing down the federal deficit. There's so much more. It's not rocket science, folks. But they've convinced us that any spending of money is costly. It's saving money. Like God's truth is saving money. That's vitally important. Now, the next president of the United States could appoint 2 or more justices to the Supreme Court. Just imagine. I know the states. Folks, my vision as usual will continue to be all about working people in this nation. And my whole career, go back and look at it. I've not been perfect by any stretch of imagination. But a simple proposition, the family I come from. Neighborhood. Everybody deserves a shot. Just a shot. No guarantee. Give hate no safe harbor. Leave no one behind. That's a stark contrast to my predecessor, the mega official. They'll do everything. Undo everything the NAACP stands for. But now they're trying to deny it. They're lying about their Project 2025. They want to deny your freedom. The freedom to vote. Have your vote counted. And impose a nationwide ban on abortion. New Vice President, if you ever any doubt, man, just take a look at what he's been saying. They want to prosecute political enemies. cut Social Security and Medicare. We're going to provide protection for millions of pre-existing conditions, over 400 million people. Stop Medicare from negotiating lower prescription drug prices. Risking people's lives, costing the government more money. It eliminates the Department of Education. Oh, you ought to read it. Saying it's a state issue. Give me a break, the state. You know how well we do with the states. It would cut school lunches. Eliminate the Head Start program for lower-income children. It allow employees to stop paying overtime. Employers, stop paying, catch this one, stop paying overtime to hourly workers. Just such good. Or give the very wealthy and big corporations move taxes. They've already eviscerated affirmative action. And also to decimate diversity, equity, and inclusion all across American life. Already trying to do it by banning books. They're trying to erase black history. Black history is American history. We cannot let that happen. That's why it's so important to me. It's so important to me to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. People are going to know what happened at Juneteenth. That's why I made federal lynching a federal hate crime in Emmett Till's memory, and that's what you're reminded. You know what they're trying to do? As well as establish national monuments for Mamie and Emmett Till. So much more. So there's no doubt about what's happening. Look, folks, as I said before, we know black history is American history. It's as simple as that. Let me close with this. Mom tells us, I've been young and now I'm old. That I've not seen the righteous forsaken. I spent more time with Xi Jinping of China than any other world leader. I was with him in China on the steps of the mountain. He looked at me and he said, "Can you define America?" It's God's truth. I said it important. I said, yes, in one word, America. Possibilities. Nothing is beyond our capacity. America, we're full of promises available to everybody. America, where races and violence are no longer the ghost that have too long haunted the nation. Folks, it's about you and your families. And everything the NAACP has stood for generations. Freedom, democracy, America. Always marching, always believing, always keeping the faith. We're going to do this. So they ask you, are you all in? I'm all in. I guess I remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Let's stay together. God bless you all. And God
Attention, all attendees. Attention, all. Please remain for this announcement. First, members of the resolution, please exit to the Mandalay Ballroom now. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 150th NAACP convention. Next, you will receive Mandalay Bay Ballroom. The resolution session will be held. Delegates will enter the Mandalay Ballroom door.
Weave in some concerns about what a Trump administration would look like. He talked about some concerns. He said that Donald Trump would cause a recession, that his policies would cause a recession. He also talked about everything that Biden and his administration has done for HBCUs. But also, of course, I do want to note that Donald Trump signed a bipartisan bill, right? Sending $250 million a year to HBCUs. That was in 2019. But again, I think
officially they choose the nominee, but that's already been chosen through the primary process. So I appreciate all of you guys joining us. Looking forward to discussing and bringing you the second night of the convention here. And thank you also to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi moderating. Thank you, Ruth, very much. Sarah 55 is moderating. Thank you, Sarah. We're going to bring you all the speakers tonight, all the video coming up for you. You guys can chat in the chats thanks to our moderators.
Not here you can't. You better shut the fuck up. This is the
we
Dose
have
Show.
moderating right now.
Okay, Miss Kitty can, but
one moment, I'll tell
no
you.
talking.
Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Idaho Star, Sarah Papa
You
Bear,
want to
Sharon
talk? You can go
C54,
talk,
and
hang out with
Sarah
Luke now.
Death. They are all there. And I think we're live on X again. Can you believe it? I think we're live on X. I think we got that working again, but I'll double check on that. Anyone X? I don't even know if X has a chat right tonight. I gotta look it up on my phone. I think we finally got that fixed. Anyone in X in the chat? Let's see.
Dude, X never talks. I don't even go live over there anymore. Nobody ever talks.
Pull it up on my phone and see. I am seeing it on X. Okay. Can't see the chat though right now. We'll see. Yes, RY, our viewer on X, says we're live there. Well, there you go. You people are crazy is there in the chat. Okay. So we are live on X. We are back on X. Happy to be back on X for you. That's good to know. Let's see. Thanks to our Facebook moderators too. Margaret Riley is there right now, and Kay Lowry Body. Thanks very much for being there. To all of our mods, thank you. Who's this thing? Oh, I see the chat. I can see the chat now. Hi, X. Okay. I can actually see the chat there. Good to know. Thanks to all of our viewers on X, like Ultramaga, Cat, Atomic Blonde, Jonathan Davison, Shane Marshall, Rye, Jordan Batani, and others. Thanks for watching over there. Okay. Well, there you go. Hey, I think we might be able to go in a second. Let's see if I have the indoor footage yet. Any moment now, I'll be getting the indoor footage. I think this shot is going to stop in a moment, and then any moment now, the indoor footage will start, and we'll take you inside. Some prominent speakers speaking tonight. I want to talk to you about that, tell you about who the speakers are tonight, take some of your comments on the air. I have the speaking schedule. Hey guys, I have the speaking schedule. You guys want to look at the speaking schedule for a second? Hey, let me put this on top of here. So look, this is the speaking schedule tonight. Just to pick out a few people here. Governor Jim Justice of West Virginia, Senator Rick Scott of Florida, Elise Stefanik, House Republican Conference Chair, Steve Scalise, House Majority Whip, just to name a few of them. Vivek Ramaswamy is going to be speaking, Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, even though she ran against Trump, and ran a campaign focused on providing an alternative to Trump. She'll be speaking. Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Ben Carson are going to be speaking down here. And Marco, you can't see it at the bottom, but right at the bottom it says Marco Rubio and Lara Trump at the bottom. So that's just, I'll actually post a link to this. I'm going to post a link to the schedule. Oops, let me just send you back over to the footage. I'll post a link to this, to the speaker schedule. Speaker schedule. I just posted a link to the speaker schedule in the chat. Oh, I think we're well, no, we're not. I don't have the indoor footage yet, but at any moment now, I'll have the indoor footage to give you. Hey, thanks to Stephen Whitnall from the UK for your support. And thanks to our members JCC and SK Rain. I'm going to read some of your comments. Thank you for joining us. Coco mentions a shooting outside the RNC. There was a shooting roughly a mile away, according to a local news outlet. I actually post that on my X account. WISN said that it does not appear to be related to the RNC. It said that two men were fighting in a park, and one of them pulled out a knife, and then police shot the person with the knife. That was the WISN article. And now maybe there wouldn't have been as many police there if the RNC wasn't going on, the convention wasn't going on. I don't know. But the article I read from WISN said it does not appear to be related to a convention, and two men got in a fight in a park, and one of them pulled out a knife, and then the police shot the person with the knife. That's what the article said. I posted it on my X account. It was outside the security zone of the convention, about a mile away. Waiting to get. This is right outside Fiserv Foreign. We're waiting to get the footage from inside. Shortly, we should have the footage from inside. As soon as I have the indoor footage, I will give it to you. I think I'm going to pin the speaker schedule. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to pin the speaker schedule. What do you think? Hey, Twitch mods, do you want to pin that speaker schedule I posted? And Facebook mods, feel free to do that as well. If you want, you can pin the speaker schedule because people will keep asking about it. I just pinned it on YouTube. That way you can look and see who's going to speak when. We're not trying to keep information from you. Oh, hold on. There's a little bit of, it's not really a big deal, but there's a little bit of music on there, so I want to kind of turn that down. And again, any moment now, I will have the indoor footage for you, and we will go inside. The convention, it kicks off at 6. In 7 minutes, day 2 kicks off.
I can't wait.
I'll also be bringing you any kind of breaking news updates I hear about during the broadcast. Nation said that during Biden's speech he just made, we caught the tail end of it at the NAACP convention. Kelly Meyer of News Nation said, Biden said, by the way, not only is she vice president, she could be president of the United States of Kamala Harris. Kelly Meyer says, haven't heard him say that before.
I can start off way higher though. I'm being modest today.
Hang on one moment here. One moment, please.
You know what I'm saying?
Still waiting to get the feed from inside. It's coming. The feed from inside is coming, guys. In the next couple minutes, and we'll take you inside.
Getting higher.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that's interesting. AZ Intel found something very interesting. I'll see if I can. Thanks, AZ Intel. See if I can get the original myself.
Are you still to get higher? Higher. I don't think you get any higher, boy. What you smoking on?
Hold on. Let's see if I can get this. Hold on.
It's supposed to be live in 5 minutes. Should I go on the Doe Show now to where we can actually get people to show up?
I can't find that report.
Nobody loves me.
So it was something about how long the shooter was.
YouTube doesn't love me, I
the
should
shooter
say.
at the rally was how early they had been spotted by a member of the law enforcement. But I can't find a confirmation of that. So I'll see if I can find a confirmation of that. If I do, I will pass it along to you.
I wish you guys could get the streams ready for me so I wouldn't have to do it. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
We don't have the indoor view yet. We will have the indoor view shortly. It has not started yet. We will have the indoor view shortly. Oh, I got it. WPXI reports, Channel 11 News confirmed Tuesday that Thomas Crooks was spotted by police hanging around the American Glass Research Complex more than an hour before the assassination attempt of former President Trump. He was hanging around. Now, I don't know if he was seen as, it was considered suspicious and more than an hour before, but he was spotted by police hanging around the American Glass Research Complex. That's where the building was where he was on the roof of, eventually, more than an hour before the assassination. He was there for a while. That's from WPXI.
Oh, baby, she's got it. You got it, baby. What's she doing tonight? No, you gonna be around here? She would like to have a drink or two with you. Find out what your star sign is. I'm a star sign. We can talk about it later. Yeah.
I just posted a link to that. All right. Oops.
We can talk about it
again,
all night long if you want.
In just a couple minutes, night 2 is going to start.
Dude, I don't do anything.
Inside. I don't have the inside footage yet.
I'm just here pressing buttons.
As soon as I do, I'll take you there. Oh, hold on.
Oh, no.
I actually might have the footage inside for you.
All right. That's
yes, I do.
Oh, shit.
I have inside footage I can show
shit,
you if
he's
it's
got
working.
footage,
I'll
folks.
have more. But
He's
let me
got
show you the inside footage.
We're not playing around here.
Hang on a second here.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
One moment.
One moment, breaking.
There it is. Hey, there it is. I got to turn the music off. There it is. Inside. We're inside.
Oh my god, let me go do that same thing he was getting for free. Where is it? Or we could watch Royce eat a cheese sandwich. Well, I guess I better not on this channel. I better not. That was him burping, actually. If y'all didn't notice, that was the how rude. Okay, so I got that in there. I gotta do some stuff here, bro, to make this what it is. It doesn't just happen. It's lots of clicking.
Okay, so you're looking
and
there
it's
at
not
the
just the
convention
clicking,
live.
it's I know what to
We are
click.
bringing you live coverage tonight.
It's actually kind of crazy how many different things I have to click.
I have pinned the
no one else could do
list
this
on YouTube.
Like
the Twitch mods.
they could over time if I showed them what to click.
The Twitch mods pinned it.
If someone else came in here and they were a seasoned streamer,
maybe I'll pin it.
And they try to do my stream
as well.
They wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't.
Oops,
everything wouldn't work. It's just there's so much
so
going
you can
on
know
here,
who's
man.
speaking. A bunch of prominent speakers tonight.
Behind the scenes. All right, so that's done. Now I'm gonna go in and get so we can do all the other channels too.
Speaker schedule.
Behind. Oh my gosh, I put the wrong
pin it on
date.
Facebook right now. Was it not letting me pin it? Why can't I pin it? Oh, there it is. Pin. It's pinned now. Pin now on Facebook. Appreciate you all joining for this stream. Looking forward to bringing you the coverage tonight and discussing it with you. And I'm going to be taking your comments on the air. Comments and questions. PZ Papazulu says very diverse speakers last night.
What he's saying is very black speakers last night. That's kind of fucked up. Shut the fuck up. Racist. There were a lot of black speakers though.
Will Biden respond to the thing about Iran you tweeted about? So that was a report by CNN and other outlets claiming that there had been some threat by Iran detected to assassinate Trump, and that they had recently increased his security. So CNN said U.S. authorities had obtained intelligence from a human source in recent weeks on a plot by Iran to try to assassinate Trump, a development that led the Secret Service to increasing security around the former president. There's no indication the shooter at the rally was connected to that at all, by the way. But anyways, I don't know that Biden has spoken about it. I haven't heard any comment from Biden about it. Maybe he has. I haven't heard it. So, I don't know if he'll say anything about it if he hasn't already. Hey, thanks to PZ Papazulu for the gift.
That shit was
I appreciate
fire.
That. Ooh, I got the. Hold on, I got the better footage.
Holy shit, that was fire.
I got the same footage, but it'll be better. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Wait, was it not fire? Hold up.
Gonna update it this way.
It was a fucking. It was fire, right?
Better. So I want to do this. And
No!
then this. There we go.
It wasn't
we're all set. We're good to go. We got music playing. Yeah, I can't play the music, guys. I can't play the music. So again, I do have, unless you're on X, if you're on X, you'll have to go to one of the other broadcasts.
I lost all my viewers.
I posted it earlier on X.
It's like a cock.
But all the other platforms, I have posted a
Only
list.
if you like it.
I
If you like
posted
it,
the
have
speakers.
to.
I have pinned it to the chat.
Two on the house.
So you can go to that list and you can see when everybody's speaking.
So we're gonna end this stream.
Among people speaking
Go.
tonight, again, are people like Carrie Lake, Rick Scott, Senator, Governor Jim
switch
Justice
over to the
West
other
Virginia,
one, D-Live
Lee Stefanik,
and
Steve Scalise,
YouTube.
House
I'm
Speaker
gonna
Mike
in both
Johnson,
streams.
Vivek Ramaswamy,
Then
Ted
we're gonna start
Cruz,
another
Haley,
one.
Ron DeSantis,
Fuck, I already changed.
Tom Cotton,
Whatever, we'll be alright.
Lara Trump, Marco
We're
Rubio,
gonna start
Ben
them over,
Carson,
though.
Sarah Huckabee,
Alright.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
See you in a second, buddies.
The video is playing on X. I was just watching it there.
Buddies. Buddies. Buddies and me.
It's playing on X right now. I'm literally looking at it. I'm literally looking at it on X. Looking at it right now. Uh-oh. Oh, I can't play these videos they play because they have music on them. I bet it has music. Yeah, I can't. These videos they do, I'm